I was my father's favorite daughter, and my best friend Shinshinua was the daughter of our driver. After getting married, I was willing to return to my family for my husband's career, but what I got in return was endless grievances and betrayal. As his babysitter, I took care of him in every possible way, but unexpectedly, he betrayed me with his best friend. After they forced me to hand over my shares, and I refused, they eventually sent me, a healthy me, to a mental hospital, and my heart was completely broken. What hurts me the most is that even my mother gave away everything I had to her. She was just the daughter of our driver. In the dark corner of the mental hospital, I tried to piece together these memories. I began to suspect that my father's death was not an accident. Could it be a conspiracy between her and my husband? This terrible suspicion frightened me. I was unwilling to be trapped in this cold place. Hi everyone, I'm Jordan. Before watching the video, please take 2 seconds to like the video. And subscribe to the channel. This is very important to me. Thank you very much. Now start enjoy the story. My name is Chung Inian. I am apparently healthy, but now I am lying in a dark and damp mental hospital, surrounded by a pungent stench. Years of torture have caused my muscles to atrophy and my body to almost lose its vitality. Every time I try to turn over, I fail repeatedly. Sweat soaks my forehead, and my heart is filled with despair. Finally, I try to hold on to the edge of the bed and turned over, but unfortunately, I fell to the cold floor. At this moment, 2 pairs of fashionable feet appeared in front of me. Ling Zhan and my best friend Shinshinua were standing there. Ling Zhan's face was full of disgust, and his voice was cold. My new shoes are so disgusting. I was furious. My eyes flashed with hatred, and I tried to sit up. My nails dug deep into the table legs, and blood flowed down my fingertips, but I didn't care. I just wanted to save a little dignity in front of them. Chung Inian, don't look at me like that. I like the way you admire me, Ling Zhan said coldly. The undisguised sarcasm in his eyes made my heart ache. I couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears blurring my vision. You treat me like this, and you still want me to continue loving you? Love knows no gains or losses. I haven't given anything for you, so you don't love me anymore? It turns out that your love is nothing more than this. His sarcasm was like a sharp blade, piercing my heart. I closed my eyes and felt bitter. Once upon a time, I gave everything to this man. When I was in college, I paid for everything and even transferred the house my father gave me to him. In order to maintain a relationship with his family, I almost became a full-time nanny. After graduation, I could have had a bright future, but I chose to start a business with him, staying up late to finish the plan and being looked down upon. Even when my father passed away, I was unable to go back, and everyone said I was unfilial, but he had no memory of it. Okay, stop pretending. As long as you sign the share transfer agreement and draw the design drafts well in the future, I guarantee that you can live a good life. His tone was cold, as if he didn't care about my feelings at all. My heart was as cold as ice as I sneered. Living a good life? In this state, I couldn't even talk about it. I looked up, stared at him, and said coldly, I earned that 20% of the shares with my blood and sweat. Why should I transfer it to you? Why should I draw the design draft for Shinshinue and make her famous? At this moment, my heart was burning with anger. Ling Zhan said nothing, but Shinshinue spoke with an expression that said, We are all doing this for your own good. Inian, please agree to it, so that you can live a good life, and we will arrange your life. You have no right to speak here. I interrupted her coldly, furious. As a driver's daughter, what right do you have to negotiate with me? Once upon a time, I regarded Shinshinue as my best friend and shared everything with her, but I didn't expect that she would betray me and send me to this hellhole together with Ling Zhan. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, but she still had to maintain her image in front of Ling Zhan and said delicately, Inian, I have always regarded you as a sister, but I didn't expect that you never regarded me as a friend. Do you look down on me? I sneered, thinking to myself, Shun Xinyue is still this hypocritical. Yes, I just look down on you. You don't look as good as me. Your grades are not as good as mine, and your family background is even worse. Why should I look down on you? Chung Inian, don't be shameless. Xinyue is giving you a chance to live a normal life. What do you look like now? Xinyue is the eldest daughter of the Shin family, and you are just a patient in a mental hospital. Ling Zhan said coldly, completely disregarding my feelings. Xinyue was extremely angry, but still pretended to be aggrieved and comforted Ling Zhan. Zhan, don't say that to her. Let me persuade her. Xinyue, don't put yourself in a difficult position. Ling Zhan responded calmly. It doesn't matter. For you, I don't mind if I suffer a little. Shin Xinyue smiled, seemingly not caring about her anger at all. I will make Yin Yin agree to give you the 20% stake. Ling Zhan snorted coldly and walked out of the room, leaving Shin Xinyue and I alone. She closed the door, and the gentleness on her face disappeared in an instant, revealing a sinister look. I straightened my back, raised my head slightly, and had a mocking smile on my face. Shin Xinyue looked at me, furious. Although I was now skinny, my pride and charm had not diminished at all, which only made her more jealous. Yin, what do you have to be proud of? All your former excellence and beauty are now with me. Look at what you look like now. How can you be pretty? All your design drafts are under my name. You think you have a good family background, but your father died and your mother married my father. Now I am the eldest daughter of the Shin family, and you are nothing. Listening to Shin Xinyue's ridicule, my face remained indifferent, but undercurrents were surging in my heart. Every day I am here, I fight for what I have lost. Shin Xinyue's gaze was like a knife, piercing me with nowhere to escape. Do you know how your father died? She suddenly smiled charmingly, as if she was enjoying my pain. It was my dad who tampered with his car. That day, my dad deliberately said he had diarrhea and asked him to drive himself, which resulted in a car accident. Her words were like a heavy punch, hitting me directly in the heart. What did you say? I widened my eyes in anger, and the shock in my heart made it almost impossible for me to breathe. Seeing my reaction, Shin Xinyu seemed particularly proud and continued. He died tragically, and his face was completely disfigured. Do you feel sorry for him? Oh, yes, you were on a business trip at the time, so you didn't see him for the last time, right? For Ling Zhan's project, you even missed your own father's funeral. You are such an unfilial daughter. Her words were like sharp blades, piercing deep into my heart. Every word was opening the scars in my heart. What's even more ridiculous is that after your father passed away, you actually tried to match your mother with my father. She married my father with all his property. Do you think your father would hate you? I felt my fingers digging into the floor. The pain of my nails tearing was almost unbearable. Blood oozed out. Endless pain surged in my heart. Dad, my beloved dad, was killed by my best friend. I closed my eyes and tried to suppress the despair and anger in my heart. Why? Isn't my father good to you and your daughter? I asked through gritting my teeth, my heart full of doubts. So what? It's just charity. Shen Xinyue sneered. If he really treats me well, why doesn't he buy me a house? Huh? I suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down my face, mixed with resentment and unwillingness for the past. Shin Xinyue's good was torn to pieces at this moment, revealing her true face. She stroked my face gently with her fingers, as if mocking my helplessness. You are so pitiful. I like to see you look so pitiful, just like when you were in the village, weak and helpless, and could only rely on me. Shin Xinyue's laughter echoed in my ears, like a magic sound. She leaned close to my ear and whispered, Inian, don't blame me. Who made you so lucky? I came here today to make you understand that you should be smarter in your next life and not be harmed by others again. If you miss your father, go downstairs to find him. I will enjoy your perfect life. In this dark and damp ward, I felt extremely desperate, my mind full of memories of the past. Shin Xinyue looked down at me coldly, with a smug smile on her face. Do you think sending Ling Zhan away will make me despair? He will still care about you. I sneered in response. Do you think your father's death has anything to do with me? Shouldn't you ask me to confess? Her mouth twitched slightly, and she was about to burst out in anger. But I am no longer the helpless Chung Inian. I held the dagger in my hand, flashing with cold light, and stabbed it straight into her chest. The disbelief in her eyes made me happy. It was clearly her planned victory, but it became her end. Blood gushed out wildly, and she whispered unwillingly, You are crazy. You can't survive even if you kill me. See you in hell? I whispered and dealt myself a fatal blow. Along with the severe pain came the feeling of being freed. My vision gradually blurred, and Ling Zhan's figure rushed in, his face full of anxiety. Cheng Yinian, I didn't let you die. You are not allowed to die. I smiled secretly in my heart. It turned out that in his eyes, Shin Xinyue and I were insignificant. His concern seemed to be only for that share. Pain surged like a tide, tearing my heart apart, and despair surged in my heart. Perhaps we really went to hell and could see my father again. I heard a noisy voice. Ling Zhan's sister Ling Man shouted happily. Today is my birthday, come to my house for dinner." Her voice was like sarcasm, followed by the excited voices of the girls rushing to name the dishes. They laughed and teased me like an abandoned toy. "Your sister-in-law who hasn't even married yet is willing to take so much trouble to prepare a birthday party for you?" A lowly voice teased. Ling Man was very proud. "My brother is handsome and rich. Chung Inian doesn't even have a job. She sucks my brother's blood all day long. If she wants to marry my brother, of course she has to serve me and my mother well, otherwise my brother won't marry her." In this noisy world, I suddenly opened my eyes and found myself lying in a familiar yet strange room. The pale blue lotus carving on the ceiling came into view, and I quickly sat up, realizing that this was the home that Ling Zhan and I once lived in. At this moment, I was no longer in a mental hospital, nor was I dead. I felt ecstatic but also uneasy. My eyes accidentally swept across the perpetual calendar on the wall. The time was July 8th, 2015. My heart sank suddenly. It was this day, 5 years ago. I suddenly realized, am I reborn? I quickly raised my hand to look at my wrist. The scar left by Ling Zhan had disappeared without a trace. God actually gave me a chance to start over. I secretly swore to myself that this time, I must avenge my father and make Ling Zhan and Xin Xinyue pay the price. Just as I was sorting out my thoughts, Ling Man's voice came from outside the door. "Okay, I'll go ask her to cook. Don't hang up the video yet. Tell her what you want to eat. I can't cook and remember so many names." Before she finished speaking, she slammed the door loudly. My heart tightened, and I quickly opened the door. Her face was pale, but her eyes were as cold as ice. "Chung Inian, today is my birthday. You should go buy some groceries and cook," Ling Man said to me arrogantly, as if I had no choice at all. I smiled sarcastically, and the scenes of my past life flashed through my mind. That day, I was lying in bed because of menstrual cramps, but Ling Man asked me to cook for her without hesitation. Even though I told her that I was on my period, Ling Man still cried to Ling Zhan, and I heard his cold voice on the phone. "I'm already very tired from working outside every day. Can you even handle the things at home?" I felt guilty and thought that I had not fulfilled my responsibilities as a fiancé, so I had to apologize. Finally, I reluctantly got up and cooked a large table of dishes for Ling Man. However, after cooking, Ling Man and her classmates ate and drank at home, completely disregarding my feelings, and even asked me to keep pouring wine and tea for them. I felt wronged and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Xin Xinyue and Ling Zhan. That day, Xin Xinyue deliberately tripped me, and I fell with a bloody head. But she insisted on sending me to the hospital. Even though I insisted that I didn't need it, she still cried, "Inian, go to the hospital, please, don't make me feel guilty." Ling Zhan also had a cold face and accused me. "Xinyue didn't do it on purpose. You don't go to the hospital now. Do you want Xinyue to die of guilt?" "Chung Inian, why are you so unreasonable?" I was so anxious that I almost collapsed. I wanted to explain, but I couldn't say it. Finally, I fainted due to excessive blood loss and was sent to the hospital. As a result, I missed my father's death anniversary. When my father passed away, I was not by his side. On the anniversary of my father's death, I did not go to pay tribute to him because of Ling Man's birthday. Xin Xinyue even apologized to Ling Zhan and Ling Man afterwards, using my absence as an excuse. She cooked for the whole day and sent the birthday celebration video to my father's old friends. As a result, those uncles and aunts thought I was an ungrateful person and unfilial. On the contrary, Xin Xinyue, the driver's daughter, was particularly sad when paying tribute to her father. Everyone said that I, their biological daughter, was not as good as her. Later, I got into trouble. When I faced those former relatives, no one was willing to help me. Instead, they treated Xin Xinyue as a poor orphan and loved her with pity. All this made me extremely desperate. I must not repeat the same mistakes again. In this life, I must go to worship my father, not only so that those uncles can help me in the future, but also because I really miss him and want to confess to him. "If you want a treat, do it yourself," I said coldly, my tone full of rejection. "What did you say?" Ling Man didn't expect that I would reject her. Her face instantly darkened, and she was obviously very unhappy. "You are so young, but you are already hard of hearing? I said I would treat you, so go and do it yourself." I repeated what I had just said, my voice still cold. Ling Man was so angry that she was shaking. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, "My brother asked you to do it." Bang! I closed the door of the room mercilessly, leaving her alone outside. Ching, do you think that you can stop taking good care of me when my brother and my mother are not around? I'm going to call my brother right now and see how he scolds you. She roared, her voice coming through the crack in the door. I didn't want to listen anymore, so I went straight into the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, I changed into a black dress. As soon as I left the room, I saw Ling Zhan coming back. He was wearing a dark red plaid suit and a blue tie around his neck. He looked mature and steady, and he no longer looked embarrassed and helpless. At this moment, the voices of Ling Man's friends still echoed in her ears. Man, you must tell brother Ling Zhan about this situation. If he knew that Ching Inian treated you like this, he would definitely teach her a lesson. In my memory, Ling Zhan was most afraid of being called a Phoenix Man. After the company developed, he paid special attention to his appearance, and at this time, Shin Xinyue was following behind him. She was wearing a red suspender skirt. Her chestnut curly hair hung on her shoulders, and her face was delicately made up. Compared with her, I appeared here without makeup, wearing a black dress, looking rigid and dull. As soon as Ling Zhan walked in, Ling Man immediately showed a smug smile on her face. She quietly took out her phone and made a group video call to her friends. After the video was connected, she ran to Ling Zhan, took his arm, and complained, "Brother, you and Mom have been away recently, and Ching Inian didn't take good care of me. Today is my birthday, and I invited friends to dinner, but she didn't cook and was mean to me. Look at her. She's dressed like she's going on a date behind your back." After listening to Ling Man's crying, Ling Zhan looked at me sharply and frowned. "What are you making trouble for? I'm making a fuss? How am I making a fuss?" I asked back with a sneer. "You didn't make a scene? Then why didn't you cook?" Ling Zhan's tone was full of unquestionable command. What he meant was that I should be a nanny in this family. Just because I refuse to cook is considered a trouble? Am I the nanny of this family? I asked coldly. Ling Zhan rubbed his forehead, looking a little tired. "Ching Inian, do you know how busy the company is now? How tired I am every day? Are you still trying to find trouble for me? I'm looking for trouble for you?" I sneered. "Isn't being a babysitter looking for trouble? Did your mom and your sister's hands break? Do you have to make me cook? When they don't eat every day, don't you have a girlfriend?" Ling Zhan looked at me and smiled coldly. "Isn't it because I haven't come back to eat with you recently that you want to go on strike? Okay, I'll eat at home today, just as a birthday celebration for Man. You go buy groceries and cook. I don't have time to serve you," I said coldly, picked up my bag, and prepared to go out. Seeing my attitude, Ling Zhan frowned, obviously not satisfied with my reaction. He thought I was threatening him, wanting him to come back and spend more time with me. But he would not indulge me. After all, if I gave in this time, I might go on strike and threaten him every day in the future. "Cheng Inian, do you think your current attitude and behavior make you suitable for a wife? How dare I marry you?" he said coldly. He knew in his heart how much I wanted to marry him. As long as he said that, I would definitely give in. Sure enough, I stopped. Ling Zhan smiled slightly, as if he felt that I still couldn't leave him. He sat on the sofa, his face indifferent, waiting for me to turn around, ready to obey him. At this time, Ling Man said to the video proudly, "You all recorded the screen. Watch how she apologized." I tell you, when Ching Inian apologized to my brother, she was like a pug. It was so funny. Seeing this, Shin Xinyue, who was standing next to me, also quietly took out her phone and started recording a video. She wanted to take a video of me groveling like a wretch and post it online so that everyone could see how the former eldest daughter of the Chung family had fallen to this point. She also wanted to send these videos to my father's old friends so that they could see that I was not even there when my father died for a man. Today, her plan was for me to prepare a birthday party for Ling Man here, but I didn't even have the chance to go to pay tribute to my father. She wanted my father's former relatives and friends to be completely disappointed in me, so that I would be completely helpless in the future. How cruel this woman is. Chapter 8, let's start today. Shin Xinyue's actions and Ling Man's words made me a little unhappy. I glanced at Ling Zhan and smiled secretly in my heart. This man seemed to have completely forgotten what today meant to me. "I don't want to hear your excuses. Just apologize to Man. Then go change your clothes, buy groceries, and cook." His words were like a sharp blade, piercing my heart. I smiled coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in my voice. "Ling Zhan, in your heart, I'm actually just a nanny, right?" He was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting me to fight back. Ling Zhan frowned, as if trying to find some clues from my face. "What's wrong with you today? Shouldn't you apologize and promise to do it normally?" I lowered my head and sneered in my heart. "I can't do it today." "No, There was a hint of shock in his voice. Ling Zhan, let's stop here, I said resolutely, but my heart was in turmoil. His eyes slightly stern, as if he realized my determination. Cheng Yinian, don't play this trick on me. I don't have time to play with you. His words were cold and ruthless. I don't have time to play with you either, so let's not waste each other's time, I said, and turned to leave. Ling Man and her friends behind me were stunned, and even Xin Xinyue seemed at a loss. Cheng Yinian has gone crazy, Ling Man muttered softly. I listened to her words, and my heart was at peace. Xin Xinyue followed me, held me, and said with a concerned expression, Yinian, don't be angry, Mr. Ling is really busy recently. Really? Then Xinyue, you will help me, right? I asked back with a different light flashing in my eyes. Of course, I will help you, she answered without hesitation, as if she was weaving a warm lie. I sneered inwardly. From now on, I will take back everything you took from me. The game has just begun. Today is my father's death anniversary. In my previous life, I was not present, so Xin Xinyue took advantage of me and made me an ungrateful person. In this life, I will never let her succeed again. I must let my uncles see her true colors. Xinyue, today is the anniversary of my father's death. I pretended to be relaxed, with a hint of helplessness in my voice. I was in a bad mood today, so I got angry. Ajan is angry with me now, and he definitely won't listen to me. Can you help me talk to him? I'm leaving first. When I mentioned the anniversary of his death, Xin Xinyue's expression changed immediately. She knew that if I performed well in front of Cheng Kongyu's old friend, it would definitely affect Ling Zhan's attitude. She would never let me regain my former edge. Inian, you really should go to your uncle's death anniversary, but when you're not here, your uncle's old friends are very dissatisfied with you. There was a hint of worry in her words. If you go, they may not look at you well. I was slightly startled and sneered in my heart. So what? I'll go for you and explain to those uncles. It won't be too late for you to go after they've calmed down, she said with concern, as if she was thinking about me, but in fact, it was to further weaken my position in their hearts. Xinyue, you are afraid that I will be wronged, and I'm also afraid that you will be wronged. I responded gently, but I already knew her little calculation in my heart. I didn't want to let her get her wish and compete with her in my way. After I went out, I went to the flower shop downstairs to buy flowers. The clerk came over to me enthusiastically and asked, Miss, what flowers do you want to buy? What are they for? To honor the deceased, I said lightly. She recommended, then use chrysanthemum. There are white chrysanthemum and yellow chrysanthemum here. Both are okay. I looked around the flower shop, and suddenly my eyes lit up when I saw a bunch of white jasmine flowers, my father's favorite flower. White jasmine flowers, I said without hesitation. The clerk was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll go pack it now. While she was busy, I had an idea and asked. In fact, daisies can also be used to commemorate the deceased. Why don't you recommend it? The clerk was a little embarrassed. I'm new here and don't know much about these. I smiled and said mischievously. Next time someone comes to buy flowers to commemorate the deceased, remember to recommend daisies. They will surely sell well, and your boss will give you a raise. She nodded gratefully. Thank you. You're welcome. I smiled and left. As for Xin Xinyue, she watched me leave and anxiously said to Ling Zhan, Boss Ling, today is the anniversary of Yinyan's father's death. She went to pay her respects. You are her fiancé, so you should also attend. Ling Zhan was stunned for a moment. No wonder he felt that Cheng Yinian was acting strange today. It turned out to be his father's death anniversary. He stood up, took the car keys, and said, I'll be there now. Please give me a ride. Uncle Cheng has been kind to me and my father, and I should go and pay my respects. Shen Xinyue said softly. Ling Zhan looked at Shen Xinyue, who was kind and grateful, and softened his voice. Let's go together. When Ling Zhan and Shen Xinyue arrived at the cemetery, many people had already come there, including almost all of his father's old friends. Shen Xinyue stared at these people, all of whom were well-known figures in the business world. She absolutely could not let me get their help. She wanted them to think that I was unfilial and an ungrateful person. I arrived earlier and walked into the cemetery. I knelt in front of my father's tombstone and burst into tears. Seeing how sad I was, my old friends around me comforted me. Inian, the dead are gone. You have to mourn. Just then, I saw Shin Shinua walking towards me quickly, holding a bunch of daisies, with a concerned look on her face. Inian, you're here. I was worried that you might change your mind and not come. Her voice was filled with false concern. Actually, you don't have to worry. You weren't here when Uncle Ching died. He won't blame you, and neither will the uncles. I sneered in my heart, knowing what she was planning in secret. Her words on the surface were to comfort me, but in fact, they were conveying two messages to the people around her. One was that I was unfilial, and the other was that it was her persuasion that brought me here. But how could I let her manipulate my image? Shinshiniue, you are so sensible. I pretended to be intimate and smiled slightly, but there was a hidden edge in my heart. I remember Dad often said that you were like his other daughter. Her expression froze for a moment, as if she was hurt by my words. People around her also began to pay attention to her reaction, which was exactly what I wanted. I wanted them to see her true face and expose her hypocrisy. Shun Xinyue's eyes flickered, and she hurriedly adjusted her emotions. Enian, today is a sad day. We all have to pray for Uncle. I smiled slightly, but I knew in my heart that I had to gain the initiative in this game. The uncles and aunts around me began to gather around and try to comfort me, while Shinshiniue became more and more nervous. She knew that her plan was falling apart. Enian, your uncle has always cared about you. An old friend said, you are very important in his heart. Although he didn't raise you personally, he always treated you as his own daughter. I felt the eyes around me become warmer, and I was secretly proud of myself. Shinshiniue's face became more and more ugly, and it was obvious that she didn't expect that I could win everyone's attention so quickly. At this moment, I decided to strike while the iron was hot, and turned to Shinshiniue and said, aren't you here? Dad always said that you were like his other daughter. Her face was stiff, but she couldn't refuse. Uncle Ching used to treat me like his own daughter, she said softly, with a false tenderness in her voice. I smiled slightly, thinking to myself, what a fool. She thought I would help her to gain favor with these old friends, but she didn't know that I had already seen through her tricks. Dad treats you like his own daughter, but you are so indifferent to him. I interrupted her, and my eyes fell directly on the bouquet of daisies in her hand. She was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect me to say that. The relatives and friends around her also cast questioning glances. Chung Yin, it turns out she is not my biological daughter. No matter how good I am to her, she has no heart. I smiled and continued, Dad hates daisies the most, and you brought daisies. These words were like a sharp knife, piercing Shinshiniue's heart. People around her began to whisper, accusing her of being ungrateful. What an ungrateful person. Kang Yu was so good to her before. Those words came like a tide, making Shinshiniue's face pale instantly. Seeing her angry and helpless, I felt secretly happy. Her self-righteous concern actually became my weapon to fight back. Ling Zhan stood aside, his eyes showing displeasure. He seemed to feel sorry for Shinshiniue. Zhan, I suddenly called him, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. I deliberately slowed down my tone, as if to reveal the climax of a play. When Dad passed away, you asked me to go on a business trip. I didn't see Dad for the last time. I am very sad and regretful. I know there is a deeper meaning behind these words. Ling Zhan's face darkened instantly, and I could sense his inner uneasiness. I continued, come here and kowtow to Dad with me. When Ling Zhan heard my request, he was so angry that he wanted to roll his eyes. Normally, worshippers would just lay flowers and bow. But am I crazy? I actually asked him to kneel and kowtow. He stood there without moving. I stared at him with a slightly cold look in my eyes. I said nothing and just waited quietly. I want to see if Ling Zhan will come. If he doesn't come to kowtow, he can forget about getting any benefits from these uncles in the future. Ling Zhan's eyes flashed with hesitation, and he was obviously unwilling to kneel. However, under the gaze of everyone, he finally came over and knelt down beside me. A wonderful sense of satisfaction surged in my heart, as if all the resentment was vented at this moment. I gently knocked my forehead on the marble tombstone, feeling the blood flowing out, which was the deep regret and nostalgia for my father. The uncles and aunts around me looked at me with softer expressions and came forward to comfort me. Enian, don't knock. Kang Yu won't blame you. Hearing this, the bitterness in my heart was replaced by a trace of warmth. But at this time, Shinshiniue's voice broke into my ears again. She tried to pull herself into my emotions and said gently, Enian, don't be like this. Uncle will definitely forgive us. I looked at her coldly, feeling disdainful in my heart. Shinya, you are right. Dad must have forgiven us, and our uncles have also forgiven us. I deliberately emphasized the word you, wanting to push her to the forefront in front of everyone. Sure enough, Shun Xinyue's expression changed instantly. Those uncles who had looked down on me because of her performance now looked at her with dissatisfaction. There was even a lady who pulled me to her side and said with contempt for Shun Xinyue, "Inian, don't hang out with people like this." Shun Xinyue was so angry that she was shaking, but she couldn't say anything. After paying respects to my father, the people around us left one after another, and the air was filled with an indescribable heaviness. At this moment, Ling Zhan finally couldn't help it. He turned to me and said coldly, "Cheng, what's wrong with you? Xinyue is doing this for your own good, but you deliberately embarrassed her." I acted innocent, blinked my eyes, and asked, "How could that be? Did she do something to embarrass herself? Xinyue is doing this for your own good. He's afraid that you'll be treated coldly by those uncles and aunts. But you come here and sell her." He stared at me coldly, with dissatisfaction in his eyes. I secretly rejoiced in my heart, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. "Ah, isn't what I said the truth? Xinyue, are you not going to let me come to commemorate my father?" Shin Xinyue's expression changed slightly, as if she realized the subtlety of this sentence. She coughed lightly and stammered, I'm just afraid that you will be blamed by those uncles." I continued to ask, "Oh, I was just telling you that my uncles are very nice, and they didn't blame me." There was innocence in my tone. Shin Xinyue was so angry that she almost smoked, but she still pretended to be calm. "You are not wrong." I looked at Ling Zhan proudly and said softly, "Did you hear that?" Xinyue said I was right. Ling Zhan seemed speechless, as if he had no way to refute me. Seeing him silent, I turned around and prepared to leave, but he stopped me again. "What are you going to do now?" I curled my lips and said, "Why do you care about me? Didn't you say you didn't dare to marry me?" "You." He gritted his teeth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. I wanted to continue to leave, but he coldly ordered, "Follow me home." I was angry, but some memories flashed through my mind. That house was a birthday gift from my father, but he had said, "Nyen Nyen, I always feel too much pressure living in your house with you. People outside say I am a gigolo." I was really afraid of losing him at that time, so I transferred the house to him without hesitation. Now I think it was really stupid. I secretly swore that one day I would take the house back. Taking a deep breath, I smiled and responded, "Okay, let's go home." Ling Zhan's mouth curled up with a contemptuous smile, and I knew he didn't think I had any backbone. After getting in the car, Shin Xinyue came over, opened the passenger door, and said to me, "Inian, you know I get carsick, so I'll sit in the passenger seat." I couldn't help but sneer. I didn't care about her tricks at all. I opened the back door and said calmly, "Whatever you want." When I got home, Ling Man sat on the sofa and suddenly taunted me. "Hey, you talked so much today. I thought you were going to break up with my brother. Why are you back again?" I was too lazy to respond and planned to go back to my room to rest. However, a familiar voice came from the sofa. Man, talk properly." I looked up and found that Yu Huixin had just returned from a trip, and I felt unhappy. "Mom, you're back." Ling Zhan greeted her with a smile. Shin Xinyue also said, "Annie, you're back." Yu Huixin sat down, smiling. "Today is Man's birthday, of course I have to come back." After that, she turned her eyes to me. "The dead are gone, but the living have to go on. Don't quarrel with a Zhan because of a dead person. You are getting married soon. As a daughter-in-law, you should know what to do." Hearing this, I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. Yu Huixin always lectures me as a future mother-in-law, as if I should obey Ling Zhan unconditionally. In my previous life, I foolishly thought that she was open-hearted to me. In this life, I will never be manipulated by her again. I smiled slightly and retorted, "I'm tired and I'm going to rest." Annie also knows that today is Ling Man's birthday. As a mother, it's my duty to cook a meal for my daughter, right? Yu Huixin was stunned, obviously not expecting me to resist. Her face suddenly turned gloomy. "Zhan, is this the girlfriend you're looking for?" Ling Zhan also stopped me and said in an unquestionable tone, "Today is your father's death anniversary. You have already had a tantrum this morning. After the memorial service, don't argue with the living over a dead person. Go cook." I raised an eyebrow. "What if I don't?" "Reason?" Ling Zhan asked coldly. "There is no reason. I'm just too lazy to do it." I emphasized the last three words and felt a sense of satisfaction in my heart. Ling Zhan was so angry that his hands creaked. Shin Xinyue quickly advised me, "Inian, Mr. Ling works really hard in the company. Don't get angry with him." She also added in a low voice, Men like women who take care of their families. I turned to Shinshinue, smiled slightly, held her hand, and said in a soft voice, Shinue, you said you would help me before, right? Yes, I will help you, she said without hesitation. Then help me cook today. I deliberately used a sweet tone. Shinue's expression changed. This? Ah, you won't help me? I opened my eyes wide, like an innocent victim. Her heart was churning, but she could only reluctantly agree. It's just that my cooking skills are not as good as yours. It's okay. I'll teach you. I smiled innocently, but I was secretly proud of myself. Okay. Shinshinue agreed reluctantly. Lingzhan originally wanted to stop it, but he couldn't resist Shinshinue's willingness. After all, Shinshinue didn't want Qingyian to find out so quickly that they were just fake sisters. They both went to the kitchen. I stood at the kitchen door, hands in my trouser pockets, watching Shinshinue busying around. Her face was full of helplessness, but she had to endure my instructions. Shinue, wash the meat first, cut it into slices, and marinate it. I said, oh, the meat has to be washed with cold water. Using hot water will scald the meat and change its taste. She retorted hastily, you need to handle the fish too. Scrape off the scales. I continued to instruct her. Seeing her frantic and flustered, I felt secretly proud. Time passed quickly in the kitchen. It took 4 hours to prepare this meal, and we cooked 10 dishes. All the dishes ordered by Ling Man's friends were big dishes. Shinshinue was so busy that she was at a loss. Her hands were cut by the knife 3 times, and her face and arms were covered with blisters from the oil splashes. In contrast, I was clean and refreshing. Although I didn't wear makeup, I looked particularly clean and clear. The meal was finally ready, and I said lightly, oh, I'm so tired, even more tired than when I cook it myself. I have to go to rest and skip dinner. After saying that, I turned around and went back to my room, feeling secretly proud of myself. When I was in the room, enjoying the air conditioning and applying a facial mask, the sounds from outside came in. Shinshinue's friends began their performance. Oh man, your future sister-in-law is really ugly. She cooks in the kitchen every day and puts on makeup. I dare not eat this dish, for fear that her false eyelashes will fall into the dish. That's right, she's really just a housewife. No wonder she's so obsessed with Brother Lingzhan. Their voices were getting louder and louder, mocking Shinshinue mercilessly. I curled my lips slightly, feeling secretly happy. They're all so self-righteous, so stupid and ridiculous. When Shinshinue heard these words, her face gradually turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes. Don't talk nonsense. This is my brother's secretary. She works in the business world. Of course, her cooking is not good. She's not a housewife. Her friends who came for the first time were all very embarrassed. In the end, we all felt uncomfortable eating this meal, mainly because the food was not tasty. After Ling Man's friends left, Ling Zhan dragged me out of the room. His face was full of anger, and his voice was as cold as ice. Qingyian, you went too far today, apologize to Shinue. I blinked and feigned innocence. What did I do? The humiliation Shinue suffered was not caused by me, but by Lingman's friends. Why should I apologize? Shinue suffered those humiliations for you. Shouldn't you apologize to her? Ling Zhan's voice became even colder. Ling Man echoed from the side. Yes, Sister Shinue cooked for you today. This should have been done by you. I smiled slightly, raised my head, and looked directly at Ling Zhan. Humiliation for me? Then why should I bear it? Am I born inferior to others? Or do you think I deserve to be treated like this? Ling Zhan, I'm your girlfriend. He was speechless, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Shinue wanted to ease the atmosphere and said gently, It's okay. Inian and I are good sisters. It's okay to bear this for her. Sister Shinue, you're just too kind. You treat her as a sister, but she doesn't treat you as a sister at all. Ling Man said coldly, holding Shinue's hand, as if trying to act more innocent in front of me. Yu Huixin also interjected. Shinue is Zhan's secretary. She shouldn't be doing this. Her hands are used for typing on the computer. There's no need for her to do these dirty jobs. I didn't want to care about Yu Huixin anymore. I just stared at Ling Zhan, and my voice gradually became firmer. Once, my hands were also used to type on the computer. Who made me like this? You made me like this. Do you still think I should be like this now? He was speechless, knowing that what I said was right, but he didn't want to admit it. In his heart, he was actually afraid that I would return to the workplace again, because I was much better than him before, and all the projects were successful because of my fame. You don't think you're wrong, right? Well, then you have to understand that from today on, I won't come back. After he said that, he turned and left. Ling Man sneered from the side. "Umph. Have you pissed off my brother? Let's see what you can do." Then she turned around and went back to her room. Yu Huixin was not to be outdone. "It's getting late. I'm going to get some beauty sleep. Remember to clean up the kitchen and the dining table." Shin Xinyue and I were the only ones left in the living room. She held my hand and said, pretending to be concerned, "Enian, you really pissed off Mr. Ling today." I looked at her, and she smiled softly. "But don't worry, Enian. I will help you." After some contemplation, she continued, "Enian, how about you wait until Ling Zhan's birthday and give him a big gift to apologize to him?" Chapter 17. That day, her life became dark. Chung Enian stared at Shin Xinyue's look, which seemed to be really caring about her. Shin Xinyue was really good at pretending. If she hadn't been reborn, she would probably still be deceived by her kind appearance. She remembered that in her previous life, although she cooked for Ling Man, Ling Zhan was still angry because Yu Huixin didn't eat spicy food, and she put spicy food in 3 dishes. After the meal, Yu Huixin kept covering her chest and said she felt uncomfortable. She said that she deliberately made spicy dishes to intimidate her future mother-in-law. Later, it was Shin Xinyue who gave her an idea and asked her to devote herself to Ling Zhan on Ling Zhan's birthday. They were going to get married anyway, so what did it matter if it was a day later or earlier? She also said that she would arrange everything for her. At that time, Shin Xinyue booked a presidential suite for her and bought sexy lingerie. She was actually still conservative at heart and did not wear the sexy lingerie. Shin Xinyue was a little angry, but she finally compromised and said it was okay for her not to wear it. She could take out the sexy lingerie and put it on the bed, which would be more provocative, so she agreed. After putting the sexy lingerie on the bed, she sat in the room waiting for Ling Zhan, but she didn't know why. While waiting, she suddenly felt hot and uncomfortable. She took off her clothes one by one and twisted around in discomfort on the bed. Later, Ling Qi came, but it was not just Ling Zhan who came. There was a group of people, including employees from the whole company, and a group of Ling Zhan's good brothers. She was so embarrassed that day that for a long time, she became the topic of conversation among the company employees and Ling Zhan's brothers. The women all said she was cheap. The men all discussed her figure in dirty ways, and some even said she must be good in bed and so wild, and no one knew whether she gave her virginity to Ling Zhan. Later, someone posted the events of that day online, and she could hardly go out to see people. Both men and women on the internet said that she was slutty and shameless. They also said that others wore sexy lingerie to tease men, but she even took off her sexy lingerie and threw it aside, saying that she really knew how to have fun. Even her mother scolded her for being a slut and asking so many men to come and watch her get horny. She explained to her mother that she didn't do that, but she didn't believe it. Her mother had believed Shin Xinyue in everything after she married Shin Xinyue's father, and she seemed to selectively block out whatever she said. But at that time, she longed for maternal love and endured everything. She and her mother had always maintained a good mother-daughter relationship on the surface. But after this incident, her relationship with her mother reached a freezing point. Although Ling Zhan still married her, at that time, she always thought that Ling Zhan was willing to marry her because he still loved her. Later, she found out that he was willing to marry her just for the 20% shares of the company she held. They had just been married for 3 days when he asked her to transfer 20% of the shares to him. At that time, he said, "You did such a shameless thing. I married you, but you still don't trust me and won't transfer the 20% shares to me? Since you don't trust me so much, let's get a divorce." It was not until that moment that she felt a sense of crisis. She knew that once she transferred the shares to him, he would divorce her and she would be left with nothing. Therefore, she had been unwilling to transfer the shares to Ling Zhan. After marriage, he never touched her, but just let her take care of his family like a nanny. Whenever Yu Huixin asked her to do something she didn't want to do, she would bring up that incident, saying that she had been seen by so many men, and her son did not despise her and married her, so she should be grateful and serve their family well. Chapter 18. Taking advantage of the situation. In her previous life, she had never thought about this matter carefully. Now that she thinks about it, what happened that day should have been posted online by Shin Xinyue. Also, she suddenly felt hot and unbearable that day. Later she found out that it was the atmosphere candles. However, she never thought that it was Shin Xinyue who changed the candles. She always thought that they were the candles provided by the hotel. She is really stupid. Thinking of this, Chung Yinian pulled his hand out of Shin Xinyue's, looked at her, and asked coldly, Then what do you think I should give him? Or why don't you give yourself to him? You're both going to get married anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's a day earlier or later. He will definitely be happy, Shun Xinhua said with a sweet smile, blinking at Cheng Yinian. In this way, you will really belong to him, and he will really belong to you. Cheng Yinian sneered. Since Shun Xinhua was so determined to set up a trap for her, how could she let her efforts go to waste? She said, Okay, then you arrange it for me. The day after tomorrow is his birthday. Okay, don't worry. I will make sure to arrange everything for you. Shun Xinhua smiled gently, and that smile was so sweet that it could make people sick. No wonder Ling Zhan liked it. He always loved sweet things. Okay, then you arrange it. Cheng Yinian nodded, turned around, and went back to the room. Only Shin Xinhua was left in the living room. She looked at the table full of leftovers and quickly took her bag and left. She didn't want to stay and clean the table. At night, Cheng Yinian lay in bed and couldn't fall asleep. She had to plan her future life carefully. In her previous life, she gave everything to Ling Zhan, but Ling Zhan treated her like that. So now, she had to take back everything she had given him. She wanted to let him know that when she cared about him, she could give him everything, and when she didn't care about him, she could also turn him back to his original state. She wants to take back the house her father gave her, but she didn't plan to take Ling E Clothing back. This company named after her, and Ling Zhan would only make her feel how ridiculous she used to be. However, she would not leave Ling E Clothing to Ling Zhan and Shin Xinhua. She would also destroy the empire she had built with her own hands. The only valuable thing she has now is the 20% stake in Ling E Clothing, and she must make good use of it. She covered her eyes with her hands and thought seriously. Suddenly, a person jumped into her mind. Si Qingma, the CEO of Mo Lan Qingyi, is also Ling Zhan's mortal enemy. Mo Lan Qingyi was registered only 3 years ago. Like Ling E Clothing, it is also in the clothing business. Compared with Ling E Clothing, it is like a child who has just grown up. It does not understand accidents and does not follow trends. However, it is also because it is a child who has just grown up and has the courage of a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. In just 2 years, it has developed rapidly and has become a company that is on par with Ling E Clothing. It has its own brand and design and is known for its uniqueness and uniqueness. When she was still in the company, she would try every possible means to release new products before Mo Lan Qingyi, and would also try hard to invite famous designers and models to design and promote for the company. Therefore, although Mo Lan Qingyi was already powerful, it was always overshadowed by Ling E Clothing. In fact, she could see that Mo Lan Qingyi's decision-maker was a very powerful person, and every time he lost to her, it was only because the people below him were one step slower than her. Chapter 19, Go Find Ling Zhan's Enemy. Cheng Yinian still remembered that 2 years ago, Si Qingma, the president of Mo Lan Qingyi, had extended an olive branch to her, trying to poach her to their company. At that time, she wanted to refuse, but Ling Zhan did not let her refuse, saying that he wanted her to keep him hanging for fun. At that time, she liked Ling Zhan so much that she naturally listened to him. She made many requests to Si Qingma, testing his bottom line every time, and he compromised and agreed again and again. She remembered that the last request Ling Zhan asked her to make was that he should hold a welcome banquet for her and invite the big bosses of the clothing industry in Yinhai City to attend. At that time, Si Qingma did not agree to this request for several days. It was not until a week later that he replied to her email, saying that he agreed and had prepared a welcome banquet. That day, she dressed up and stood on the stage, holding the microphone, and said to Si Qingma, Boss Si, do you know what my relationship is with Boss Ling of Lingy Clothing? He is my fiancé. Do you think I would stand against my fiancé? When you invite others to work, don't you check their background? I have doubts about your ability to work. After saying this, she ostentatiously left the welcome banquet with Ling Zhan on her arm. And because of that banquet, Si Qingma became a laughingstock in the circle. Thinking of this, Cheng Yinian took a deep breath. If she were to go and seek cooperation with Si Qingma again now, she wondered if he would agree. How will you know if you don't try? She can use the 20% stake in Lingy Clothing as a bargaining chip. The next day, Cheng Yinian got up early, washed up, and came out. She saw the leftovers from last night's meal still on the dining table, and there were even drinks and vegetable juice on the floor. In the past, she would have cleaned them up and made breakfast for Ling Man and Yu Huixin, but now, it was none of her business. She went out with her bag and bought fried dough sticks and buns at a street food stall. Ever since Lingy Clothing became successful, Ling Zhan never ate these for breakfast in order to show that he was a rich man. He always ate what he considered to be high-end coffee, sandwiches, and the like, so she would accompany him to eat those. It was the first time in several years that she had eaten so comfortably. After breakfast, she walked briskly onto the subway in a pair of soft-soled, low-heeled shoes and went to Molenchingi. Perhaps she was lucky. When she was negotiating with the front desk of Mo Lanchingi, she saw Si Qingma walking in from outside. He was wearing the most ordinary white shirt with a black suit draped over his elbows. His hair was not as meticulously combed as Ling Zhan's, and was even a little messy, but it made people feel noble for some reason. He has a tall figure and stands very straight when walking. Even when he does nothing and doesn't pose deliberately, he has a cooler figure than a male model. Chung Yinian looked at Si Qingma like this, thinking to herself, was she blind before? She couldn't see such a handsome man, and she was determined to hang herself on Ling Zhan's crooked tree. At this moment, Si Qingma was talking to his assistant. As he was about to reach the elevator, Chung Yinian immediately called out, Mr. Si. Si Qingma paused, turned around and looked at her, narrowing his eyes slightly. She hurried towards him, and at this time the little girl at the front desk of Mo Lanqing ran over to stop her. I'm sorry, Mr. Si. This lady said she wanted to see you for something, and I told her that she can't be seen without an appointment, but she just won't leave. Just go and do your thing, Si Qingma said to the girl at the front desk. The girl at the front desk left quickly, as if she had been pardoned. Chapter 20. Mr. Si still holds a grudge. Mr. Si, I want to talk to you, Chung Yinian said. Si Qingma curled his lips. Miss Chung, do you think the people you made me lose 2 years ago weren't enough? What are you trying to do this time? Chung Yinian knew that he still held a grudge, so she swallowed and said, I want to work at Molenchingi. Si Qingma sneered. Ms. Chung, you haven't worked for 2 years. Why do you think Mo Lanqing would want someone who has been out of touch with society for 2 years to work here? We're not a garbage collector. Hearing Si Qingma call her trash, Chung Yinian felt a lump in her chest, but soon she adjusted herself and smiled at him. What if I exchange Ling Yi's 20% shares for a job opportunity? Si Qingmo raised his eyebrows, then looked at his watch and said, I have a meeting in 10 minutes. Miss Chung is so sincere. I think you are willing to wait, right? Chung Yiji nodded immediately. Okay. Si Qingma looked at Chung Yinian deeply, then turned and entered the elevator. Chung Yinian sat down on the sofa in the lobby of the front desk. She really didn't expect that she would wait for a whole day. She didn't eat all day, for fear of missing the opportunity to talk to Si Qingma. She waited from morning till night until all the employees of Molenchingi had gone off work. She was still sitting in the lobby, her stomach aching from hunger, but she still endured it because she didn't see Si Qingma coming down. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Si Qingma's assistant Su came down and said to Chung Yinian, Ms. Chung, Mr. Si has left. You should go back too. Gone. Chung Yinian was surprised. He clearly promised me that he would talk to me in detail. Mr. Si only agreed to discuss this with you in detail, but he has not confirmed the time. Sui said in a businesslike manner. After a pause, he continued, Tomorrow, perhaps Mr. Si will have time tomorrow. Chung Yinian felt a little disappointed and a little angry, but she still smiled and nodded. Thank you, I'll come again tomorrow. She held her stomach and stood up, but she didn't stand firmly and almost fell down. Sui reached out to help her up. She smiled at Sui and said, Thank you. She walked out slowly. Sui watched her leave, went to the convenience store outside to buy 2 boxes of instant noodles, and then went upstairs to Si Qingma's office. Mr. Si, Miss Chung is gone. Yeah, Si Qingmo responded casually, but his eyes never left the computer. After a few seconds of silence, Sui spoke again. Miss Chung said she will come again tomorrow. Si Qingmo looked up at Sui and was about to speak when the office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Mr. Si is quite vindictive. I made you lose face before, so are you taking revenge on me now? Si Qingmo looked at Chung Yinian, who had come back, and said, Didn't the staff elevator stop? Fire the person in charge of the elevator tomorrow. But the words were not spoken to Chung Yinian, but to Sui. Sui was also confused. When he came up just now, he saw that the employee elevator had stopped. The president's elevator required a card to be swiped. When Chung Yinian heard what he said, she immediately said, I didn't come up by elevator, I climbed the stairs. When she said this, Si Qingma, who had just lowered his eyes to look at the computer, was surprised. His eyes fell on Chung Yinian's bare feet, and his brows frowned slightly. Chung Yinian then remembered that she had taken off her shoes when she climbed the stairs just now. She quickly bent over to put them on, coughed lightly, and said, Sorry, I forgot to put on my shoes. but my feet don't smell. Su E. Chapter 21. I have doubts about Miss Chang's ability. Si-Chima seemed to be amused by her words and coughed. He said to Su E, "Go eat." Eat? Su E asked uncertainly. Mr. C, are you sure you want me to eat, not instant noodles? Si-Chima glanced at him coldly, and he immediately laughed. Okay, then Mr. C, do you need me to pack a meal for you? No need. Si-Chima glanced at him again. You can go home now. Su E was happy now. He looked at Ching-Inian with some gratitude and said to Si-Chima, "Thank you, Mr. C. I'm leaving now. I'm really leaving." Si-Chima glared at him. Don't want to leave? Then continue to work overtime. Go, go, go. Su E immediately ran outside, faster than a rabbit. Chung-Inian looked at how the two were getting along and suddenly thought of her time at Lingy Clothing. Ling Zhan would never talk to his assistant like that. He always acted superior. It seems that Si-Chima is indeed a good boss. Please sit down, Si-Chima said to Chung-Inian. Chung-Inian sat down opposite him. He asked, why do you want to work for Mullen, Ching-Yi? Didn't you say that you wouldn't stand against your fiancé? Chung-Inian's face turned pale. She pursed her lips and answered honestly, he's not my fiancé now, he's my enemy. Si-Chima raised his eyebrows and smiled. Chung-Inian continued, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think we can cooperate. I will help Mo Lan Ching-Yi to reach a higher level and put Ling Yi Clothing under my feet. At this time, Si-Chima's phone vibrated. He reached out to take the phone, took a look and said, I still say the same thing. Miss Chung has been unemployed for 2 years. Why should I take you in? Chung-Inian also knew that she had not worked for so long and was out of touch with society. People would definitely not believe her, so she immediately threw out her chips. Mr. C, I can give you my 20 shares of Ling Yi Clothing in exchange for a chance to work at Mullen Light Clothing. I promise that within 2 years, Mullen Light Clothing will definitely acquire Ling Yi Clothing. After a pause, she continued, of course, I have another request, which is that after the matter is completed, Mr. C must find a way to help me get the house at number 3 Linhai Pavilion. Si-Chima glanced at his phone again and continued, it's been 2 years, and Miss Chung hasn't turned her fiancé into a husband. I have some doubts about Miss Cheng's ability. Chung-Inian cursed in her heart, this bastard. He really holds a grudge. He actually returns the same words she said 2 years ago to her right now. She took a deep breath, forced out a professional smile, and said, if you can't do it, then the 20% of the shares will be given to Mr. C. Si-Chima did not respond to her. At this moment, he was looking at a WeChat group on his phone. To be precise, it was his family group. People in the group kept tagging him. Let it be. Si-Chima, when will you get married? Can I, your grandfather, see you get married? Yundan Feng Qing. Mo, Grandma has a few high-quality girls. When will you come back to see them? Look, your grandfather and I are so old. You can't let us die with regrets, right? See how Yun. Si-Chima, you little brat. When will you have a baby? Your Uncle Han has been playing with his grandson for 2 years, and you are still not married. Beijing is so big, it is not enough for you to develop. You ran to Yunhai City, a small city, to develop. Do you think that even if your father dies, you will not be able to hold your grandson? Su Mullen. Momo, Mommy really wants to hold her grandson. Can you give birth to one? Chapter 22, I won't eat this after marriage. Si-Chima looked at the messages in the group and raised his fingers to type. Si-Chima. Grandpa, please change your online name. Don't call it, let it be natural. You don't look like let it be natural at all now. Grandma, please change it too. You don't look calm and composed at all now. Also, Dad and Mom, look at you. You are not as fashionable as your grandparents. You don't even have an online name. You just use your own name. See how you... How dare you say that about us? Don't you also use your own name? Si-Chima. I was afraid that you wouldn't recognize me, so I changed my nickname in the group. See how Yun. You are my son. I would recognize you even if you turned into ashes. Su Mullen. Chin Hao Yun, you want to die? Why did you say that my son turned into ashes? Yun Dan Feng Qing. You two should quarrel in your bed. Don't disturb me from introducing a date to my grandson. Mo, I have several girls here with all kinds of personalities. Otherwise, can I ask them to go to Yunhai City to find you? They will all be with you. There will always be one you like. Looking at the messages in the group, Si-Chima was a little speechless and a little scared. He was afraid that his grandmother would really let those girls come to find him. In order to avoid being urged to get married, he fled from Beijing to Yunhai City, but they were still chasing him to urge him. He frowned, then suddenly looked up at Ching-Inian and said, You don't have to give me the 20% share. Marry me and I'll give you a job. He felt that instead of marrying a complete stranger, it would be better to marry the woman who had been fighting with him for several years. At least, he knew that she would not fall in love with him, and it would not be so troublesome to separate in the future. What? Chung Inian thought she had heard it wrong. Si Chima put down his phone, stared at Chung Inian, and said, "Only after we get married can I be sure that Miss Chung has really broken up with President Ling. Otherwise, I would think that Miss Chung is here to spy for President Ling. After all, Lingy Clothing has been standing still for 2 years." Chung Inian opened her mouth to argue, but suddenly she didn't know how to argue. She thought again and realized that she would never have a love relationship again in the future anyway, so it didn't matter who she married. Thinking of this, she nodded. Okay, since Mr. C wants to use marriage as a guarantee, then let's get married. This time it was Si Chingma's turn to be surprised. He stared at Chung Inian and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes," confirmed. Chung Inian nodded. "Okay, see you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Si Chingma said. Chung Inian nodded. "Okay, see you tomorrow." After coming out of Mo Lanqing E, Chung Inian went to the 24-hour convenience store nearby and bought a box of instant noodles to have as dinner. However, when she took out her mobile phone to pay, she saw that she had 54 missed calls. She clicked on it and saw that they were all calls from Yu Huixin and Ling Man. Maybe he was going to scold her again for not cleaning up the table and kitchen last night? She ignored him, paid the bill, put her phone away, and went to ask the staff for water and instant noodles. After thinking about it, she realized that she hadn't eaten what she wanted in the past 2 years, so she decided to have a good meal today. Instant noodles. So she ran and got 2 cheese sticks, 2 soft-boiled eggs, and a rice ball. She asked the staff to add a small amount of water to her instant noodles. She put the soft-boiled eggs and rice balls in the noodle bucket, put 2 cheese sticks on top, and then asked the staff to heat it up in the microwave. Soon, the noodles were heated up. When they were taken out, they had a strong cheese aroma. Chung Inian couldn't wait to stir it with chopsticks. Noodles, rice balls, and cheese are blended together. It doesn't look very beautiful, but Chung Inian almost drools because of the delicious taste. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. "After marriage, I won't eat this." Chapter 23, Don't Be Late Tomorrow. Chung Inian turned around in surprise and saw Si Chima holding a bottle of water and 2 loaves of bread, and was about to pay. Chung Inian swallowed her saliva and said, "This is my personal recipe. If you want to eat it, I won't make it for you." "I don't want to eat." Si Chingmo replied indifferently, then found a seat and sat down, opened the bread, and started eating it with water. Chung Inian sat down next to him, watching him chew on the cold bread, and said, "You're eating this for dinner? You really don't value your stomach." Si Chingma looked at the bowl of noodles in her hand that looked like paste and said, "In my opinion, your bowl of dark food is more harmful to the stomach." Chung Inian curled her lips, ignored him, and started eating her noodles in big mouthfuls. After that, neither of them spoke. They finished their food in silence, and Si Chima got up and left. Chung Inian also left the convenience store. When she was waiting for a car on the side of the road, Si Chima's car drove over and stopped in front of her. Chung Inian looked at him and thought to herself, "This man is quite gentlemanly. He even knew to take her home. Not bad, so he deserves 1 point." In the end, Si Chingma just opened the car window and said to her, "Don't be late tomorrow." After saying that, he rolled up the car window and drove away, with no intention of sending Chung Inian back. Looking at the car leaving, Chung Inian gritted her teeth in anger. What a bastard, he's getting married tomorrow. Couldn't he just give her a ride? Isn't that so ungentlemanly? She could only take a taxi back by herself. When she returned to Linhai Pavilion, she tried to enter by entering the password, but found that no matter how she entered the password, it was incorrect and the door could not be opened. It seems that Yu Huixin and Ling Man changed the password of the door. Are they trying to intimidate her? She curled her lips, took out her cell phone, and dialed Ling Zhan directly. At this moment, Ling Zhan was drinking with a few of his good brothers in a bar opened by his friend. Looking at the caller ID, he curled his lips. He thought Chung Inian could hold on a little longer this time and then come to apologize to him. It seems that he still overestimated her. He held the phone and didn't answer it immediately. He just wanted to wait and see Chung Inian's anxious look to apologize to him. When his good friends saw him looking at his phone, they came over to take a look. When they saw that it was Chung Inian's number, they all laughed. "Hey, didn't you say you had a fight? Why did they call you so soon? I thought she could hold out longer this time, but I didn't expect it to last only 1 day." At this point, he laughed smugly. "It's really boring. Brother Jean, you are really good at training women. Can you teach us? Several of his good brothers surrounded him and asked. He curled his lips and smiled. Want to learn? Okay. Wait until I finish the call, and I'll teach you a lesson. You can't spoil this woman. Having said that, he pressed the answer button. Ling Zhan raised his lip, and before Qing Inian could speak, he spoke first. Do you know you are wrong? You don't have to apologize to me. After all, it was Xin Yue who you tormented yesterday. Call Xin Yue to apologize. If she forgives you, I won't care about it anymore. I will go back when I am free. You don't have to keep calling me. Take good care of my mom and my sister at home. Qing Inian on the other end of the phone actually listened to his words patiently, and then sneered, Don't think too much. I'm calling just to tell you, please ask your mother to open the door for me within 3 minutes, and send the new password to my phone. Otherwise, you will never get the 20% of my shares in your life. Chapter 24 3 minutes. As soon as Qing Inian said this, Ling Zhan's face changed instantly. He didn't expect that Qing Inian actually learned to threaten him. She was becoming more and more disobedient. Ling Zhan said coldly, Qing Inian, you've gone too far in playing hard to get. You might really lose me. You know, I don't like women to play. 3 minutes. Qing Inian interrupted him with these 3 words without waiting for him to finish, and then hung up the phone decisively. There was a busy tone on the phone, and Ling Zhan was so angry that he was shaking, but he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his brothers. He pretended that Qing Inian hadn't hung up the phone yet and scolded her a few more times while holding the phone. Okay, no need to apologize. My brothers and I are drinking, so don't call me if you have nothing to do. After talking to himself, he put down his phone. His brothers looked at him and complimented him. Brother Jean, you are really amazing. You have trained the eldest lady of the Chung family into obedience. Alas, a few years ago, everyone said that the eldest daughter of the Chung family was vigorous and arrogant. It took Brother Jean 2 years to become like this. Brother Jean, you should publish a book to teach everyone how to control women. Ling Zhan listened to these people flattering him, but he felt a little anxious. Qing Inian only gave him 3 minutes, so he had to call his mother quickly and ask her to open the door. So he took out his phone and said to his brothers, I'm going to go out and call my mom so she won't worry. Let's get drunk tonight. After saying that, without waiting for his brothers to react, he walked out of the bar holding his phone. After leaving the bar, he immediately called Yu Huixin. Yu Huixin answered her son's call very quickly. The phone rang only twice before she picked up. As soon as I picked up the phone, Yu Huixin's anxious voice of complaint came from the other end. Jean, do you know that Qing Inian was not at home all day today, and no one cooked for me and Xiaoman? She didn't clean up the kitchen and the dining table last night. Xiaoman and I called her all day today, but she didn't answer. She is really too unreasonable. You must talk to her and tell her that if it happens again, you won't marry her. When Ling Zhan heard his mother say that Qing Inian was away all day, he frowned tightly and felt a little uncomfortable. He used to think that Qing Inian was always under his control, but now he felt that he was losing control. However, he quickly said, Mom, Qing Inian is outside the door now. Open the door for her and tell her the password to the door. She's outside. Yu Huixin walked quickly towards the door and looked outside through the peephole. As expected, she saw Qing Inian standing outside. She sneered. She still remembers to come back? Jean, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but have you ever seen a married woman come back so late? You're still speaking for her. Women can't be spoiled like this. The more you spoil them, the worse they will become. Ling Zhan frowned and said, Mom, open the door for her and let her in. Linhai Pavilion is a wealthy area. You lock your future daughter-in-law out. What will others say about me if they see her? Once she goes in, you can do whatever you want to her. Okay, I understand. Yu Huixin agreed, hung up the phone, and went over to open the door. Qing Inian glanced at Yu Huixin and walked in. Yu Huixin scolded. Why did you come back just now? Don't you see what time it is? You are a woman who is about to get married. Don't play around like a little girl all day. If you want Jean to feel at ease outside, you have to take good care of the family for him. Do you understand? Qing Inian ignored her and went straight to her room. Chapter 25. The skirt costs 3,000. Cash or transfer. Yu Huixin frowned and reached out to pull her. Qing Inian, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? She pulled it a little hard, and with a swish sound, a tear was made on Qing Inian's white skirt. Qing Inian glanced at the hole in her skirt, then raised her eyes to look at Yu Huixin, her gaze as cold as ice. Yu Huixin was frightened by Qing Inian's eyes and took a step back, but then she thought, she is Qing Inian's future mother-in-law. How can a mother-in-law be scared by her daughter-in-law? Thinking of this, she straightened her back and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? You're a woman who's about to get married. If you don't stay at home to serve your mother-in-law, are you going to go out dressed like this to have an affair? It's just right that this skirt is torn. Don't wear it in the future. The daughters-in-law of our old Ling family can't wear skirts after marriage. Okay, you can wear it today, but you're not allowed to do it in the future. Now go make some tremella soup. It's uncomfortable to eat takeout at noon. Oh, and ask Xiaoman what she wants to eat in the evening and cook it together." At this time, Ling Man also walked out of her room and said, "I want to eat steamed eggs with sea urchin tonight. Steam 2 more." The takeaway at noon was terrible. I didn't even feel full. Chung Yinian ignored Ling Man and said to Hui Xin in a cold voice, "The skirt costs 3,000 yuan. Cash or bank transfer?" Yu Huixin's eyes widened. "What? 3,000 yuan for a dress? Do you think my son's money came from the wind? Why are you wasting it like this?" Chung Yinian was tired of Yu Huixin's talk. When she cooked for their family in the past, she and Ling Man always wanted to eat good food, and sometimes a meal would cost several thousand yuan. However, she was the one who bought the groceries, and Yu Huixin never said it was expensive. Whenever Ling Zhan wanted to buy her a gift worth 1 or 200 yuan, she would always tell him, "Zhan, it's not easy for you to make money. You've been together for so long. Why do you still need to celebrate holidays? Why buy those gifts? It's just a waste of money." Chung Yinian glanced at her and said coldly, "Will you give it to me? If not, I will ask your son for 30,000 yuan." Ling Man said anxiously, "If you ask my brother for it, will he give it to you? Humph, who do you think you are?" Chung Yinian curled her lips. "Then let's try and see if he will give it to us." Yu Huixi knew that his son had always wanted the 20% stake in Chung Yinian's hands, so usually whenever Chung Yinian asked him for some money, he would give it to her. But she was not happy to give Chung Yinian 30,000 yuan. How could Chung Yinian deserve so much money? She quickly said, come on, I'll give it to you." Chung Yinian showed her WeChat payment code, and Yu Huixin scanned 3,000 yuan for her distressly, and then said, 3,000 yuan is not a small amount. You should spend it frugally, and don't buy such an expensive skirt again. Ajan works so hard to make money. You could just buy a pair of pants online. I see there are more than 20 yuan ones, which are very suitable for you." Chung Yinian was too lazy to listen to her anymore, and went into her room with her bag. Ling Man called from behind. "Why are you coming into the room now? Go buy sea urchins. Can you buy them later?" Chung Yinian pretended not to hear, locked the door, went into the bathroom to take a shower, put on a facial mask, then picked up a book on the bedside table and read for a while before lying down to sleep. Outside the room, Ling Man and Yu Huixin came over and knocked on the door from time to time. "What on earth are you doing in the room? Why don't you go cook? And you haven't cleaned up the kitchen and the dining table. You must be starving." Chung Yinian was annoyed by the knocking, so she simply put on her headphones, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Chapter 26 Breakup. The next day, Chung Yinian got up in high spirits and began to pack up all her things. After getting the marriage certificate with Si Qingma today, she could not live here anymore. She couldn't marry Si Qingma and still live with Ling Zhan, right? Even if she didn't live with Si Qingma, she had to leave here. She looked up at the house. It was the birthday gift her father bought her. She had lived here for so long, and now she had to leave. She took a deep breath and smiled. It didn't matter. She would take the house back sooner or later. Now she was just letting the Ling family live in it temporarily. When the time came, she would take back everything with interest. She pulled her suitcase and slowly walked out. The leftovers from the night before were still on the table, and even in the hot summer, they were already starting to give off a sour smell. After leaving the house, she called her best friend Lan Yingying. "Yingying, can I stay at your place for a few days?" Lan Yingying was at work. She answered the phone in a low voice and asked quietly, "What's the matter? Did you have a fight with Ling Zhan?" "No," Chung Yinian said calmly. "We broke up." "What?" Lan Yingying's voice suddenly rose. Then she lowered it and said, "Wait a minute. I'll go out and talk to you. The office is very quiet. I don't even dare to speak loudly." Chung Yinian only heard a few rustling sounds, and soon she heard Lan Yingying scream, "Chung Yinian, you didn't lie to me, did you? Did you really break up with Ling Zhan?" "Really?" Chung Yinian's voice was still calm, but Lan Yingying on the other end of the phone was not calm. She said excitedly, That's great. That's great. You are finally free. You don't have to go around the stove every day. You don't have to be a nanny for your future mother-in-law and sister-in-law anymore. Then you can accompany me to eat hot pot and watch movies." I haven't eaten hot pot or watched a movie for a long time. Listening to her bestie's words, Chung Inian felt a little sad. It turned out that in the eyes of others, she had always been just the nanny of Ling Zhan's family, and she was the only one who couldn't see it clearly. She was about to speak when she heard a cold male voice on the other end of the phone. Lan Ying, you were slacking off here during work hours. Forget about your bonus this month. Then came Lan Ying's voice. Mr. Ming, I'm not slacking off. I just came out to answer a phone call. It's been less than 2 minutes. I worked overtime at night and went to a hot pot restaurant and a cinema to shoot 2 short videos. The cold male voice came again. Lan Ying said reluctantly, okay, come in and make me some coffee later. Then came the sound of footsteps. Lan Ying gnashed her teeth and said, the evil capitalists are trying to make me work overtime all day long. Chung Yinian raised her eyebrows. Why did she feel that Mr. Ming from Ying's company liked Ying? It was true that people who were involved were always confused. However, she had to understand the relationship herself. Just like when Ying advised her to leave Ling Zhan, she listened to Shen Xinyue's lies and blamed Ying for trying to destroy her relationship. For a while, she deliberately distanced herself from Ying. Now she understood how stupid she was. She continued, I'll stay at your house for a few days and move out when I find a new house. Lan Ying screamed, Chung Yinian, do you think I'm your best sister? What do you mean by moving out? Just live with me and stay as long as you want. Anyway, it's such a big house, and I'd be lonely living alone. Just think of it as keeping me company. Chapter 27 from now on, you are the person on my marriage certificate. Okay. Although Chung Yinian agreed verbally, she still planned to rent a house by herself. What she was going to do next might offend Ling Zhan and Shen Xinyue. If she lived in Lan Ying's house, she might be hated by Ling Zhan and Shen Xinyue. When Ying advised her not to just hang around the stove all day, Ling Zhan heard it, and he already hated Ying. Okay, then you go first. I have to go to work. The key is still in its original place, you know. Lan Ying said, okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Chung Yinian smiled and said, work overtime tonight. Lan Ying, humph, I'll fire him sooner or later. After hanging up the phone, Chung Yinian took a taxi to Lan Ying's house, put down her suitcase, looked at the time. It was already 7:30. She quickly took her ID card and household registration booklet and rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau without stopping. I took a taxi, but it was rush hour and the car was stuck in traffic. Chung Yinian kept checking the time on her phone. It was already 7:50, and she was still 2 kilometers away from the Civil Affairs Bureau. In the end, she simply got out of the taxi, went to the roadside, scanned a shared bicycle, and rode it. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Si Qingmao raised his wrist to check the time. It was 8:10, and the woman had not arrived yet. He lit a cigarette and leaned against a Mercedes-Benz, frowning slightly, looking a little anxious. He took a deep puff of the cigarette and gritted his teeth. He was fooled by this woman again. From childhood to adulthood, Si Qingmao had never fallen in the same place twice. In Beicheng, he could get whatever he wanted, but in this small Yunhai city, he was fooled by the same woman twice. He got up early in the morning, didn't go to the company, and ran here to wait for that woman. Is he really sick in the brain? He took a few more deep puffs of the cigarette until the cigarette butt was burned down. Then he put out the cigarette butt on the cigarette butt area on the trash can. Then he gritted his teeth, opened the car door, and was about to get in when he saw a girl with a ponytail riding a yellow shared bicycle rushing towards him and almost bumping into him. It was Chung Yinian. Seeing Si Qingmao, Chung Yinian curled up the corners of her mouth and smiled. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road, so I rode a shared bicycle and was 12 minutes late. As she spoke, she was thankful that she was wearing a white shirt and jeans today. If she had worn a skirt, she wouldn't have been able to pedal the shared bike like a rocket. Si Qingmao looked at her and frowned. I seem to have reminded you yesterday not to be late. Chung Yinian was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that he would be so fussy. Could it be that the Civil Affairs Bureau would be closed if he was 12 minutes late? She spread her hands and said, I didn't mean to do that. I'm already late. What do you want to do? After a pause, she added, how about I make it up to you? Si Qingmao looked at her, and she smiled very professionally. I'll compensate you $12. Do you know how much money I make per minute? Si Qingmao asked her with a raised eyebrow. Chung Yinian continued to smile professionally. I know Mr. C is very good at making money, but as far as I know, Mr. C only comes to work at the company from 8:30 to 9 o'clock every day, and he should still be sleeping at 8 o'clock. I am sorry for delaying your sleep time for 12 minutes, but I think 12 yuan should be enough as compensation. Si Qingmao suddenly raised his lips and smiled. You know my schedule pretty well? Chung Enian smiled and said, Of course I have to understand. After all, you will be the person on my marriage certificate from now on. Chapter 28. Since you're married, leave me your contact information. Sichima stared at Chung Enian for a long time. Seeing the sweat on her forehead, his mood instantly improved a lot. She chose to ride a shared bicycle here, so she must attach great importance to getting the certificate this time, right? Okay, have you brought your household registration booklet, an ID card? Sichima asked. Of course. Chung Enian smiled. I know why I came here today. Then let's go in. Sichima ignored Chung Enian and walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau first. Chung Enian quickly locked the shared bicycle and followed him in. The process of getting the certificate was very smooth. It only took half an hour and I got the 2 red books. Sichima put away his marriage certificate and said to Chung Enian, Since we are married, I have 3 requirements. First, I don't like to be cuckolded, so I hope you can sort out your relationship with your ex-fiancé. Second, now that you are husband and wife, you are obligated to help each other deal with their families. The third point is very important. At this point, he stared at Chung Enian and said, Don't fall in love with me. I don't like trouble. Love is the most annoying thing. Chung Enian listened with a smile and made a few requests. Okay, then I'll make a few requests. I don't like being cuckolded, so I hope Mr. C can take care of his lower body during marriage. Second, I hope Mr. C can keep his promises about the conditions we discussed before marriage. Third, I have my own things to do. I won't serve Mr. C's family, let alone cook. Also, I hope Mr. C won't meddle in my affairs. Hearing Chung Enian's last request, Sichima suddenly laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. With that dark dish you made, you still want to go into the kitchen? Please stay away from the kitchen in the future. Chung Enian. She looked at Sichima strangely. Didn't he know that she could cook? Didn't the whole circle know that she went to learn cooking from a Michelin chef just to lick Ling Zhan's chops? Isn't he from this circle? Sichima is indeed not in the same circle as Ling Zhan. He is the prince of one of the 4 major families in North City. Now he comes to Yunhai City to do business and set up a company. To put it nicely, he is here to expand his business. To put it bluntly, he is just here to experience life. Ling Zhan and Sichima are really not in the same circle. It's just that Sichima hid his identity well, and few people in Yunhai City knew his true identity. Chung Enian naturally didn't know either. She just thought that Sichima was just like Ling Zhan, someone who had just entered the so-called upper-class circle and had not yet entered the real top wealthy family. Why are you looking at me like that? Sichima frowned slightly and reached out to touch his face. Is there something on his face? What Chung Enian was thinking was that it was just right that he didn't know she could cook because she wouldn't have to go into the kitchen in the future. During the years she had been with Ling Zhan, she was really tired of cooking. The most important thing was that sometimes when she cooked a meal very carefully, Ling Man and Yu Huixin simply couldn't appreciate it. Every time they ate together, it was as if they had never eaten before in their entire lives, and they devoured everything in no time, making her feel that all her efforts were in vain. Okay, that's it. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Chung Enian waved at Ling Zhan. She did not forget that Shin Xinhua had taken great pains to set up the trap for her today. She had to go and thank this good sister. She took out her phone and was about to scan the shared bike when Sichima called her, Ms. Chung. Chung Enian looked up at him, and he pursed his lips and said, Since you're married, leave me your contact information. Chapter 29. This is what I want. Sichima was worried that if his family came to Yunhai City to give him a surprise attack, he would have to ask Chung Enian to deal with his family. Chung Enian felt something was wrong when she heard this, but she still took out her phone and asked Sichima, Are you scanning me, or am I scanning you? Sichima didn't reply, but took out his mobile phone and showed his QR code to Chung Enian. Chung Enian curled her lips, Sundara. She scanned Sichima, and after they added each other as friends, Chung Enian went over to scan a shared bicycle, got on it, and left. She first bought a pinhole camera and connected it to her mobile phone. After debugging it, she rode her bike to the hotel booked by Shin Xinhua. She went to the front desk and booked a room, which was just downstairs from the room Shin Xinhua had booked for her. After doing all this, she lay on the bed in the room, turned on the air conditioner, and called Shin Xinhua. Her voice sounded helpless and anxious. Xinhua, today is Zhan's birthday. You said you would help me. Shin Xinhua wanted to laugh when she heard Chung Enian's helpless voice. This idiot still relied on her so much. She said, Of course I will help you. We are good sisters. I've already booked a hotel for you. But he is still angry with me. I'm afraid that he won't come if I ask him out. Chung Enian said, I'll help you make an appointment with him. Shin Xinhua said. Chung Enian curled her lips and smiled. This was exactly what she wanted to hear. Okay, thank you, Xin Yue. You were so nice to me, she said innocently. By the way, Xin Yue, are you in the hotel now? I want to come and have a look. My first time will be given to a Jean. I want to be in the most perfect environment. I want to see how it is arranged. Okay, I'll send you the hotel address. Come over. Xin Yue said and hung up the phone. A sarcastic smile appeared on her face. Did Ching Enian really think that tonight would be her first perfect night? Today, she was going to ruin Cheng Enian's reputation and make her a laughingstock in the circle. She was also going to let Ling Zhan know how despicable Cheng Enian was, and that only she was worthy of him. What is the eldest daughter of the Chung family? There will no longer be any eldest daughter of the Chung family, and she is no longer the daughter of the Chung family's driver. Xin Yue installed her cell phone and looked at the room she had booked, the presidential suite, which cost her a lot of money. But it didn't matter, she could just ask by Jinxiu for it when she got home. She never expected that the woman was actually her father's first love. No wonder, after a little matchmaking between her and Cheng Enian, she soon married her father with all of Chung Kongyu's assets. She was probably worried that others would say she was a bad stepmother, so she treated her much better than Cheng Enian and was more generous with money to her. She replaced all the mood candles provided by the hotel with one she brought herself. The candles she brought were bought from a special channel and had aphrodisiac effects. When the candles were lit, even the most chaste and virtuous woman would be turned into a shameless and wanton woman. She curled her lips, a triumphant smile on her face. Chung Enian ordered a cup of coffee from a nearby coffee shop. After drinking it, she slowly went upstairs. She had to give Xin Yue some time to change the candles. Xin Yue took her around the room and asked, "How is it? Isn't this a good environment?" Chung Enian nodded and said, "The environment is good, but the atmosphere is a little lacking." Xin Yue couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. Chapter 30, Game Within a Game. Chung Enian said, "Xin Yue, I want to add a purple gauze curtain to the bed. It will be more seductive this way." Xin Yue didn't want to do it to Chung Enian at first, but then she changed her mind and thought that adding a curtain would indeed make it more coquettish. The coquettisher Chung Enian looks, the more effective it would be, right? Finally, she curled her lips and nodded and said very positively, "Okay, then you can wear a nicer underwear. I will go out and buy you a gauze curtain and underwear at the same time." "Okay." Chung Enian nodded. "Thank you, Xin Yue. Then you go buy it first. I'll take a look here and see if there's anything else I need to prepare." Xin Yue agreed. "Okay, then you take another look. But I was thinking, what else do I want to add to the presidential suite?" Xin Yue turned and left. Chung Enian walked around the room and installed the pinhole camera that she had prepared in advance. Looking at the candles placed in various corners, she curled her lips, put on the mask she had prepared in advance, closed all the doors and windows of the room, and then lit all the atmosphere candles that Xin Yue had carefully prepared for her. She left the room and stood at the window in the corridor, from where she could just see the downstairs. She entered the room and extinguished all the candles only after she saw Xin Yue coming back. Xin Yue walked in and said to Chung Enian with a smile, "Yin, I bought everything you mentioned. Come and take a look at this sexy lingerie. Is it sexy enough?" Chung Enian held her breath and reached out to open the sexy lingerie that Xin Yue bought. It was the kind of very thin black lace, without any fabric to cover anything. She threw the sexy lingerie on the bed and said to Xin Yue, "Xin Yue, you are so kind. Please help me send a text message to Ajan. Don't say that I asked him out. Just say that you asked him out yourself. I'm afraid that if I say I asked him out, he won't come." Xin Yue nodded. "Okay." Xin Yue picked up her phone to edit WeChat. Chung Enian stood by and watched. After confirming that Xin Yue's content did not mention her, and that she was asking Ling Zhan out in her own identity, she smiled and said, "Thank you, Xin Yue. However, I'll have to trouble you for a while. Please help me decorate here. I have to go out and put on makeup and style my hair. I can't be barefaced, right?" Xin Yue nodded. Okay, go ahead and remember to put on some seductive makeup." Chung Enian nodded. "Okay, I'll be leaving now. Oh, by the way, I'll take the room card. I'll go in directly after I finish my makeup and styling. You can leave first after you finish the decoration." "Okay, take it," Xin Yue said with a faint smile. Chung Enian turned and left the room, closing the door. Standing outside, she took deep gulps of fresh air. Even though she was holding her breath just now, she had inhaled a lot of gas from the burning candle. She had to quickly wash her face with cold water. She had experienced this in her previous life. The amount of medicine in Shun Xinyue's candle was extremely large and would make people lose their mind. She quickly went downstairs, entered the room she had booked, washed her face with cold water, and still feeling uneasy, she took another cold shower. Only then did she feel relieved, sat on the bed, wrapped in the quilt, picked up her cell phone, and went to see what was happening over there with Shin Xinyue. Shin Xinyue was sitting in the room and hadn't started to decorate yet. Instead, she took out her cell phone and sent WeChat messages to all her colleagues in the company and all of Ling Zhan's good brothers, saying that it was Ling Zhan's birthday and that a presidential suite had been booked in the hotel, so everyone was asked to come in the afternoon to celebrate together. Chapter 31. How could this happen? After sending the WeChat message, Shin Xinyue excitedly went to decorate the room. However, when she was hanging the gauze curtain, she suddenly felt very hot, a little parched, and her mouth was dry. She took off her coat and threw it on the sofa, then continued to hang the gauze curtains. After the gauze curtains were hung, she felt even more hot and uncomfortable, and her mind was a little cloudy. She had no thoughts anymore. She just felt hot and a little anxious, and always felt that she was longing for something deep in her body. She tore off her clothes randomly, taking them off one by one, then rolled onto the bed, twisting around on the bed, and next to her was the sexy lingerie she had bought herself. Chung Yin watched the surveillance footage on her phone with a cold look in her eyes. In her previous life, she was like this. She saw that Shin Xinyue was already unconscious. She came out of the room, went upstairs, opened the door with the room card, and did not lock it again but left it ajar. Otherwise, when Ling Zhan and the others come and can't open the door, wouldn't today's show have been in vain? After closing the door, Chung Yin went downstairs again. She went out to buy lunch and ate it while sitting in front of the window in the room. Seeing from the window that Ling Zhan had brought his company employees and her good brother to the downstairs of the hotel, she was not in a hurry. She finished her meal, washed her face, and then slowly went upstairs. After getting out of the elevator, she adjusted her mood. She had to perform a big drama in a while, and her emotions had to be right. She walked to the door of the presidential suite and saw that it was full of people. Everyone had an excited and gossipy expression on their face, and some were even taking videos with their cell phones. Chung Yin curled the corners of her lips and walked in. At this moment, everyone standing inside looked at her. With a smile on her face, she said, "Oh, everyone is here. Today is Zhan's birthday. Are you all here to celebrate for him?" After saying that, she continued to walk inside, and then she saw Shin Xinyue twisting her body on the bed, and Ling Zhan took off his coat and covered Shin Xinyue with it. But Shin Xinyue refused and pulled his coat off, then buried herself in his arms, climbed onto his neck with her hands, and kept kissing him on the mouth. Seeing this, Chung Yin sneered in her heart, but she squeezed out a string of tears with all her might, rushed in aggressively, pulled Shin Xinyue off Ling Zhan, and slapped Shin Xinyue with all her might. "Shin Xinyue, how could you do this? I treated you as my best sister, but you blatantly seduced my fiancée. How dare you? How could you?" Chung Yin tried hard to make herself look angry, sad, and disappointed. Of course, these emotions were not entirely acted out. She was indeed angry, sad, and disappointed, but all of that is in the past. Half of Shin Xinyue's face was swollen from being beaten, but she was still in a daze. So Chung Yin picked up a glass of water on the table and poured it directly on Shin Xinyue's face, to wake her up and let her feel the shame of today. Sure enough, after that cup of wine, Shin Xinyue sobered up a little. Seeing the situation in front of her, she subconsciously snuggled into Ling Zhan's arms, trying to use Ling Zhan's body to cover her messy body. Ling Zhan hurriedly wrapped Shin Xinyue in his suit. Shin Xinyue cried out in despair. How could this happen? Chung Yin sneered in her heart, but she shouted hysterically. How could this happen? Who are you asking? Chapter 32. You should believe her. When Chung Yin raised her hand to slap him again, Ling Zhan grabbed her wrist, pushed her away, and said with a frown, "Chung Yin, that's enough." In fact, Ling Zhan didn't use much strength, but Chung Yin was retreating step by step and finally fell to the ground. She tried hard to force herself to cry, and cried out in tears. "Is it enough? Ling Zhan, we have known each other since college. I accompanied you from scratch to the listing of your company. We worked hard together. You said you would marry me. You said you would make me the happiest woman in the world. But now, you hit me for this shameless woman?" Ling Zhan didn't expect Chung Yin to fall. He looked at his hand in a daze. However, he was used to looking down on Chung Yin, so he said coldly, "Xinyue is your good sister. How can you treat your sister like this?" Chung Enian cried and said, "Yes, she is my good sister, the person I trust the most, but she seduced my fiancé behind my back. I also want to ask, is there anyone who treats her sister like this?" Shinshua shook her head. "I didn't, Enian, I really didn't." "Did you hear that?" Shinhue said she didn't. Ling Zhan looked at Chung Enian coldly. "You should believe her." "Should I believe her? But I'm not blind." Chung Enian complained. "Ling Zhan, the facts are all here. You still want to protect her? Have you been hooking up with each other for a long time?" Ling Zhan wanted to say something, but the employees around him started talking. "I always thought Secretary Shun liked President Ling. She always went to President Ling's office and stayed there for the whole afternoon. I didn't expect that she would seduce him so blatantly now. This Miss Chung is too pitiful. From what she said just now, she and CEO Ling built the company together. Now Secretary Shun wants to take advantage of the ready-made things. Secretary Shun's character is not good. Hey, beware of fire, theft, and best friends. From what I see from President Ling, it seems that he has feelings for Secretary Shun as well. Then Miss Chung is even more miserable. She was betrayed by her best friend and her fiancé at the same time. No one is more miserable than her." Listening to the words of the company employees around her, Shinshima tightly grasped Ling Zhan's suit, her mind racing. Why on earth was this happening? This was clearly a surprise she prepared for Chung Enian. Why did it become her? She looked up at Chung Enian. She was not wearing any makeup and looked the same as when she went out. So, was she actually being tricked by Chung Enian? How is that possible? She is so stupid, so foolish. And yet she trusts her so much and listens to her in everything. How could it be her? But she didn't have time to think too much at this moment, because everyone looked at her with contempt, and some men even had lust in their eyes. Although Ling Zhan was protecting her now, he would also feel uncomfortable about this matter, right? She had to explain it clearly, and she had to explain it in front of everyone. She said softly, "Enian, this is the room I prepared for you and Mr. Ling. You said you wanted to celebrate Mr. Ling's birthday and that you wanted to dedicate yourself to him. So I prepared these for you." "Prepared for me? Then why are you lying in his arms now?" Chung Enian asked in a sad voice. "Shin Xinyue, do you think I'm a fool?" Shin Xinyue was so angry that she was shaking, but she had no way to explain, so she could only continue to pretend to be weak. I don't know why this happened. This must be a misunderstanding, Mr. Ling. You have to believe me." "Misunderstanding?" Chung Enian glanced at the mobile phone that Shin Xinyue placed on the coffee table. She walked over, picked up the phone, and rushed to Shin Xinyue. Chapter 33. This surprise is a big one. Shin Xinyue shrank back and burrowed into Ling Zhan's arms again. Ling Zhan subconsciously held her in his arms and glared at Chung Enian. "What are you going to do now?" Chung Enian said sarcastically. "Don't worry, I won't hurt your heart. I just borrow her finger to unlock the phone." She roughly pulled Shin Xinyue's hand, unlocked the phone with her fingers, opened Shin Xinyue's WeChat, and then clicked on the chat history with Ling Zhan, and said sadly, "What do you mean it was prepared for me? It's obvious that you asked Ling Zhan to come here." She showed the chat history between Shin Xinyue and Ling Zhan to everyone. Everyone gasped. It was Shin Xinyue who really asked Mr. Ling to come. Someone also read out the WeChat message sent by Shin Xinyue. "Boss Ling, I have booked a presidential suite at the Imperial Palace Hotel to celebrate your birthday. You must come. I have a surprise for you." Wow, that's a big surprise. The surprise is to offer myself to Mr. Ling? That's pretty impressive. I usually think Secretary Shun is quite conservative, but I didn't expect him to be so open. At this moment, Shin Xinyue was finally certain that it was Chung Enian who harmed her. She deliberately said that she had made an appointment with Ling Zhan because she was afraid that he would not come out, and asked her to send a WeChat message to Ling Zhan in order to clear herself. Just for this moment? Did Chung Enian know something? Impossible, she had always been very secretive. Listening to the various words of the people around her, she explained anxiously, "Enian, it was you who asked me to help you make an appointment with Mr. Ling. I'm his fiancé. If I want to ask him out, I don't know how to do it myself. Do I need you to do it?" Chung Enian interrupted Shin Xinyue before she could finish her words. Shin Xinyue took a deep breath and said, "You were the one who said that Mr. Ling was angry with you, and that he might not come if you asked him out. You asked me to say that I asked him out myself. Why did you frame me like this?" Chung Enian curled her lips and smiled, saying, "Everyone who knows me and Ajan knows that I love him very much. How could it be possible? How could I bear to make him angry?" "Shin Xinyue, you have to think carefully before you lie." As soon as Chung Enian said this, Ling Zhan's brothers around her immediately spoke up to confirm her words. Yes, everyone in the circle knows that Cheng Enian is our brother Zhan's liquor. She doesn't dare to make our brother Zhan angry. We drank with brother Zhan yesterday, and Cheng Enian even called to say something soft to brother Zhan and showed concern for him. Listening to Ling Zhan's brothers testifying for Cheng Enian, Shin Xinyue felt a surge of anger in her chest. If she had known this would happen today, she would never have let the whole circle know about Cheng Enian's licking of the boot in front of Ling Zhan. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. She looked up at Ling Zhan, tears welling in her eyes. Boss Ling, it was really Enian who asked me to send it. Ling Zhan's eyes swept towards Cheng Enian coldly. You got mad at me these past few days just to frame Xinyue? Xinyue is just my secretary. You were the one who recommended her to be my secretary. Why are you jealous now? Cheng Enian sneered. I'm jealous? Ling Zhan, if it was really me who asked her to send WeChat to you, then did I also ask her to send WeChat to the company's employees and your good brothers? If it's really like she said, I want to dedicate myself to you, and I asked her to invite your employees and good brothers over, am I crazy? After she finished speaking, she took out Shin Xinyue's mobile phone again and showed everyone the messages she sent to the employee group of Lingy Clothing, as well as the messages she sent to Ling Zhan's good friends one by one. Cheng Enian's words and actions left Ling Zhan speechless. Chapter 34 Provocation. At this time, one of Ling Zhan's good brothers suddenly spoke up and jokingly said, Alas, our brother Zhan is so lucky to have such a sexy secretary. How can he concentrate on his work? Another one said excitedly, Shin Xinyue took the initiative to send me a message and asked me to celebrate brother Zhan's birthday. Could she be trying to seduce me as well? She sent it to me too. Was she trying to seduce me? Hee, Shin Xinyue's figure isn't particularly good, but her breasts are big enough. I like them. Hey, do you think she's still a virgin? I don't think she is anymore. Ha, I didn't expect she was so good at playing. Could it be that she wanted to play? Everyone was talking at once, and in their mouths, Shin Xinyue was simply a slut. Ling Zhan clenched his fists and roared. Get out. All of you get out. A good brother of Ling Zhan said with a smile. Brother Zhan, Shin Xinyue wants us to see her. Why are you so stingy? It's better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Ling Zhan was so angry that he raised his foot and kicked his good brother to the ground. His brother's family also had some money. Before Ling Zhan became rich, this brother looked down on him. Only after he became rich did he start to play with him. At this moment, Ling Zhan kicked the man to the ground. The man also got angry and got up from the ground and said, Bah, I gave you face, didn't I? I usually give you face and call you brother Zhan. But you really think you are a dish? You kick me for a chicken? I'm kicking you. It's your fault for speaking such a foul language. Ling Zhan yelled at the man. Oh, you can do it. But why can't I say it? The man snorted coldly. Get out. Ling Zhan said coldly. The man snorted coldly. Just go. Who wants to celebrate your birthday? After saying that, he turned and left. Ling Zhan looked at the others again, and they all left tactfully. Only Cheng Enian, Ling Zhan, and Shin Xinyue were left here. Ling Zhan looked at Cheng Enian and called out, Enian. Shin Xinyue in his arms suddenly said weakly, Boss Ling, I feel so uncomfortable. Ling Zhan glanced at Shin Xinyue in his arms, bent down, picked her up, and walked towards the bathroom. When passing by Cheng Enian, Shin Xinyue gave her a provocative smile. Cheng Enian sneered, turned, and left. Ling Zhan carried Shin Xinyue into the bathroom, put her on the sink, filled the bathtub with cold water, and then carried Shin Xinyue into the bathtub. Shin Xinyue felt very uncomfortable at the moment, but her brain did not stop working. Although Ling Zhan always took good care of her and helped her every time she had a conflict with Cheng Enian, he never said anything to her, nor did he break up with Cheng Enian. She must snatch Ling Zhan away from her. Why should such an outstanding man be given to Cheng Enian? She could snatch Cheng Enian's mother away and her family's property away, so naturally she could snatch Ling Zhan away as well. So with the help of the drug, she suddenly stood up from the bathtub, put her hands around Ling Zhan's neck, and kissed him on the lips, breathing heavily and saying in a seductive voice, Boss Ling, I feel so uncomfortable. Please help me. Please help me. The sudden soft body that pounced on him made Ling Zhan's body stiffen slightly. He tilted his head back and panted. Xinyue, you are not sober now. Don't do anything that you will regret. Be good. Take a cold shower quickly. You will be fine after the bath. Chapter 35 Ling Zhan will be hers sooner or later. I don't want it. I don't want it. I want you. Shin Xinyue saw him tilting his head back and avoiding her kiss. So she stopped kissing his lips and simply bit his Adam's apple. Ling Zhan's body became even stiffer. Shen Xinyue could clearly feel the changes in his body. He couldn't resist her. She laughed in her heart, thinking, Cheng Enian, you are personally giving your man to me. I was originally worried about how to make my relationship with Ling Zhan closer, and now I can use the drug to make him fall. She usually presents herself as a pure goddess in front of Ling Zhan and acts like a good sister to Cheng Enian. She has no way of seducing Ling Zhan, and she doesn't want to destroy her pure image in Ling Zhan's heart. Today was just right. As long as something happened between her and Ling Zhan today, she would find a way to make Ling Zhan marry her, and everything that belonged to Cheng Enian would belong to her. So she became even more unrestrained. Just when Ling Zhan was about to throw away his weapons, his cell phone rang. He pushed Shun Xinyue away in panic and said, I'm going to answer the phone. The call was from Yu Huixin. As soon as the call was connected, she first wished Ling Zhan a happy birthday, and then said angrily, Ah Zhan, you have to talk to Cheng Enian. She is lazy as a pig now. She hasn't cleaned up the table from the day before yesterday. She didn't cook for me and Man yesterday. She came home very late at night. Man and I ate takeout. My stomach is almost upset. I asked her to cook some tremella soup, but she didn't cook it. Let me tell you, I don't accept a daughter-in-law like this. Ling Zhan was in a state of confusion at the moment. He was really annoyed and said, don't bother with her. I don't care about her. Do I have to clean up the messy dining table? Who will clean the house in the future? Who will cook? Yu Huixin said angrily. I'll take care of her later. Don't worry about her today. Go out and have fun. Just think of it as celebrating my birthday. I'm very busy now. Ling Zhan didn't have the energy to deal with his sister and mother. I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you. Go out and have fun. 100,000? Thanks, brother. Mom, there's a famous beach in the neighboring city. I want to check in. Let's go there. Ling Man's voice came from the other side. Yu Huixin looked at Ling Man helplessly and said to Ling Zhan, you should also take care of yourself and stop focusing on work. I'll hang up first. Yeah. Ling Zhan hung up the phone, transferred 100,000 yuan to Yu Huixin, and then went back into the room. Standing at the bathroom door, he knocked on it but did not go in. He said outside, Xinyue, I'm going back to the company first. You calm down here. After saying that, he left quickly. Xinyue sat in the cold bathtub and angrily splashed water all over the floor. She was about to succeed, but who was the blind person who called Ling Zhan? It's Cheng Enian. It must be that bitch again. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, Cheng Enian, don't be complacent. Ling Zhan will be mine sooner or later. Cheng Enian had just come out of the hotel when her cell phone rang. It was a voice message from WeChat. She saw that the person who called her was from a WeChat account she didn't recognize and thought to herself, could it be the person who was there just now? Want to ask her how she feels now? She was too lazy to pay attention and hung up. After a while, this WeChat account sent her another message. Come to my house in the evening. Cheng Enian frowned and cursed. Are you sick? Do you think I'm Shin Xinyue? After saying that, he blocked that WeChat account. This time I was in a good mood and didn't ride the shared bike again. Instead, I took a taxi to Lan Yingying's house. Chapter 36. Get a marriage certificate with him and live with your ex-fiancé? Si Qingma, who had just hung up a video call with his mother, saw that Cheng Enian hadn't replied to his message, so he sent another message. As a result, he found that it had turned red. He frowned and snorted. You blocked me just after getting married? You are really bold. He wanted to call her, but found out that he didn't have her number. He wanted to find her, but he didn't know where she lived. He was so frustrated that he went crazy. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever dared to treat him like this. Si Qingma threw his phone on the table, put his hands on his waist, walked around the office, and said through gritted teeth, Okay, it's really good. After being angry for a while, he finally seemed to have thought of something. He picked up the landline phone on the table and called the internal line, Sui, come in. Hearing his boss' voice, Sui shuddered. Oh my God! Who made the boss angry? Their boss has always managed his emotions very well and rarely loses his temper. The last time he lost his temper was 2 years ago when he was fooled by Miss Chung. This time, I don't know who is so capable to make their boss angry. He hung up the phone and knocked on Si Qingma's office door. Boss, please tell me what I can do for you, Sui said in a servile manner, fearing that he might get burned by the fire. Si Qingma put one hand on his waist and the other on his lips, gritted his teeth, and said, Check Cheng Yinyan's phone number for me, and then check where she lives now. Sui was stunned. Hey, it's Miss Chung again. It seems that only Miss Chung can annoy their boss. She is really capable. Did Miss Chung fool their boss again last night, just like the time 2 years ago? He really wanted to gossip, but seeing the boss's face, he didn't dare. Forget it. Forget it. Let's wait until the boss calms down before gossiping. So he immediately responded, okay, I'll check it out now. I have to say that Su Yi's working ability is still very strong. He quickly found out Cheng Enian's mobile phone number and address. Si Chimal looked at the phone number and address Su Yi gave him. He stared at the address for a long time and said, Number 3 Linhai Pavilion. Isn't that Ling Zhan's house? Su Yi nodded. Yes. Then why does she still live there? Si Chima frowned tightly. Su Yi was a little confused. Did their boss lose his memory? Did he forget that Miss Chung was Ling Zhan's fiancée? Although the big boss was very angry now, he still had to remind him, Miss Chung is Mr. Ling Zhan's fiancée. It's actually nothing strange for her to live there. The expression on Si Chingma's face darkened instantly, and he snorted coldly. This woman is really capable. She got married to him and even lived with her ex-fiancé. So, why did she marry him? For a job? Then why come to work for Mo Lan Qingyi? Is it to serve as a spy for Ling Zhan? This woman can really do anything for Ling Zhan. In the past, in order to get sponsorship for Ling Zhan, she stayed up late to drink and did everything to beg for mercy. Now it's even worse. She is even willing to get a marriage certificate with him. But does he look like a fool? He gritted his teeth, crumpled up the piece of paper Su Yi brought in, and threw it into the trash can. Su Yi saw that his boss was getting even angrier. He panicked and said quickly, Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Without waiting for Si Chima to speak, he ran out like a rabbit. Si Chima was so angry that he walked around the office a few more times. Finally, he picked up the piece of paper from the trash can and dialed the number on it. Chapter 37, Add Me Back. Cheng Enian had just returned to Lan Yingying's house and was lying on the sofa, applying a facial mask and eating watermelon. She had done something big today and was in a very good mood. When she saw an unfamiliar call, she picked up the phone in a good mood, still biting the watermelon in her mouth, and said vaguely, Hello, who is this? Listening to Cheng Enian's vague voice, some images that are not suitable for children suddenly appeared in Si Chingma's mind. Is she kissing Ling Zhan? She is speaking so vaguely. She was nestled in Ling Zhan's arms at the moment, laughing at him together with Ling Zhan, laughing at him for being deceived by Cheng Enian time and time again, like a big fool. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm not good. Very bad. Cheng Enian recognized his voice immediately. She blinked and asked, Si Chingma? Humph. Si Chingma snorted coldly. Cheng Enian pursed her lips and asked again. You called me and said you were not feeling well. Did you want me to comfort you? Si Chingma sneered. Who do you think you are? Who cares about your comfort? Then why did you call me? Cheng Enian was a little confused. Where are you? Si Chingma asked. At my friend's house. Cheng Enian answered honestly. Boyfriend. Si Chingma said sarcastically. No, girlfriend. Cheng Enian blinked and said, I am your wife now. How can I have a boyfriend? It's good that you know it. Si Chima snorted again. Cheng Enian. Of course I know. Send me the address, and I'll pick you up after get off work. Si Chima said. Pick me up? Pick me up for what? Cheng Enian asked confusedly. Just now you said you knew you were my wife. So, why did I pick you up? Shouldn't husband and wife live together? Si Chima said coldly. Is it necessary? Cheng Enian asked tentatively. Then, do we still have to fulfill our husband and wife obligations? You don't want to? Si Chima asked with a raised eyebrow. Cheng Enian thought for a while. Since they were already married, it was not impossible to fulfill their duties as husband and wife. It was just a pity that she and Ling Zhan had been together for so many years and had always kept their last bottom line. Now, Si Chima would get the advantage. She sighed and said, It's not that I don't want to, I just feel a little embarrassed. Si Chima suddenly smiled and said, You are willing, but I am not. Send me the address, quickly. Cheng Enian breathed a sigh of relief and said briskly, Okay, I'll send it to you on WeChat. When it comes to WeChat, Si Chima gets annoyed again. He grits his teeth and says, You still send me WeChat messages? Are you still my WeChat friend? Yes, we added it today after we got the certificate. Cheng Enian said puzzledly. Add me back. Si Chima was too lazy to talk nonsense with Cheng Enian anymore. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Cheng Enian listened to the beep-beep sound coming from the phone and was a little confused. What was wrong with this bastard? She took out her cell phone and looked for Si Qingma's WeChat in her address book, but she couldn't find it after searching for a long time. The main reason was that she couldn't remember his WeChat name at all. She thought about what he had just said again, and an idea suddenly came to her mind. Could it be that he was the one who was blocked on WeChat in the afternoon? She quickly released the person from the blacklist and sent a message. Si Qingmo. Soon I received a reply from the other end, which was the same as the one I heard on the phone. Huh. Looking at the word humph without any emoticons, Chung Inian found it inexplicably funny. She seemed to be able to imagine his expression at the moment. After all, it was not the first time that she made him angry. Chapter 38, The Best Stepmother in the World. The Worst Biological Mother. Chung Inian quickly sent him Lan Yingying's address, but he only got one reply. 1. She knew what the 1 meant. She often did this. When she was very busy and had no time to reply to others, she would reply with a simple 1 to indicate that she knew or had received it. She put down her phone and continued eating watermelon. After eating the watermelon, she lay on the bed and had a comfortable sleep. When she woke up, it was almost dark. She looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock, and Lan Yingying had not come back yet. She knew that she might have been taken on a date by her boss. Not knowing what time Si Qingma would come over, she got up and packed her things, then sent a WeChat message to Lan Yingying, saying that she could no longer stay at Lan Yingying's place. Lan Yingying. Ah, you're not living in my house again? Woo, I thought we could finally be together, cooking together, eating together, sleeping together, watching movies together, gossiping together. Hey, why are you leaving? Where are you going to live now? Chung Inian looked at the WeChat message sent by Lan Yingying and was still thinking about how to reply to her when her next WeChat message came. No way, no way. You're not going back to Lingzhan again, are you? Cheng Jinyan smiled helplessly. No. Lan Yingying. That's good. Don't go back. Be brave. Chung Inian. Ying, I'm going to pack up first. Someone will come to pick me up later. I can't keep them waiting for too long. Let's meet and chat tomorrow when the room is empty. After sending this WeChat message, Chung Inian went to wash up. As a result, when she finished packing, Si Qingma didn't call her or send her a WeChat message, but there were 5 missed calls on her phone. She opened them and saw that it was a call from her mother by Jin Xiu. Without thinking, she knew why her mother called. It must be that Xin Xinyue exaggerated what happened in the afternoon and reported her. So, Ms. Bai Jin Xiu called again to scold her and asked her to apologize or compensate Xin Xinyue. Her mother is probably the best stepmother in the world. She always treats Xin Xinyue better than her biological daughter. She still remembered that in her previous life, she was sent to a mental hospital by Ling Zhan and Xin Xinyue. She was expecting her mother to come and save her. Later, she really went there. She was very happy at that time. She told her about her experience, her unwillingness, and her sadness. But after listening to her miserable cry, she said, since Xinyue likes Ling Zhan, you should give Ling Zhan to her. Also, you can draw the design draft, so what if you help Xinyue draw it? Xinyue is going to be the design director of Lingyi Clothing. How can she not design? You are her good friend and sister. What's wrong with you helping her? What's there to be sad about? Also, don't transfer the 20% of Lingyi Clothing shares in your hand to Ling Zhan. Transfer it to Xinyue. In the future, Xinyue will be with Ling Zhan, so that she can have something to control their family. If Xinyue doesn't have something in her hand, the Ling family will bully her. She really thought of everything for Xin Xinyue, but she never asked about the well-being of her own daughter. At that time, she really didn't understand why her mother treated her like that. She was unwilling. She was in pain. She was sad. She wanted to ask her mother why she treated her like this. Chapter 39, Another Gift. Later, Chung Inian found out that her mother disliked her because she didn't like her father. She was with her father just because of a one-night stand. Because of her, she was unable to have an abortion due to physical reasons, so her mother reluctantly gave birth to her. Therefore, from childhood to adulthood, her mother sent her to live with her aunt and rarely even visited her. Shun Xinyue's father, Shun Zishan, is her mother's first love. She loves Shun Zishan deeply, so she also loves Shun Xinyue as well. In her previous life, she didn't know until she died that even her name was given by her mother in memory of Shun Zishan. She still misses him. Thinking of this, Chung Inian smiled bitterly. In her previous life, she longed for family affection and maternal love and almost obeyed her mother's words. Her mother asked her to give in to Shun Xinyue, so she gave in to Shun Xinyue. Her mother asked her to cook for Shun Xinyue to help her nourish her stomach, so she cooked for Shun Xinyue. Her mother asked her to be nicer to Shun Xinyue, so she was nicer to Shun Xinyue. But what did she get in the end? She got nothing, no family affection, no motherly love, and she even killed her father. In the end, she was even sent to a mental hospital. In this life, she doesn't need any maternal love. She just wants to take back what belongs to her and avenge her father. She also didn't plan to call Ms. by Jinxiu back. However, there is still one thing she hasn't done. The incident of Shinxinhua seducing Ling Zhan this afternoon should have fermented in the company by now, right? She wanted to give Ling Zhan another big gift. She opened her laptop and logged into the company forum of Lingy Clothing anonymously. As a bystander, she posted how she helped Ling Zhan run the company and what promises Ling Zhan had made to her. She also presented evidence, which were all their original chat records. These records are still preserved, thanks to her love-brain mind at the time. She always wanted to keep all the details between her and Ling Zhan. She has never deleted any chat records with him, and now they're just right to use. After posting these, she also posted the voice message that Ling Zhan sent in the afternoon defending Shinxinhua. As a bystander, she analyzed the current relationship between Ling Zhan, her, and Shinxinhua with clear logic, and thoroughly labeled Ling Zhan as ungrateful. She knew that Lingy Clothing had become bigger and stronger. These things might have some impact on Lingy Clothing, but the impact would not be too great. She did not care. When an ant eats an elephant, doesn't it also eat away at it bit by bit slowly? She just wanted to destroy Ling Yi's clothes bit by bit, to let Ling Zhan know that she could support Ling Yi, but also destroy Ling Yi. After doing all this, Si Qingma still hadn't come, so she simply turned on the TV and watched while waiting. However, what she didn't expect was that she waited until 9 o'clock. Lan Yingyin came back, but Si Qingma had not come yet. When Lan Yingyin came back and saw Cheng Yinian was still there, she hugged her excitedly. Yin Yin, you're still here. Hey, are you not leaving? Cheng Yinian said helplessly. Maybe. I won't leave. The person who came to pick me up hasn't come yet. Hearing the helplessness in Cheng Yinian's words, Lan Yingying's first reaction was that Cheng Yinian must be waiting for Ling Zhan. Over the years, she has seen Yinian's dedication to Ling Zhan, and she also knows how much Yinian loves Ling Zhan. How can you just forget about feelings? Yinian said on WeChat before that she would not go back to Ling Zhan. Maybe she was afraid that she would be accused of being spineless? Chapter 40, It's Really Not Ling Zhan. Lan Ying hugged Cheng Yinian and said, That stinky man Ling Zhan stood you up again, didn't he? Oh, don't be sad. Let's not think about him. I'll take you to a karaoke bar. My house installed a set of karaoke equipment last week. Let's try it out. Cheng Yinian's mouth twitched, and she said, Your house is soundproofed. Are you sure you won't be afraid of your neighbors complaining about you for singing this late at night? Lan Ying scratched her head. Just complain if you want. Let's just indulge ourselves for now. What the hell are you doing? Cheng Yinian reached out and knocked on her forehead. Lan Ying rubbed her head. I don't want you to be sad. Yinyan, I know you can't break up with Ling Zhan. I've seen how much you've given to him over the years, but can we stay angry for a little longer? Let that stinky man have a sense of crisis? Look at you. You said you wanted to stay at my house this morning, and when he said he was coming to pick you up in the evening, you quickly packed up and went back. How can he cherish you like this? Cheng Yinian, it's really not Ling Zhan. That is, he schwa. Please return what you took from me. Spit out what you ate from me. The records in the shining red star have become the dialogue at this moment. Pay me back what you owe me. Hand over what you stole from me. Lan Ying had only said half of her words when Cheng Yinyan's cell phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was the call from the afternoon. So she quickly picked up the phone. Hello. Si Qingma. You haven't saved my number yet? Cheng Yinian blinked and said, I saved it. Then what can I do for you? Si Qingma was speechless. Ahem. Cheng Yinian coughed lightly. I don't know what to say in the opening remarks. Go downstairs. Si Qingma said directly. Oh. Cheng Yinian had just said, oh, when Si Qingma hung up the phone. Seeing Cheng Yinian answering the phone, Lan Yingying asked, Who is it? Someone came to pick me up. Cheng Yinian pursed her lips and said, I have to go. As she said that, she went over and dragged her suitcase to go out. Lan Yingying followed him out. It's really not Ling Zhan? Then I'll go out with you to take a look. If it's Ling Zhan, then don't leave and sleep with me tonight. Okay. Cheng Yinian nodded in agreement. Lan Yingying and Cheng Yinian went downstairs together. As soon as I came downstairs, I saw a Mercedes parked downstairs. A handsome man was leaning against the car body with a cigarette between his fingers. He looked like he had walked out of a comic book. Lan Yingying couldn't help but scream, my God, when did our neighborhood have such a handsome guy? Oh my God, he's so handsome. Even more handsome than those handsome boys on TV. Most importantly, he's more manly than those handsome boys. Chung Inian looked up and saw Si Qingma looking at them with his eyes slightly narrowed. His face was shrouded in smoke, with a mysterious and deep feeling. Lan Ying excitedly reached out to pull Chung Inian's sleeve. So attractive, this man is so attractive, Nian. He is looking at us? Chung Inian patted her hands and said, I saw it. Quickly take the chicken claws, you just ate off my white shirt. Lan Ying retracted her hand, still looking at Si Qingma with infatuation. Si Qingma watched Chung Inian go downstairs. He put out the cigarette in his hand and walked towards Chung Inian. Lan Ying said excitedly, Nian Nian, Nian Nian, Nian Nian, he's coming over. Is he trying to chat with us? Nian, if you ask me, this man is much more handsome than Ling Zhan. Why do you have to hang yourself on Ling Zhan's tree? With your figure and looks, it will be no problem for you to take down this man. Chapter 41, My Husband. Chung Inian looked at Si Qingma and compared his looks with Ling Zhan in her mind. What Ying said was quite right. Si Qingma was indeed much better looking than Ling Zhan. Judging from his height alone, he must be at least 185 centimeters tall, which is a lot better than Ling Zhan's 175 centimeters. Then look at his face that was both good and evil, and his pair of peach blossom eyes. The most important thing was his temperament, which was naturally noble and elegant, and much more natural than what Ling Zhan pretended to have. What on earth was she thinking at the time, that she could be so obsessed with Ling Zhan? Just when she was comparing Si Qingma and Ling Zhan, Si Qingma had already walked over to her, took the box from her and lifted it up, then frowned and said, so light, is that all you have? Or did she not take all her things and leave them at Ling Zhan's house? And now she is just pretending to be at her best friend's place? Just a few pieces of clothing. Chung Inian said, I don't think there are many things that I need. We should learn how to let go. Si Qingmo raised his lips, thinking he would believe it. Do you think he is stupid? This woman. He wants to see how she can help Ling Zhan get the secrets of his company, so he puts her under his nose and sees how she acts. He strode towards the car carrying the box. Chung Inian was about to catch up when Lan Ying grabbed Chung Inian and said, Nian, do you know him? Who is he? He's so handsome. Chung Inian didn't want to hide it from Lan Ying, and she didn't want her friends to think that she couldn't let go of Ling Zhan. So she said directly, my husband. You. Lan Ying didn't pay attention at first. Her eyes were still on Si Qingma, and suddenly she reacted and asked in surprise. You what? My husband, Chung Inian said with a smile. Oh my God, please say it again. I didn't hear it clearly. Lan Ying picked her ears. Chung Inian repeated it several times. My husband, he is my husband. Ying, I am really done with Ling Zhan, and I am married. Lan Ying swallowed, blinked, and paused for a long time before saying, Married? You mean you married him? Then, when will the wedding be held? Chung Inian shrugged. No, I guess we won't do it. What? Lan Xingjing et Lodet? How can we not do it? Inian, getting married is such a big deal. You've given your whole life to him, but he still doesn't give you a proper wedding. How can that be justified? What about the betrothal gift? How much should it be? Chung Inian was startled and shook her head. No, you don't even have a betrothal gift? Lan Ying stretched out her hand and pinched her philtrum. Inian, you won't find another Phoenix man, will you? Are you working on poverty alleviation? After helping one person, you will help the next one? No. Chung Inian didn't know how to explain. Are you crazy? Lan Ying poked her forehead with her hand. Do you have such a bad eye for men? Chung Inian was about to speak when Si Qingma's voice sounded from behind. Can we go now? Chung Inian didn't know when he came over. Did he hear what she said to Ying? How much did he hear? Most importantly, did he hear her say, my husband? She said awkwardly, you can go now. She hurriedly said to Lan Ying, I'll talk to you when I have time. I'm leaving now. It's getting late. You should go to bed early too. You have to go to work tomorrow. Chapter 42, I Won't Fall in Love with You. Lan Ying gritted her teeth and glanced at Si Qingma. She originally wanted to help her friend question this man about when the wedding would be held and how much the betrothal gift would be. However, when she met his eyes, she was scared away. The man's aura was so strong and oppressive that she didn't dare to speak. She could only whisper in Chung Inian's ear, this time you better keep your eyes open and stop helping the poor. Got it. I'm leaving. Chung Inian waved to Lan Ying, pulled open the passenger seat of the car, and sat in. Si Qingma nodded towards Lan Ying as a greeting, then got into the car and sat in the driver's seat. Lan Ying watched them get into the car and went upstairs. However, Chung Inian had been in the car for a long time, and Si Qingma did not start the car. Instead, He kept staring at her with a pair of deep and heavy black eyes. She blinked and thought to herself, is this guy trying to kiss her like he does in the TV dramas? He said today that he would fulfill his duties as a couple. She was a little nervous, her hands tightly gripping the seat. She swallowed and said in a trembling voice, how about we go back first? There's nothing good to do here. Si Chingmo raised his eyebrows. Why don't you fasten your seatbelt? Chung Yinian was startled and realized that she was not wearing a seatbelt. When she got in the car just now, she kept wondering whether this man had heard her conversation with Ying, so she forgot about fastening her seatbelt for a moment. She frantically tried to pull the seatbelt, and Si Chingmo looked at her clumsy look and couldn't help but lean over to pull the seatbelt over and help her fasten it. Then he couldn't help but complain, your friend is right, he is crazy. Chung Yinian, Boss C, you are the CEO of a company. It's not good to eavesdrop on other people's conversations like this, right? Eavesdropping? I was listening openly. You were standing in the middle of the road and talking. What? Should I cover my ears? Si Chingmo glanced at Chung Yinian. Chung Yinian stared at him for a long while, then gritted his teeth and said, why don't you have any gentlemanly manners at all? Si Chingmo sneered. If I don't have gentlemanly manners, then who does? Ling Zhan? Oh, your friend is right. Not only are you crazy, but you also have poor taste in choosing men. Chung Yinian was angry. She tried to smile and said, yes, I have poor taste in choosing men, so I chose Mr. C as my husband. Si Chingmo glanced at Chung Yinian through the rearview mirror and said coldly, you didn't choose me. I chose you. Chung Yinian breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't she know that Mr. C had such a sharp tongue before? She tried to calm herself down, put on a nice smile, and said, I thank Mr. C for choosing me. So, Mr. C, when will you fulfill the job opportunity one exchange for myself? When can I start working? Si Chingmo hesitated for a few seconds and said, tomorrow morning. After a pause, he added, start work at 8:30, don't be late. Chung Yinian responded with a hum, ignored him, leaned back in the car seat, and closed her eyes. Si Chingmo glanced at her and spoke again. Do you still remember the request I made after we got the certificate? Yeah. Chung Yinian nodded. I won't fall in love with you. I said this, but in my heart I was thinking, is he crazy to fall in love with such a vicious man? Chapter 43, Don't Want to Accept. Si Chingmo said with a frown on his face. Not that one, the other one, to help the other party deal with his family. Oh. Chung Yinian responded again. Si Chingmo pursed his lips and said, my family will call me via video tonight. Please cooperate with me and answer the video. Yes, he was so anxious to pick her up tonight just to deal with the video call from home. This afternoon, his family urged him to get married 800 times as usual. He directly posted the marriage certificate in the family group, trying to get his family to stop urging him. However, his family didn't believe it and thought it was a fake certificate. They had to meet the person in person before it would count. He promised his family that he would let their daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law video chat with them at night, and only then did they calm down. Listening to Si Chingmo's words, Chung Yinian subconsciously took out her phone and checked the time. It's already 9:30 p.m. By the time we get to your place and pack up, it will probably be past 10 p.m., right? Are you sure your family will still call me via video? Yes. Si Chingmo said, they have a rich nightlife. 10 o'clock is still early for them. Chung Yinian's mouth twitched. What kind of family is this? The elders have such a rich nightlife. After driving for about half an hour, we finally arrived at the residential area where Si Chingmo lived, Tianhua Mingyuan, which was also a high-end residential area with a good location and environment. Although it is not as good as the houses in Linhai Pavilion, it is not something that ordinary people can afford. Si Chingmo hid his identity when he came to Yunhai City, so his food, clothing, and daily expenses were also lowered by several levels. Naturally, he couldn't choose a house that was too high-end. Tianhua Mingyuan was the most suitable one, with a good environment and good security. It was just right for someone like him who had successfully started a business and had just entered the upper class, but was not yet a real wealthy family. Si Chingmo drove the car directly into the underground parking lot, and then took the elevator upstairs from the parking lot. Chung Yinian didn't ask anything, but just followed him closely. Although he was not very gentlemanly, he was helping Chung Yinian carry the box. The elevator stopped on the 8th floor. After getting out of the elevator, Chung Yinian took a look and found that it was a house with 1 unit per floor. It looked quite nice. Si Chingmo opened the door with his fingerprint and said as he did so, please enter your fingerprint as well. Yeah. Chung Yinian nodded. The two went into the house together. As soon as he entered, Si Chima put the box aside and went straight into the bathroom, looking quite anxious. Chung Enian was standing alone in the living room. She looked at the house. It was quite big, almost as big as the house in Linhai Pavilion that her father gave her. The decoration was fashionable and simple, and quite sunny. It didn't look like the houses of those overbearing CEOs in novels with black and white, gray, and the like. Everything in the house had matching colors and matched well, as if it was designed by a professional designer. What surprised her was that the house was very clean and tidy. It was really surprising that Si Qingma, a grown man, could clean the house. When she was with Ling Zhan, he never did housework. In his heart, as well as in the hearts of his mother and sister, housework was something she should do. She was looking around the room carefully when her cell phone rang again. She glanced at the caller ID, and it was Ms. by Jinxiu again. She curled her lips and picked up the phone. Before she could say a word, the exasperated voice of Ms. by Jinxiu came from the other end of the line. Chung Enian, have you become more capable? I called you so many times today. Why didn't you answer? I don't want to answer it. Chung Enian didn't explain, but just said it lightly. Chapter 44, If you have the ability, let Ling Zhan marry her. Perhaps she didn't expect Chung Enian to say this, which made Bai Jinxiu stunned. After a long while, she finally said, What are you doing? How dare you do it? What did you do today? What did you do to Xinyue? Now, come back and apologize to Xinyue right now. Chung Enian laughed. I apologize to her? Excuse me. What did I do wrong that I need to apologize to her? You still ask me what you did wrong? You framed Xinyue today and let so many people see your body, and you still ask me why I apologize? How could I give birth to such a vicious daughter like you? Why are you so jealous? Bai Jinxiu said coldly. Chung Enian laughed. Why am I jealous of her? Am I jealous of her ugliness? Or am I jealous of her incompetence? You. How can you talk like that? Bai Jinxiu said coldly. I'm telling the truth. Also, regarding what happened today, please ask other people whether it was me who harmed her or she wanted to harm me. She is just reaping the fruits of her own action now. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Chung Enian said in a cold voice and was about to hang up the phone. Bai Jinxiu hurriedly called out from the other end of the phone. Wait a moment. Chung Enian didn't hang up the phone or say anything. She just waited to see what else Ms. Bai Jinxiu had to say. Bai Jinxiu said, Ling Zhan also saw Xinyue's body today, so you should give Ling Zhan to Xinyue and let them be together. Chung Enian sneered. If she had the ability, she would have asked Ling Zhan to marry her. Bai Jinxiu sneered. Do you think Xinyue is incapable of being married to him? If you didn't hold the 20% stake in Lingyi Clothing, Ling Zhan would have been with Xinyue a long time ago. If you transfer your shares to Xinyue, Ling Zhan will definitely marry her. Why should I give her my own things? A robber? Chung Enian sneered. I still say the same thing. If she has the ability, she can let Ling Zhan marry her. At this time, Xinyue's soft voice came from the other end of the phone. Annie, don't force Enian. Enian loves Ling Qi so much. How can I take someone else's love away? I won't marry Ling Zhan. Xinyue, why are you so kind? You are being seen by so many people now, and they all think that you are doing that just to seduce Ling Zhan. If you don't marry Ling Zhan, what will those people say about you? Bai Jinxiu said with heartache. It's okay, Xinyue continued to speak in a teasing tone. Chung Enian was too lazy to listen to what they said, so she hung up the phone directly. After installing the phone, she turned around and saw Si Qingma standing behind her with a constipated expression on his face. Chung Enian asked subconsciously, Are you constipated? Si Qingma's face looked particularly ugly. He didn't respond to her. He turned around and walked to the water dispenser, poured a glass of water, and drank it up. Chung Enian walked over and asked, Which room do I live in? Si Qingma pointed to the two rooms on the left and said, This one is my bedroom. That one is my study. Other than these two, you can choose any of the other two. Chung Enian blinked and said, Mr. C, are you always so long-winded? You could just say you can choose any of the two rooms. Why did you bother to say the above? Si Qingma glanced at her coldly. I'm telling you which is my bedroom. Don't barge in without permission. Don't try to take advantage of me. After saying that, he put down the cup, turned, and walked towards his bedroom. Chung Enian stood behind him, the corners of her mouth twitching. She was taking advantage of him? It's good enough that he doesn't take advantage of her. She is a woman, so why should he, a grown man, be afraid of taking advantage of her? That's outrageous. She pulled the box and walked towards one of the rooms on the right. Chapter 45, What did you call me? Chung Enian chose a room that was a little further away from Si Qingma's room. It wasn't too big, but the things inside were quite complete. There was a 2-meter-long bed covered with white sheets and quilts, a row of wardrobes against the wall, and a table by the window with a desk lamp on it. What surprised her was that this small bedroom actually had a balcony, but there was nothing on it. She put the box down, walked to the balcony, and looked outside. The entire community was in sight. She had to say that this community was really nice. The green area was larger than that of ordinary communities, and there was even a swimming pool downstairs. Standing on the balcony and feeling the cool breeze is really comfortable. Chung Inian closed her eyes, looked up, and took a breath of fresh air. Perhaps it was because there were osmanthus flowers planted in the community. The air was full of the fragrance of osmanthus flowers. Since her rebirth, her nerves have been tense, and it is rare for her to have such a moment of relaxation. She raised her hand and stretched, but just when she was halfway through, there was a knock on the door. Chung Inian turned around and saw Si Qingma standing at the door with a smile on his face that she couldn't understand. He called her, "Wife, what are you doing standing here?" Hearing the word wife from his mouth, Chung Inian couldn't help but shudder. "What's wrong with him? What did you call me?" Chung Inian raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you a brain?" Si Qingma smiled at her again, strode in, put his arm around her, and said in her ear with gritted teeth, "Cooperate a little." She looked back at him in surprise. She felt a little uncomfortable being held by him. She reached out and pushed him away. He whispered coldly in her ear, "Don't move." Just for a moment. Only then did Chung Inian stop. He had a faint smile on his face, his eyebrows and eyes were full of tenderness, and his voice was so soft that it could squeeze water out of it. "Oh yes, you said that I should call you dear, not wife. I forgot, dear." Chung Inian seemed to realize something and looked at the phone in his hand. He was indeed making a video call. Seeing her looking at the phone, there was a magnified woman's face on the other side of the video, with her eyebrows and eyes curved with a smile, calling her, "Daughter-in-law, daughter-in-law. You finally looked at me." Si Qingma introduced Chung Inian. "This is my mother, Ms. Mo Lan. Mom, this is my new wife, Chung Inian." He introduced Chung Inian through the video again. Chung Inian waved awkwardly. "Hello." After waving, she subconsciously looked at her clothes to see if there was anything inappropriate. Today she was wearing a white shirt and jeans. It looked a little youthful, but not inappropriate. She breathed a sigh of relief and continued watching the video on her phone. Okay. The woman on the other end of the video kept nodding and moving her face closer. The entire video was filled with her face, and the angle was a bit strange. Si Qingma said from the side, "Mom, can you pay more attention to your image? Look how ugly you are in the video now." Mo Lan was startled, stepped back, coughed lightly, and said, "Daughter-in-law, don't be afraid. I'm not too ugly, and I don't look scary. Don't be scared." Hearing this, Chung Inian chuckled. She had never seen anyone of this age who could still live so innocently. She smiled and said, "You are beautiful." She was not flattering, but this Ms. Mo Lan was really beautiful. It was not the kind of beauty that was created with cosmetics. She was a beauty with temperament, with natural elegance and nobility, which was much more comfortable than her mother's fake elegance. Chapter 46, Poor Acting. When Mo Lan heard Chung Inian praising her, she smiled with curved eyebrows. Mo, did you hear that? My daughter-in-law is praising me. I'm just being polite." Si Qingma said bluntly that she was just being polite. Mo Lan glared at him, then looked at Chung Inian and said with a smile, "Daughter-in-law, you are not being polite, are you?" Chung Inian smiled. "I don't know what politeness is. I always like to tell the truth." "Did you hear that?" Mo Lan said to Si Qingma proudly. "You little bastard, your mother was a beauty in North City back then." Yes, Ms. Zihua, you are the most beautiful." Si Qingma said. "That's right. Montak lan vas pot." After a few seconds of silence, Mo Lan said, "Why are you still awake so late? Why haven't you even changed into your pajamas, daughter-in-law?" Chung Inian didn't know how to answer, so she turned to look at Si Qingma. Si Qingma smiled into the video and said, "We have a rich nightlife. Why should we go to bed so early?" The woman on the other end of the video was stunned. Then she laughed and scolded. "My daughter-in-law looks like a good girl. Don't lead her astray. Go to bed early." "Got it," Si Qingma said. "You guys shouldn't always have a nightlife and go to bed early. You're not young anymore. You should take care of your health." Yes, everyone should take care of their health. You should also take care of your health. If you take good care of your health, you will have an easier time giving birth. The woman smiled even more. Si Qingma's face darkened. "Mom, we just got married. Don't scare my wife." "Hey boy, You know how to feel sorry for others. The woman on the other end of the video teased. That's right. Si Chingma said proudly. His expression was exactly the same as when Mo Lan said this just now. It was indeed mother and son. Listening to the mother and son chatting, Chung Yinian felt it was so warm. Such a family atmosphere was really great. She looked up at Si Chingma. At this moment, he looked like a child spoiled by his mother, lawless, yet straightforward and frank, quite attractive. Lan on the other end of the phone saw her daughter-in-law looking up at her son with such affectionate expression. She was suddenly excited and quickly took a screenshot of the scene, then carefully saved it in her phone. Where is my granddaughter-in-law? Show me my granddaughter-in-law. Suddenly, a voice came from the other end of the phone. The voice was a little weak. Si Chingma's mouth twitched, and he said to his mother, Mom, it's getting late. I'm hanging up now. My wife needs to get some beauty sleep. Let's talk next time. Hey, your grandma wants to see. Beep. Before the person on the other end of the line could finish speaking, Si Chingma hung up the video. He also took his hand away from her shoulder and said to her, Your acting is too bad. You need to practice more. Chung Yinian rolled her eyes. She was really crazy. She actually found this sharp-tongued man attractive. I'm not an actor, so I naturally don't have any acting skills. Otherwise, you can hire a professional actor to play the role. Chung Yinian said, Do you think it's appropriate to change people now? Si Chingmo raised his eyebrows. Humph. Chung Yinian snorted coldly and ignored him. He added, Don't be late for work tomorrow. Chung Yinian said angrily. If I'm late, you can deduct my salary. Of course it will be deducted. Don't think that we can stop working hard just because we are married. After saying this, he walked away holding the phone. Chung Yinian angrily punched him behind his back. He held his phone and sent a voice message on WeChat. Mom, tell Grandma to get well. When she gets well, I will bring her granddaughter-in-law back to see her. If she doesn't get well, she won't see her granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 47. You call this good? Listening to Si Chingma's words, Chung Yinian felt that this man was quite filial. However, he had to use a threatening tone when he was clearly expressing his concern for the elderly. How stupid. Wasn't this consuming family affection? In fact, what she didn't know was that Mrs. C was just trying to threaten her. She wouldn't listen to any ordinary concern, because the old lady had her own ideas. Chung Yinian was too lazy to care about his affairs anymore. She hung the few sets of clothes she had in the closet, then prepared to wash up and go to bed. Only then did she realize that the room she had chosen did not have a private bathroom, so she could only take her clothes and toiletries to the public bathroom. However, just as she reached the public bathroom door with her clothes in her arms and was about to push it, the door was suddenly opened from the inside, and Si Chingma walked out of the bathroom with slightly wet hair, only a bath towel wrapped around him, and a mobile phone in his hand. He probably didn't expect to see a woman standing there as soon as he came out. He was so shocked that his cell phone fell to the ground with a click. He subconsciously held the bath towel loosely around his waist, as if he was afraid that it would fall. Chung Yinian looked at his solid, muscular body and six-pack abs and swallowed. She really couldn't tell that this man had such a good figure when he was wearing clothes. Seeing Chung Yinian swallowing her saliva, Si Chingma frowned. You're spying on me? Why? Ling Zhan's figure is too bad to satisfy your desires. Chung Yinian rolled her eyes. This bastard man was really a dog that could not spit out ivory. She walked over and stepped on his foot. Brother, I just came here to take a shower. Do you have any misunderstandings about your figure? You call this good? As she spoke, she looked Si Chingma up and down again. Really small. After she finished arguing, she felt that this was not a good idea. She was now living in someone else's house and was a dependent. It was not okay to be so arrogant, so she quickly adjusted her expression and tone. Si Chingma was about to retort because of what she said just now, but Chung Yinian asked with a smile, Mr. C, can I take a shower in this bathroom? Si Chingmo. Is this woman schizophrenic? She was scolding him like that in the last second, but she could smile at him in the next second. Seeing that he didn't speak, Chung Yinian asked again, Mr. C, is it okay? Okay. Si Chingma held it in for a long time before finally uttering these words. Thank you, Chung Yinian said with a smile. Just as she was about to go in with her clothes in her arms, she turned her head and smiled at him. Don't peek. Si Chingmo. Chung Yinian went into the bathroom to take a shower. Of course, she was also scared, so she closed the bathroom door tightly. Si Chingma went back to his room. He never locked the door before sleeping, and sometimes he didn't even close it. After all, he was the only one living in this house before. But tonight, when he thought of the look Chung Yinian gave him, he subconsciously locked the door. After taking a shower and getting ready, Chung Inian entered the room and locked the door tightly before lying down comfortably. She thought it would be difficult to fall asleep in the changed environment, but unexpectedly, she fell asleep as soon as her head touched the bed. Some people sleep soundly, while others cannot fall asleep at all. Shin Xinyue was lying on the bed kicking the quilt in anger. She gritted her teeth and said, Chung Inian, Chung Inian, Chung Inian, you bitch. She had carefully set up a trap for Chung Inian today, but in the end she was the one who got caught in it. It was all that bitch Chung Inian who had harmed her. How can she go to work in the company now? How would those people in the company view her? How should she face Ling Zhan's brothers? Chapter 48. Didn't try to keep her. She came back today and cried to Bai Jinxiu, hoping that Bai Jinxiu could help her. It would be best if Chung Inian transferred her 20% shares to herself. Then, Ling Zhan would no longer be obsessed with Chung Inian and he would definitely marry her. However, what she didn't expect was that Chung Inian, who always listened to her mother, suddenly became rebellious. She always felt that things were developing in a direction that she could not control. Why was this happening? Everything was going so smoothly before. Chung Kenyu got into a car accident. Bai Jinxiu married her father. Chung Inian went back to be a housewife, and she joined Lingy Clothing. Everything was within her plan. Why, when she was about to succeed, things no longer developed in the direction she expected? What went wrong? She racked her brains, but couldn't figure out why Chung Inian changed. She seemed to have become extremely smart overnight, and she didn't care about her relatives. Didn't she care about her mother, Bai Jinxiu, the most before? Today, I suddenly don't care anymore. What made her hate the most was that Chung Inian actually said that if she had the ability, she would let Ling Zhan marry her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she sat up suddenly. If she lets him marry, then she can marry him. Now Ling Zhan's heart is all on her, and Chung Inian is just relying on the 20% shares of Ling E Clothing. She just needs to make Ling Zhan feel that she is more important than the 20% shares, and Ling Zhan will definitely marry her, and then Chung Inian will regret it. Thinking of this, she picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Ling Zhan. Boss Ling, thank you so much for today, but I will never be able to see anyone again. Starting tomorrow, I will not go to work at the company. I really miss you guys. After sending this WeChat message, she kept staring at her phone, thinking that Ling Zhan would definitely try to keep her. As long as Ling Zhan tried to keep her, she would show weakness to him and cry. Men would all fall for this, and he would definitely feel sorry for her. However, she waited for more than half an hour before Ling Zhan sent her a message. Okay, then you should have a good rest. You don't need to thank me or not, and don't think too much. I will find someone else to take over your job. Seeing this message, Shin Xinyue lost her composure. She held the phone tighter and tighter, but Ling Zhan did not try to keep her. If she left Lingy Clothing and was no longer with Ling Zhan, their feelings would definitely fade. No, she could never leave Ling Zhan. She had worked so hard to gain so much favor in front of him, and she had worked so hard to get into Lingy Clothing. She wanted to replace Chung Inian. At the beginning, Chung Inian was the marketing director and the design director of Lingy Clothing. Now she is just a secretary and has not yet become the director of the design and marketing departments. How can she leave? Thinking of this, she immediately called Ling Zhan. Xinyue, what's wrong? Ling Zhan asked with fatigue in his voice. What happened in the hotel this afternoon had a great impact on him and Shin Xinyue. Now everyone in the company is talking about it. Although no one dares to say it to his face, they're all talking about it behind his back, and everyone is standing up for Chung Inian. No one knew who had posted the story of him and Chung Inian co-founding Lingy Clothing on the company forum. Now people in the company were secretly calling him ungrateful. Some even felt that no matter how much they contributed to the company, they could be fired by him in the end. So everyone became slack at work and were not working as hard as before. Several project leaders even asked for leave today, and the project began to stagnate. Chapter 49, I Believe in You. Ling Zhan had been dealing with these matters the entire afternoon and had done a lot to appease the employees, but the effect was not very significant. He had been so busy until now and was now exhausted. He rubbed his forehead while answering Shin Xinyue's call. Shin Xinyue said softly, Boss Ling, I've thought about it. I'll go to work tomorrow. What's wrong? Why are you coming again? Don't force yourself. Ling Zhan said. Shin Xinyue sniffed and said aggrievedly, I'm worried about you. I'm afraid they won't remember your habits. You have to drink a cup of unsweetened coffee every morning. The temperature must be 45 degrees, not too hot or too cold. If you don't have a dinner party, you must eat Luixuan's food at noon. In the afternoon, you have to take an hour to go to the gym downstairs to exercise. I need to prepare exercise clothes for you. You have to eat light meals for dinner. I'm afraid they won't remember these bits and pieces. I'll go for a few more days to help you bring someone up. I'll leave when I'm familiar with them. Ling Zhan, who was exhausted, felt warm in his heart after listening to Shin Xinyue's words. He was instantly moved. He said tenderly, Xinyue, you are so good to me. It's just that I'm worried that you can't bear it. Otherwise, you can rest for a few days. I can still bear it. No need, I'll go there tomorrow. I can do it, Mr. Ling. I have nothing to fear as long as I am upright. What happened this afternoon was not done by me. I was victimized. I believe that God will give me justice. Shin Xinyue said firmly and righteously. Ling Zhan laughed. Xinyue, you are so innocent and kind. God doesn't care about so many things. Don't worry, I will give you justice. I will let Yin apologize to you in public and let her clarify this matter. Thank you, Mr. Ling. I believe you. Shin Xinyue thanked Ling Zhan softly and quietly, with full trust in her heart. Her appearance greatly satisfied Ling Zhan's vanity. He said gently, Okay, it's late. Go to bed early. See you tomorrow morning. Well, I'll go to sleep first. Good night, Mr. Ling. Shin Xinyue said. After hanging up the phone, Shin Xinyue raised her eyebrows proudly. At this rate, Ling Zhan would sooner or later think that she was more important than the 20% stake. She raised the corners of her mouth and thought to herself, Cheng, you won't be so proud for many days. Ling Zhan will be with me sooner or later. Do you really think you have nothing to fear just because you hold Ling Yi's shares? How stupid. She curled her lips and finally could sleep peacefully. The next day, Cheng woke up at 7 o'clock. When she got up and prepared to wash up, she saw another person in the room, a woman in her 40s who looked amiable. Seeing Cheng, the woman smiled and greeted her. Miss Chung, are you awake? What do you want for breakfast today? Chinese or Western? I should have asked you yesterday, but Amo didn't tell me you were staying here yesterday, so it might be a bit rushed today, so just make do with what you have. Cheng stared at the woman blankly. Who are you? Oh, I'm Mrs. Zhang. I'm responsible for cleaning and cooking for you every day. I don't live here. Don't worry, Miss Chung. I won't disturb you. Mrs. Zhang said with a smile. Cheng blinked. It turned out to be the nanny at home. It turned out that the house was cleaned by the nanny. She thought Si Chima was a diligent and clean person last night. She thought he cleaned the house every day. She smiled politely. No bother. Chapter 50, of course not. So, Miss Chung, would you like Chinese or Western breakfast? Mrs. Zhang asked again. I'm fine with anything. Cheng said with a smile. She really wasn't picky. Even if she didn't eat at home, she would just go out and buy some fried dough sticks or a bun. Okay, then I'll cook it according to AMO's taste. Mrs. Zhang said with a smile and turned to go to the kitchen. After Cheng finished washing up, she walked to the dining table and saw Si Chima already sitting there eating breakfast. He was drinking a bowl of porridge with his phone in his hand, not knowing what he was scrolling through, and he didn't even look at her. There was also a basket of dumplings next to him. Looking at this scene, Cheng was stunned for a moment. Does Si Chima eat these for breakfast? Very down to earth, not like a domineering president at all. She still remembered that when she was in college, she and Ling Zhan read romantic novels about domineering CEOs. The male protagonists only drank coffee for breakfast without sugar. Later, Ling Zhan also became a president, so he tried his best to imitate the hero in the novel. He basically drank coffee for breakfast. Sometimes he would eat a sandwich, and sometimes he would just drink coffee. Even though he had a sweet tooth and didn't like coffee without sugar at all, he still had to drink it every day, as if only in this way could he show that he was a domineering president. Ms. Chung, please sit down. Your breakfast is ready. Mrs. Zhang brought a bowl of vegetable porridge and placed it in front of Cheng. She also brought a tray of steamed dumplings and said, They are stuffed with pork and green onions. Do you like them? Thank you. Cheng thanked. When Si Chima heard her thank you, he looked up at her and said, If you are not used to it, tell Aunt Zhang that you can make something else. These are what I like. I like it, Cheng replied. Si Chima raised his eyebrows. You don't have to pretend to like me just to please me. Cheng rolled her eyes in her heart, thinking she was being too self-indulgent. But she smiled and said, I really like it. It's a very homely breakfast. Si Chima was surprised. Don't most urban white-collar workers like to eat light meals? It is rare to like to drink porridge and eat buns. However, he didn't care and continued to look down at his phone. Chung Yinian took a sip of the porridge. It tasted very fresh and a little sweet. She liked it very much. She finished the bowl of porridge in one breath. Seeing that she liked it, Mrs. Zhang asked hurriedly, "Would you like another bowl? Is it okay?" Chung Yinian asked. "Of course, no." This was said by Si Qingma. He looked up and glanced at Chung Yinian and said, "There is one bowl left, it's mine." Mrs. Zhang scolded. "Imo, you are a grown man, but you don't know how to give in to your wife. I will cook more tomorrow. Tomorrow is tomorrow, and today is today." Si Qingma said, without any pretense, and actually took the bowl to the kitchen to scoop porridge. "Amo." Mrs. Zhang was about to say something, but Chung Yinian felt a little embarrassed and quickly said, "Mrs. Zhang, no need. I'm not hungry. It's just that the food you cooked is so delicious that I'm a little greedy. Give it to him." Chung Yinian's words were very well said. She gave the things away, was not embarrassed at all, and even praised Mrs. Zhang. Mrs. Zhang was very happy, and she smiled so hard that her teeth were showing. She said, "If you like it, I'll make more tomorrow. Otherwise, how about we try another porridge tomorrow?" "Okay." Chung Yinian nodded. Chapter 51, Take a Ride. After breakfast, Chung Yinian felt embarrassed to just sit there and let Mrs. Zhang clean up by herself. She had been the nanny for Ling Zhang's mother and sister for many years, and she knew how much time it took for one person to make breakfast and wash the dishes. She also knew how to respect others. So, she and Mrs. Zhang put the dishes into the kitchen together. Mrs. Zhang said hurriedly, "Oh, don't move, I'll do it. I can handle these few dishes by myself." "It's okay. I'll help you collect it quickly. I often make this at home. Now you don't let me do it. Then I will be embarrassed to eat the breakfast you make in the future," Chung Yinian said. Mrs. Zhang didn't stop her. She and Mrs. Zhang put the dishes into the kitchen, then skillfully poured detergent and started washing. Mrs. Zhang looked at her and nodded slightly, then took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Mo Lan. "Madam, I saw her in person. She is very pretty and sensible. She helped me clean the kitchen. She is just a little thin, so it must be difficult for her to have children." Mo Lan, "Oh my, I saw in a video last night that she looked a little thin. Mrs. Zhang, please give my daughter-in-law some nutrition." Mrs. Zhang, "Okay, madam, I will give you different supplements every day." After sending the WeChat message, Mrs. Zhang quietly put away her phone and went to clean up the steamer. The two of them were in harmony in the kitchen. Mrs. Zhang was thinking about whether Si Qingma's performance just now was not good enough and whether it would make a bad impression on Chung Yinian, so she explained for him. "Miss Chung, don't blame IMO. When he was a child, his parents were busy with work, and he grew up with his grandparents. You know, grandparents are close to each other, so he was spoiled. He has no concept of humility. However, he is not a bad person. You can teach him slowly in the future, and he will definitely understand." When Chung Yinian heard this, she thought to herself, so he is a left-behind child. No wonder he has such a weird personality and is so sharp-tongued. However, she didn't have time to teach him. "I don't blame him," Chung Yinian said with a smile, without stopping her hands, cleaning the last bowl. At this time, Si Qingma stood at the kitchen door and said to Mrs. Zhang, "Mrs. Zhang, I'm going to work." "Okay, drive slowly on the road," Mrs. Zhang hurriedly reminded him. "Yeah." Si Qingma nodded and turned to leave. Chung Yinian thought that she also had to report to Mo Lan Qing today. She seldom came to this place before, and she was not very familiar with the bus and subway lines, and she didn't know whether it was easy to get a taxi. Si Qingma had specifically emphasized yesterday that she should not be late today, but this man was so fussy. When she got the certificate yesterday, she was only 12 minutes late, but he kept nagging her for a long time. So today, she would take his ride to the company. He wouldn't say she was late, right? Thinking of this, she hurriedly chased after him and said, "Mr. C, can I take a ride with you? I'll pay for the gas." Si Qingmo raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "Are you sure you want to take a ride with me?" "Yeah." Chung Yinian nodded. "Then hurry up," Si Qingmo said. "Okay." Chung Yinian hurriedly ran in again, took her bag, and ran out quickly. Si Qingmo had already gotten into the car and was waiting for her with his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel. Chung Yinian hurried into the car, and this time she remembered to fasten her seat belt to prevent him from saying she was crazy again. Si Qingma started the car and slowly drove out of the community. Chapter 52, Your ideological awareness is not good. He followed a bus, driving slowly. When the bus stopped, he also stopped. In short, he looked like he was not in a hurry. Chung Yinian was speechless. She took out her cell phone and looked at the time. It was already 8:20, and she would be late in 10 minutes. However, looking at the current distance and his speed, they would have to drive for at least another half an hour. Chung Inian said with a fake smile. Mr. C, you drive not much faster than a turtle. Did you buy your driver's license? Si Chimo raised his eyebrows. Ms. Chung, you can slander me. But how can you slander the country like this? The country is so strict in controlling the driver's license exam. How can you still spend money to buy a driver's license? You are not ideologically conscious enough, and you actually want to spend money to buy a driver's license. Chung Inian. Forget it. She didn't care anymore and let him go. She came to the company with him anyway, and if she was late, then he would be late too. She closed her eyes and rested, no longer paying attention to Si Chingma. The car drove for a while, and Si Chingma looked at the time. It was 8:40. He then accelerated to overtake the bus and drove towards Mo Lanqingyi at a normal speed. When the car was about to reach Mo Lanqingyi, Si Chingma asked, "Do you want to get off now?" Chung Inian thought she didn't want to get out of the car. She had to cross the road to get there. It would be better for her to go to the underground parking lot with him and then go upstairs directly from the underground parking lot to the Human Resources Department. No, I'll go to the underground parking lot with you, Chung Inian said. Si Chima gave her a strange look and said, "It's up to you." So he stepped on the accelerator again and drove directly into the underground parking lot. Chung Inian also sat quietly waiting for him to park. She had already seen where the elevator entrance was. However, what she didn't expect was that he didn't park. She watched the elevator entrance getting farther and farther away and couldn't help but remind him, "There is a parking space here." Si Chima, "I won't park here." After he finished speaking, he turned the direction and the car actually drove to the door of an elevator. Then he opened the car window and swiped a card. With a beep, the elevator door opened and he drove the car directly in. He swiped the card again, the elevator door closed and drove straight to the top floor. The elevator reached the top floor and he drove the car out. There was actually a rooftop parking lot, but there was only one car parked in the entire parking lot. Chung Inian got out of the car with him. Sui was already waiting at the entrance of the parking lot. "Mr. C, you are finally here. Today's regular meeting will start soon. Today you will discuss the new products for the next quarter with several senior executives." Chung Inian just watched them leave, and she hurriedly chased after them. Sui seemed to have just seen her and was surprised. "Miss Chung, why are you here?" Chung Inian was silent. She didn't know why she was here. Si Chima said to Sui, "Tell Miss Chung how to get to the Human Resources Department." After saying that, he walked into another elevator, swiped his card, and went downstairs. Sui smiled at Chung Inian and said, "Miss Chung, this way, please." "Thank you." Chung Inian thought that at least he would point her to an elevator and let her take the employee elevator down. In the end, she didn't expect that Sui would take her to the stairwell. "Miss Chung, you can go down from here. The Human Resources Department is on the 8th floor. This is the 37th floor. There are lights on each floor. Don't go too far." Chung Inian. Chapter 53, she was asked to take the stairs again. Chung Inian felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. Let her take the stairs. Actually, let her take the stairs. She swallowed and said to Sui, "Assistant Sue, can you help me swipe the elevator so I can take it down?" Sui pursed his lips and said, "I'm afraid that's not possible. If I swipe the card to help you go down, then I won't be able to go down. This card is a real name system. If I swipe it down, I have to swipe it back up. If I don't swipe it back up, I can never swipe it back down again. Look at my appearance. I don't look like a bodhisattva, do I? I definitely won't sacrifice myself for others like this." Chung Inian. Sui took another look at Chung Inian's shoes and said, "Miss Chung is wearing flat shoes today, so you don't need to take off your shoes when walking up the stairs." Chung Inian. Sui, please go slowly. After saying that, he quickly walked to the elevator that Si Chingma had just gone down, swiped his card, and went downstairs. Chung Inian stood at the stairs and gritted her teeth. What a bullshit elevator setting. The real name system. Bah! When I become a key member of your company, I will definitely propose to abolish this crappy setting. After cursing for a while, she climbed the stairs to the 8th floor miserably. Sui went downstairs and arrived at Si Chingma's office. When he saw him, he asked, "Mr. Si, isn't this bad for Miss Chung?" Si Chingma turned his head and looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "When did you become so kind? Do you want me to buy you a ticket and send you to Lesan?" What are you going to Lesan for?" Sui asked blankly. "Go to Lesan and erect the giant Buddha statue there, and sit there," Si Chingma said. Sui, never mind. Let's have a meeting." Go call the Human Resources Department and ask them to arrange for Chung Inian to report to the secretary's office. Also, she was late today, so her salary should be deducted. Si Chingma said, but the positions in the secretary's office are full. We don't lack secretaries. Besides, it's a bit of a waste of talent for a business person like Miss Chung to be a secretary. Su Yi said. Si Chingma glanced at Su Yi and said, I think you still want to go to Les Han. No, I'm considering our company and making the best use of everything, including people. Su Yi argued. Let her be my personal secretary, and we can make the best use of her. Si Chingma said. He just wanted to keep this woman under his nose and see how she could help Ling Zhan get his company's secrets. Go quickly, stop talking too much. If you keep talking too much, you don't have to go to Les Han. Just go to Africa to do business. Si Chingma said coldly. Yes. Su Yi responded quickly, turned around, and walked out the door. Only after he came out did he breathe a sigh of relief. Their presidency really didn't know how to be gentle with women. Moreover, this kind of vengeful character is too terrible. Fortunately, he did not stand against him. It took Chung Inian a full 15 minutes to reach the 8th floor. She tidied her appearance, adjusted her breathing, and then knocked on the door of the Human Resources Department. There were 6 people in the HR department. They all looked up at her, but no one responded to her. She pursed her lips and said awkwardly, Hello, I'm here to report. Oh, is that Miss Chung? At this time, a woman who looked to be in her 30s stood up and asked, Yes, I am Chung Inian. Come with me. The woman led her to a small meeting room. Fill out this form, then go to Xiao Lu to get your work badge, and then report to the 37th floor. Chung Inian's eyes twitched and she cursed in her heart. Damn it, I just came down and now I have to go up to the 37th floor again? But she still had a smile on her face. She took the form handed over by the woman and took a look at it. The first thing she saw was the position, which read Secretary. Chapter 54, What is Si Chingma? Chung Inian frowned and asked hurriedly, Hello, my position should be in the Commerce Department. Why is it as secretary? Is there a mistake? The woman was surprised and said, No mistake. We received the notice from above. It was the secretary. Chung Inian gritted her teeth and said, What is Si Chingma? The woman looked at her and said, If you are not satisfied, Miss Chung, you can choose not to join us. It is a two-way choice, and we will not force you to do anything. Chung Inian smiled lightly. Wait a moment. After saying that, she took her cell phone and went out to call Si Chingma. The phone rang twice and then was hung up. She gritted her teeth in anger and called again, but was hung up again. When she called for the 3rd time, it said that the number was out of service area. She knew that being out of service area probably meant that she had been blocked. She breathed a sigh of relief. This Si Chingma was really vindictive. Last time she blocked his WeChat. This time he blocked her phone number. Good job. Since she exchanged herself for the job opportunity, she naturally has to start the job. She can start the job first and then change jobs later. So she put away her phone and went into the small meeting room again. Hello, I'm here to apply for employment. Chung Inian said. Well, just follow what I said. I have other things to do, so I'll be out first. After you fill it out, give the form to Xiao Lu, the one sitting at the door in the red skirt. Oh, cool. After the woman left, Chung Inian filled out the form carefully, then went to find Xiao Lu and got her work badge smoothly. Xiao Lu said, Miss Chung, please report to the 37th floor. You are half an hour late today, so your bonus for this month will not be paid. Chung Inian gritted her teeth and laughed. Okay, very, very good. This Si Chingma is really enough. She came out of the Human Resources Department. Fortunately this time, she had a work badge, so she could swipe the card and go upstairs directly without having to walk up the stairs. When she reached the 37th floor, she reported directly to the secretary's office. The first floor is where Si Chingma's office is located, and the secretary's office is just outside his office. There are a total of 6 secretaries here. All of them are extremely beautiful, with good figures and long legs, and their charm cannot be concealed even when wearing professional suits. Chung Inian curled her lips. Si Chingma, this old pervert, actually had so many beautiful women as his secretaries. She came over and said, Hello, I'm the new secretary. Before she finished her words, a woman sitting in the front row suddenly raised her head and looked at her, frowning slightly, and said, Miss, is this mistake? The secretary's office is full and will not recruit any more people. It should be correct, Chung Inian said, but she was thinking in her heart that she also hoped that it was a mistake. She didn't want to be a secretary for a business and design talent like her. What was the point of coming here to be a secretary? The woman frowned and said, "What do you mean by should? The secretariat of our general manager's office is always full, and we are not recruiting anyone. You must have made a mistake. By the way, Mr. Su, the director of the public relations department, seems to be recruiting secretaries recently. You must have been recruited by him. Go to the public relations department. It's on the 5th floor." Chung Enian frowned at her attitude and said, "The HR department told me to report to the 37th floor. Human resources department?" The woman frowned even more tightly. How does the human resources department do things? They can make mistakes like this. Wait a minute, I'll call the human resources department. She had just picked up the phone and hadn't dialed yet when a female voice came. "Xiaoya, what's wrong? What's the matter?" Chapter 55, Secretary Lin Yu. The woman quickly put down the phone, stood up, and called out, "Sister Lin Yu, this lady said she's a new secretary, and she also said that the Human Resources Department asked her to report here, but our secretary office has always been full, and we are not recruiting at all. She must have made a mistake, or the Human Resources Department made a mistake. I'm going to call the Human Resources Department to confirm." The woman named Lin Yu looked at Chung Yinian, raised her lips, and smiled slightly. She seemed kind, but actually asked with a bit of arrogance, "Miss, what's your name?" Chung Yinian also gave her a professional smile. "No need to charge, Chung. Miss Chung, I believe that our HR department will not make such a low-level mistake. So, Miss Chung, why did you come here to report? I think Miss Chung knows it very well. Of course, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. And a secretary who doesn't want to come to the general manager's office to be the secretary of the general manager is not a good secretary. You have such a grand ambition, which is very good, but you need to take one step at a time in life and work. I'm afraid that your opportunistic way of doing things will not work here." Lin Yu approached Chung Yinian. Looking at her cold and beautiful face, she felt a little jealous. She had been with President Xi for several years, and President Xi always took her with him to any important occasions, and also to business talks. Sometimes when Special Assistant Su was not there, she would be there. It seemed that they had a very close relationship, but President Xi had never made any intimate moves towards her, and he had never even said a private word to her. It was all about work and work. She never understood why. Later, she accidentally heard Assistant Su chatting with President Xi. Assistant Su asked President Xi what kind of woman he liked. Mr. Xi's answer was beautiful. He said, "At least it was pleasing to the eye." So, Mr. Xi has never shown any interest in her because she is not pretty enough? She has always been very concerned about her appearance. Over the past few years, she has personally taken charge of the HR department's recruitment in her spare time and has tried her best to ensure that there are no more beautiful faces in the company. Where did this woman come from today? She looked at Chung Enian with pride and said, "Ms. Chung, you should leave. What you did today will not make you suitable even if you are hired by another department. I will inform the Human Resources Department that you are not suitable for our company." Chung Enian looked at Lin Yu and raised her eyebrows. She had fought hard for the job, and a secretary wanted to destroy it? She sneered. "What did I do?" Heh. Lin Yu glanced at Chung Enian coldly. "Xiaoya, notify the security guards and ask irrelevant personnel to leave the company." After saying that, she walked towards her office in her high heels. Yes, she has her own office. She is Si Qingma's general secretary. The 6 people sitting in the public area all listened to her. "Okay, Sister Lin Yu." Luya immediately picked up the landline phone on the table and called the security department. Chung Yinian smiled coldly. She didn't think that the secretary here was targeting her. After all, she had no connection with Secretary Lin. There was no reason for her to be hostile to her after just meeting her, right? Therefore, seeing Lin Yu's attitude towards her today, she just thought that Si Qingma didn't intend to give her a job and deliberately let the secretary treat her like this. Originally, she thought that the job given to her should be in the design department or the business department, but now it's changed to a secretary job. She tolerated it all, but now they don't even want her to be a secretary? Are you kidding her? Chapter 56. She will be Mrs. C in the future. Could it be that he just wanted to take revenge on her, to avenge the humiliation she had inflicted on him 2 years ago? So this time, he gave her such a severe revenge that even involved her herself? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She just picked up her phone and called Si Qingma. This time the call was connected quickly, and his slightly magnetic voice came from the other end. "What's the matter? You bastard. Why are you so petty? It's been 2 years, 2 years. I've apologized, and now I've gotten myself into trouble. And you actually want me to be your secretary. We clearly agreed on this before. Are you so untrustworthy?" Chung Yinian scolded angrily. Si Chima had just finished a meeting and was now sitting in the tea room with Su Yi, drinking coffee and chatting about the content of the meeting. Hearing Chung Yin's angry curse, he frowned. How can I be untrustworthy? I only promised to give you a job, but I didn't say what job it was. Secretary is also a job. Fuck yes, I accept being a secretary, but what do you mean? You're not going to give me the job as a secretary? You want your secretaries to chase me away? Chung Yin, I'm not someone you can mess with. Chung Yin gritted her teeth. Believe it or not, I'll go back right now and tell Mrs. Zhang that you and I are not a real couple at all, and tell your family not to wait any longer, or they won't get to hold their grandchildren. Si Qingma frowned. Who drove you away? You're still pretending? Chung Yin sneered. I just called the HR department and they didn't answer. Now they answered and you're pretending not to know. I was in a meeting just now, and my phone was on silent. Now, wait a moment, I'll let Su Yi handle it. Si Qingmo rubbed his forehead with his hand, hung up the phone, and briefly explained the situation to Su Yi. You go and handle it. Su Yi agreed, and immediately stood up and walked towards the secretary's office. Lin Yu was sitting in her office, keeping an eye on the outside. When she saw Chung Yin making a phone call, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Could it be that this woman had a backer? So who is her backer? No matter who it is, don't even think about staying. She will never let a woman like this hang around in front of President Xi. She held the mouse tightly in her hand, but her eyes were always looking outside. Soon, Su Yi came over. Special Assistant Su. Luya came forward immediately when she saw Su Yi. Su Yi glanced at her and said, assign a workstation to Miss Chung. She is the new secretary. Assistant Su, no one has resigned from our secretariat, and this position is full, said Luya. Su Yi glanced at her and said, it's not up to you and me to decide how many people are in this position. Luya opened her mouth. But Su Yi glanced at her again and said, it seems that Secretary Liu has not memorized the employee manual. In this case, I don't mind letting Miss Chung take your place. Luya panicked and said quickly, I'll arrange it right away. Only then did Su Yi turn around and leave. As soon as Su Yi left, Luya said coldly, so you came in through the back door. However, don't think that you can stay just because you are with Assistant Su. Whether you can stay or not depends on whether Sister Lin Yu wants to keep you. Even though Assistant Su is a popular person around Mr. C, Sister Lin Yu has the final say in the secretarial office. I might as well tell you that Sister Lin Yu is not only Mr. C's chief secretary, but will also be Mrs. C in the future. Do you think Mr. C will help Assistant Su's woman or his own woman? After hearing this, Chung Yin was stunned. Mrs. C? Then what is she? Chapter 57. A Hero's Temptation of Beauty. Chung Yin smiled faintly. Then I'd like to see if I can stay. Humph. Liu desnorted coldly. At this time, Lin Yu came out of her office again. Luya ran over to her impatiently and said, Sister Lin Yu. She came in through the back door. It was Assistant Su who let her in. This person must not be allowed to stay. Lin Yu raised her hand and interrupted Luya. She looked Chung Yin up and down and sneered. You are quite capable. Special Assistant Su is famous for only listening to Mr. C. You can actually get him to use the back door for you. You are quite impressive. Chung Yin raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a faint smile. I'll let you see something even more amazing in the future. Lin Yu snorted coldly. Don't think that a pretty face is everything. In our MO Lanqing E, we value ability. If you don't have the ability to work, you won't be able to stay. After that, she turned to Luya and said, help her get hired. Sister Lin Yu. Luya wanted to say something. Lin Yu looked at her deeply, and she dared not speak again. After Lin Yu left, Luya said to Chung Yin with a snort, give me your ID card, and I'll help you get started. Chung Yin handed the work badge to Luya. Luya stared at the photo on her work badge and muttered, she really looks like a fox. After muttering, she took Chung Yin's work badge to register. Chung Yin just waited quietly. After completing the registration and filing, Luya took the file to Lin Yu's office. Lin Yu looked at Chung Yin's file and frowned slightly. It's her. It's actually her. Who? Sister Lin Yu. You actually know her? Luya asked. She is the woman who humiliated President C 2 years ago and the fiancée of the boss of our rival company. Lin Yu said, there's a man, and she's still involved with Assistant Su. Luya was surprised. Assistant Su didn't know her identity and was deceived by her? Should we remind Assistant Su? Lin Yu sneered. Assistant Su is such a smart person. How could he not know her identity? Then why is Special Assistant Su still involved with her? Liu Yafronit in confusion. Even a hero can be tempted by a beautiful woman. With her looks, no man can resist her. Lin Yu said coldly. Alas! Luya bit her lower lip. Assistant Su is so heroic, but he was also bewitched by this vixen. Lin Yu gritted her teeth and used her long nails to grab Chung Yinyan's file, wrinkling the thin pages of paper, and then murmured, no man can get past this. Finally, he said bitterly, we must not let President C see her. Then, Sister Lin Yu, can you think of a way to get her to quit? Luya said anxiously. Lin Yu pursed her lips. Assistant Su's position in the company is something we cannot afford to offend for the time being. What should we do then? Liu Dafronit. Lin Yu said, put her workstation in the last row. You guys are responsible for Mr. C's daily work. Let her not come into contact with Mr. C. Let her run around other departments more often, deliver documents to other departments, collect reports, etc. Try not to let her sit at her workstation. Okay, Luya nodded, but she hesitated for a moment and said, but as long as she is here, she will always have the opportunity to meet Mr. C. Lin Yu sneered. We can't afford to offend Special Assistant Su, but if she makes a mistake and gets fired, Special Assistant Su should have nothing to say. Chapter 58, Being Suppressed. Upon hearing this, Luya was pleasantly surprised. I understand, Sister Lin Yu, you're so smart. This way we don't have to offend Assistant Su, and we can also drive her away. It's great killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, it kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Lin Yu curled her lips and smiled proudly. 3 gains? Luya was at a loss. What else did she gain? Lin Yu said, we also helped Mr. C to avenge the humiliation he suffered 2 years ago. But Mr. C doesn't know. Luya said regretfully, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether Mr. C knows it or not. Anyway, I just helped him get revenge. Lin Yu said affectionately, Sister Lin Yu, you were so nice to Mr. C. When will you make your relationship public? When will you get engaged and married? Luya asked. Lin Yu coughed lightly. Mr. C's career is on the rise now, so we won't consider these things. In everyone's eyes, Lin Yu and Si Qingma were a couple. After all, Si Qingma always brought Lin Yu with him to any banquet or important occasion. Everyone thought they were in love, but they just didn't make it public. Even Lin Yu herself thinks so. Mr. C may not be satisfied with her appearance, but he still likes her after all. Otherwise, why would he take her with him wherever he goes for so many years? He didn't talk to her about personal matters, only about work. It was just because he was a boring person and only liked work. He didn't like to talk about anything else. She believed that when Mr. C got tired of the slutty girls out there, he would marry her in the end. Oh, I'm looking forward to your public announcement and your wedding. President C will definitely give you, Sister Lin Yu, the wedding of the century. Luya said enviously. Lin Yu curled her lips and blushed slightly. Okay, stop talking about this and just work hard. Luya laughed. Sister Lin Yu, are you shy? Go out and work quickly. Lin Yu said angrily. Only then did Luya leave her office. As soon as she came out, Luya asked someone to move a table and arranged a table for Chung Yinian in the corner of the public area. Chung Yinian didn't care about these things. She settled down at that workstation. She turned on the computer and prepared to take a good look at the founding history of Molenchingyi and some of their previous design styles. She wanted to see if there were any breakthroughs. She knew very well what style Lingy clothing had. She wanted to see how she could surpass Lingy clothing. But after just 2 minutes of reading, she heard Luya calling her. Chung Yinian, take these documents and make copies, and then distribute them to each department. Everyone should have one. Chung Yinian stood up and walked over to see Luya handing her a thick stack of documents. There must be at least 1,000 sheets of paper, and each sheet had to be copied into hundreds of copies. She was asked to copy them, and it would probably take a whole day just to copy these documents. So she estimated that she would have to stay by the copier all day today and until tomorrow morning. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Were these people deliberately making things difficult for her? Was it Lin Yu who instructed this? Or was it Si Qingma who instructed this? She glanced at the documents, which were all basic company documents. She frowned and said, aren't these in the company's computers? Can't you send them in electronic format? Luya was choked by her question. She swallowed and said, there is no electronic file. Chung Yinian frowned. The company's management is really backward. There is no electronic version of such basic documents. It is a waste of material and manpower to copy and send them to everyone in each department. Chapter 59, let's see what she is doing first. Hearing Chung Yinian say this, Luya's face darkened. You don't need to say these. Just do what you were told to do. Why are you talking so much? Chung Inian nodded, exclamation point. She took the document to the photocopying area at the front desk. There was someone in front of her making copies and still queuing. Seeing this situation, she thought for a while. If she had to make so many copies, it would take a whole day. Then other people would come to make copies later, and it would not be good for her to occupy the large copier all the time. So she went straight to the tea room, found an empty seat, took out her cell phone, and took pictures of the documents one by one. Si Chima was drinking coffee in the tea room and talking to Sue E about the new product launch conference when he suddenly saw Chung Inian coming over with documents in her hands. At this moment, she was taking pictures of the documents page by page with her mobile phone. He sneered and said to Sue E, I knew that her coming to our company was not that simple. It turned out that she was here to get our company's secrets for Ling Zhan. Sue E frowned. Then why did President C let her come to work in the company? What do you think? Si Chima glanced at Sue E. Sue E suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said, I see. Mr. C, you must be planning to get evidence and send her directly to prison. Now we have evidence. Otherwise, should I call the police and accuse her of stealing company secrets? Si Chima raised his eyebrows slightly and said, No hurry. Let's go see what she is filming first. Yeah. Sue E nodded. So the two of them stood up from their seats and walked around a pillar. Behind where Chung Inian was sitting, there was a decorative wall with round holes of various sizes on it. They went around to the back of the decorative wall and were able to see Chung Inian through the round hole. The two of them looked carefully at the documents that Chung Inian was taking pictures of. Sue E frowned and mouthed to Si Chima. The company's founding history, this is not a secret, right? There is a copy on our company website. Si Chima also frowned and mouthed to Sue E. Take another look. The two of them looked at it for a long time, watching Chung Inian finish taking pictures of all the documents. In addition to the company's founding history, she also photographed introductions to clothing that had been released and even the company's promotional pages, which were not serious stuff anyway. It took Chung Inian about half an hour to take pictures of the documents. She left with the documents without even drinking a glass of water. After she left, Sui said, These aren't confidential, right? I don't know why Miss Ching took these photos. Si Chingma also frowned. She wouldn't be stupid enough to think that these are company secrets. Go and see why she took these photos. Okay. Sui nodded and hurriedly followed Chung Inian's footsteps to the secretary's office. Luya saw Chung Inian coming back in half an hour and frowned. Chung Inian, didn't I ask you to copy the documents and distribute them to everyone? You came back so soon? Are you being lazy? Chung Inian looked at her and said, I plan to send everyone an electronic version. It will be much faster than photocopying and distributing it. I've already told you, there's no electronic version. Luya said angrily, I can make the electronic version myself. Chung Inian said, Do you want to manually type these files into the computer? Chung Inian, the company paid you to come here to work, not to do useless work. If you do these meaningless things, I'm afraid you are not suitable for this job anymore. Luya said, Go to the HR department and tell them that you can't do this job and resign. Who said I have to type these in manually? Chung Inian raised her eyebrows. Then what are you going to do? Luya asked with a frown. Chapter 60. Sure enough, she is the woman who can make Mr. C angry. Just wait, I promise to produce these electronic versions within an hour. After saying this, Chung Inian sat back at his workstation. Luya sneered. If these documents are not delivered to everyone within an hour, you should resign. Chung Inian chuckled. Okay, then if I distribute it to everyone, what will Secretary Lu say? Are you quitting? Luya was furious. Chung Inian, you're a newcomer. Why should I quit? Secretary Lu is just a secretary. Why should he ask me to quit? Chung Inian said coldly. That's because you didn't do your job well. Luya said, if I distribute it to everyone, does it mean that Secretary Lu is not capable at work? Your chief secretary has said that people without ability will not be able to stay. Chung Inian said. Luya opened her mouth, but was unable to refute. Don't be so complacent. I want to see how you can finish it within an hour. Luya snorted coldly and sat back in her seat. Chung Inian transferred all the photos she took on her mobile phone to her computer, then converted the image format into a format, and then directly downloaded a conversion software to convert the format into a format. The conversion was very fast, almost taking only a few seconds to convert one photo. It only took Chung Inian about half an hour to convert all the pictures. She adjusted the format, edited the file header and footer, and inserted the page numbers. After sorting everything out, she packaged the files and sent them to every member of the company through the system. Even Su Yi and Si Qingmo received it. Luya looked at a file received in her system. She opened it and saw that it was the one she asked Cheng Yinian to do. She didn't expect that she actually did it. It took less than an hour. Not only did she do it, but she also adjusted the format so well. She stared blankly at the documents on the computer, her hand tightly gripping the mouse. Cheng Yinian walked over and said with a faint smile, "Secretary Liu, I have sent it to everyone." Luya exhaled. "It's sent. So what's the big deal about sending a file? Am I just sending a file?" Cheng Yinian asked coldly. Luya gritted her teeth and was about to scold Cheng Yinian. But when she saw Su Yi standing beside her, she immediately softened her voice and said, "Secretary Cheng, sending a document is what our secretaries are supposed to do. There's nothing to take credit for." Cheng Yinian raised her eyebrows. How could this woman change her expression so quickly? If it were in the past, she might not understand what was going on, but after being in contact with Shinshiniue for a long time, she had already understood the routine of the green tea girl. Generally, such a sudden change of expression must be due to the appearance of someone they care about or fear. When she turned around, she saw Su Yi coming over. She curled her lips and smiled softly. As expected, seeing Su Yi coming over, Luya was afraid that Cheng Yinian would complain to Su Yi. So she said, "Assistant Su, Miss Chung is probably too impatient and wants to make some achievements to show you quickly. She just sent a document, and she's already asking for credit. How much pressure are you putting on Miss Chung?" Su Yi glanced at Cheng Yinian. He was waiting for Cheng Yinian to come and complain, but Cheng Yinian said nothing. She just smiled and turned back to her seat. This surprised Su Yi. In fact, he already understood what happened and wanted to do justice for Cheng Yinian. As long as she was willing to complain, he would help her. But it turned out that Miss Chung was so arrogant and refused to complain. She is indeed a woman who can make their CEO angry. Chapter 61. Some Cleverness. Seeing that Cheng Yinian didn't complain, Luya also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Su Yi. "Assistant Su, are you here now? Is there something? Or did you come here specially to see Miss Chung?" Su Yi glanced at Luya and said calmly, "Secretary Liu should focus more on work and stop asking about things that you shouldn't." "Yes, yes, yes." Luya immediately nodded and bowed. Su Yi turned and left. Luya snorted coldly behind him. When President C found out that he was supporting the person who had humiliated President C before, let's see if he would still be a favorite of President C in the future. He was really good at pretending. Su Yi returned to the tea room. Si Qingma looked at him and asked, "Why did she take pictures of the company's documents?" Su Yi told Si Qingma what happened just now. Si Qingma curled his lips and said proudly, "You are quite clever." Su Yi looked at Si Qingma's proud expression and felt a little puzzled. However, after Si Qingma finished praising Cheng Yinian, he looked at Su Yi and asked, "Where is that secretary? Who hired the secretary who made things difficult for her? Why is she so stupid?" Su Yi thought for a while and said, "The Human Resources Department recruited him." "Oh, then who made the decision to keep him?" Si Qingma asked again. "It's you?" Su Yi was only halfway through his words when Si Qingma looked at him with a gaze like a knife. Su Yi smiled dryly and then changed his words. It's me, my fault. Observe for a while longer. If it doesn't work, fire her." Si Qingma said. "Okay." Su Yi nodded. The two of them discussed the various matters concerning the new product launch for a while before Si Qingmo returned to his office. When he came from the tea room, he subconsciously looked towards the secretary's office, looking for Cheng Yinian. Lin Yu saw Si Qingma coming to her office, so she hurried out and subconsciously blocked Si Qingma's sight to prevent him from seeing Cheng Yinian. "Mr. C, do you need coffee? I'll make it for you," Lin Yu asked. "No need." Si Qingma didn't stop and kept walking towards his office. He didn't see Cheng Yinian, but he didn't care. When he arrived at the office, he said to Lin Yu, "Ask the Ministry of Commerce to send me the process of this season's new product launch. Also, how are the designs of the new products going? The design drafts have not been submitted yet. I'll go and urge them right away." Lin Yu replied immediately. "Go ahead." Si Qingma just said lightly, then stopped looking at Lin Yu and looked down at his computer. Lin Yu stood there for a while, and when she saw that President C had no intention of talking to her anymore, she turned around and left. She couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. President C was still the same President C as before, and he still only cared about work to her. However, he treated everyone the same, and there was no woman around him. But she was the one who had the most contact with him, which meant that she was still the special one. Thinking of this, She breathed a sigh of relief. She still had a chance. One day, she would become Mrs. C. She walked to Luya and whispered to her to send Chung Enian away. President C almost saw that woman just now. If she hadn't come out in time, he would have seen it. Luya couldn't think of any idea for a moment. She had originally wanted to ask Chung Enian to make copies and then send the documents. In this way, she probably wouldn't be able to be at her workstation for the whole day, but she got away with it. So she had to think of a new way. She bit her lower lip and said, "I'll think of a way." Only then did Lin Yu return to her office. Chapter 62. Chung Enian comes back and takes care of her again. Chung Enian had no other work at the moment, so she sat in front of the computer and continued to study the development history of Mo Lan Qingyi. She felt that to work in a company, she had to first understand the company. Being a secretary now should be relatively easy, so she could learn about it first. When the time came to fight with Ling Yi, she would know both herself and the enemy. However, just after she looked at it for a short while, her cell phone rang. She took it out and looked at the caller ID. It was Yu Huixin calling. She didn't answer and hung up directly. Yu Huixin on the other end of the phone was ready for what Chung Enian would say, but the call was hung up. She was so angry that she was shaking, and she called again, but Chung Enian hung up again. She continued to call, and Chung Enian quickly blocked the number. Yu Hui on the other end of the phone angrily threw the phone to the ground. Ling Man asked beside her. She won't answer? Yu Huixin gritted her teeth and said, "That little bitch actually dared to hang up on me. When she comes back, I'll show you how I deal with her. How can I let her into our Ling family so easily if I don't set some rules for her?" Ling Man pursed her lips and said, "Mom, I feel like Chung Enian has changed. She's not as obedient as before. Look around the house. She didn't even wash the dishes for my birthday. We weren't home yesterday, so I thought she would have cleaned up the house, but it's still like this. I just went over to check, and there were maggots in the bowl. It's so disgusting." Chung Enian used to love cleanliness the most. Yui said angrily, "She has indeed changed. She has become lazier. I have to have a good talk with your brother. You can't marry a lazy woman like this. Marrying a lazy woman will make your family poor for 3 generations. But doesn't my brother want the shares she has? He will definitely marry her. Even if she has changed now, my brother will still marry her." Ling Man said with some annoyance, "If you ask me, Sister Xinyue is much better than Chung Enian. Isn't Chung Enian relying on the company's shares in her hands?" Yu Huixin also frowned and said, "I don't know what your brother was thinking at the beginning. How could he let her get 20% of the company's shares? Now, he has to marry her." Ling Man suddenly said, "But it's okay. There are many women who want to marry a successful man like my brother. After my brother marries her and gets the shares, he can divorce her. Anyway, my brother won't have trouble finding a wife. Then it will be Chung Enian who will be worried about not being able to get married." Yu Huixin also smiled proudly. "That's right. With your brother's conditions, even if he's getting married for the second time, he's still the object of women's crazy pursuit." The mother and daughter were proud for a while, and Ling Man covered her stomach and said, "Mom, I'm so hungry. No one makes lunch. What should I do?" Yu Huixin pursed her lips and said, "How about we order some takeout first, and then I'll deal with Chung Enian when she comes back." Ling Man pouted. "Mom, the takeaway is so disgusting. Have you forgotten the takeaway we had the day before yesterday? It was salty and greasy and tasted so disgusting. I still want to eat the food cooked by Chung Enian." Yu Huixin also knew that the takeout could not compare to the meals cooked by Chung Enian. The most important thing was that they had to pay for the takeout themselves. But when Chung Enian cooked, she had to pay for the vegetables and ingredients herself, so the food was delicious and healthy. She thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to that bitch's room and see if she cares about her dad. Then find something her dad left for her. I'll send her a text message. If she doesn't come back to cook, I'll destroy the things her dad left for her." Ling Man nodded, found the spare key, and walked quickly towards the room where Chung Enian used to live. She thought the door of the room was locked, but it opened with a slight push. Chapter 63. Enian moved away. When Ling Man entered the room, she was surprised to see that the whole room was empty. She hurried to open the wardrobe, but the clothes in the wardrobe were gone. She screamed, "Mom, that bitch Chung Enian seems to have moved away." "What did you say?" Yu Huixin was surprised. She walked quickly to the room where Chung Enian had been before. After looking around, she hurriedly took Ling Man's phone to call Ling Zhan. When Yu Huixin called Ling Zhan was hugging Shin Xinyue and comforting her. Today, Shin Xinyue still gritted her teeth and came to work, But as soon as she arrived at the company, her colleagues looked at her with strange eyes. She was sad and humiliated, but in front of Ling Zhan, she pretended to be strong, which made Ling Zhan heartbroken. At this time, his cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and took a look. It was Ling Man's call. He was about to hang up when Shin Xinyue immediately said sympathetically, "Boss Ling, I'm fine. You answer the phone." I just couldn't hold it together for a moment. Ling Zhan stroked her hair gently. "I'll finish the call soon and take you out for dinner later." Shin Xinyue nodded. "Okay." As soon as Ling Zhan pressed the answer button, Yu Huixin on the other end of the phone asked angrily and anxiously, "Zhan, are you planning to live outside with Qingyian? Are you not going to take care of me and your sister?" "What?" Ling Zhan was a little confused. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Qingyian moved all her things away. "Did she go to find you?" Yu Huixin asked. But before Ling Zhan could answer, she said again, "Ah, Zhan, how many times has Mom told you that women should not be spoiled? How long are you going to spoil her? She dares to treat me and your sister like this before marriage. After you get married, who knows how she will treat us? You and Man don't have a father. I raised you all by myself. For a woman, you have to watch your mother, who is already old, continue to suffer." Ling Zhan listened to his mother's words before he said, "Mom, wait a minute, what did you say? You said Qingyian moved away." Yu Huixin was stunned. "Why? You don't know? She didn't come to find you?" Ling Zhan frowned and said no. "Then where did she go?" Now Yu Huixin was also confused. Ling Zhan snorted coldly. "I thought she was very courageous. After doing something like that yesterday, she must be afraid that I would say something about her, so she hid herself. Ignore her for now. She will come back sooner or later anyway." Yu Huixin was even more confused now. She and Ling Man had originally planned to celebrate Ling Zhan's birthday yesterday, but Ling Zhan later said that he was very busy and told them to go out and have fun on their own. He also gave them some money. They then went on a short trip and only came back today. So, they had no idea what happened yesterday. "What did she do?" Yu Huixin asked. Ling Zhan glanced at Shin Xinyue and was a little reluctant to say anything, fearing that he would cause secondary harm to Shin Xinyue. Shin Xinyue said firmly, "It's okay, President Ling just talked to my aunt." So Ling Zhan told Yu Huixin the general situation. However, when it came out of his mouth, he naturally sided with Shin Xinyue in everything, and Qingyian was just a vicious and jealous White Lotus. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yu Huixin angrily said, "How could she do such a thing? It's really pitiful for Xinyue." Ling Man also came over to listen. After hearing what Ling Zhan said, she said angrily, "Brother, Sister Xinyue did this all for you. If it were me, you would break up with Qingyian and be with Sister Xinyue." Chapter 64, She Can't Leave Me. Ling Zhan pressed the hands-free button at this moment, intending to let his mother and sister comfort Shin Xinyue. He thought women were easy to talk to, but he didn't expect Ling Man to suddenly say this. He remembered what Shin Xinyue did to him yesterday under the influence of drugs. He looked at Shin Xinyue awkwardly. Shin Xinyue blushed slightly and said softly, Man, don't talk nonsense. I do everything for President Ling willingly, and I don't need to be responsible. He and Enian are a pair." When she said the last sentence, her tone was full of relief and loss. Ling Zhan stared at Shin Xinyue closely. Yesterday, he thought that Shin Xinyue treated him like that because of the effect of the drug. However, now that Shin Xinyue said this, Ling Zhan suddenly understood that Shin Xinyue liked him. He felt somewhat happy in his heart, but he couldn't be with Shin Xinyue now. He had to marry Qingyian and get the 20% shares. Otherwise, the company would not belong to him completely, which made him feel very uncomfortable. So he said, "Yeah, man, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with your sister Xinyue. Don't damage her reputation." As soon as he said this, Shin Xinyue burst into tears, but she still looked strong and said with a choked voice, I'm going to the bathroom." Then she hurried away. Ling Zhan was a little anxious and wanted to chase her, but in the end he didn't. He knew that if he chased her now, he would probably be together with Xinyue. It would be impossible for him to be with Xinyue and finally marry Qingyian. This was too unfair to Xinyue. Xinyue had been wronged enough, and he couldn't let her be more wronged, so he endured and didn't chase her. Ling Man on the other end of the phone shouted, "Brother, you've hurt Sister Xinyue's heart. She likes you. She likes you very much. Go chase her." Yu Huixin also said, Zhan, comfort Xinyue. She's a good girl." Ling Zhan frowned and said, "Mom, man, don't interfere in my affairs. I know my limits." "Brother, do you have any sense of propriety? Do you still want to be with Cheng Yinian? She is not worthy of you. Ling Man was angry that her brother did not listen to her, and her voice was a little sharp. Yu Huixi knew that Ling Zhan was after the shares, and he probably had Shen Xingyue in his heart, so she said to Ling Man, "Your brother will handle his own affairs, don't butt in." Humph. Ling Man snorted angrily and sat on the sofa to sulk. Yu Huixin said to Ling Zhan, "Cheng Yinian has moved away now, and you don't know where she has gone. Do you think you can still get your shares? You don't even know where to find her." Ling Zhan sneered. "Mom, she will come out on her own. She can't leave me. If I buy a ring for another woman, I don't believe she can keep her composure. If she wants to come back this time, I will make her kneel outside for a few hours. She's gone too far this time." Yu Huixin said angrily. "Okay, when she comes back, you can let her kneel for as many hours as you want." Ling Zhan said with a smile. "Okay, then I'll hang up. You still have to comfort Xin Yue and don't make her too sad. When you get the shares in the future, even if you want to pursue her again, she won't be willing to marry you." Yu Huixin said, "I understand. By the way, remember to find a few cleaning staff to clean the house. I will bring Xin Yue home for dinner tonight." Ling Zhan said, Okay. Yu Huixin was very happy. Chapter 65, She is a Money Loser. After hanging up the phone, Yu Huixin called the housekeeping company and said she wanted to find a cleaner to clean the house. The housekeeping company sent 2 people over. When they saw that the oil on the dishes on the dining table was infested with maggots, they asked for more money. She was stingy and didn't want to pay, so they didn't do it and just left. She called to complain about the cleaning staff and asked the housekeeping company to replace them. When the housekeeping company heard that her house was infested with maggots, they told her directly that she should either pay more or clean the place herself. She was so angry that she blocked the housekeeping company and changed to another one, but the result was the same. In the end, she had to pay more to the housekeeping company. Normally, cleaning would cost more than 1,000 yuan, but this time it cost more than 3,000 yuan. She was heartbroken and scolded Cheng Yinian again. "Cheng Yinian, that bastard, made me waste 3,000 yuan in vain. When she comes back, I will ask her for double the money. Otherwise, kneel at the door and don't even think about coming in." Ling Man fanned the flames. "That's right, if she cleaned it up, we wouldn't have to spend a dime. Now, she's making us spend 3,000. She's just a money loser." The mother and daughter scolded Cheng Yinian for the entire afternoon for 3,000 yuan. Cheng Yinian had no idea that Yu Huixin and Ling Man had been scolding her the whole afternoon. After she blocked their phone numbers, she felt that the whole world was at peace. However, Luya found her a new job and asked her to go to the design department to urge for the design drafts. She was told that she couldn't get the design draft back and shouldn't come back, so she just sat in the design department and waited. She herself has worked in design, and she knows that design requires inspiration. You can't just draw a draft and then you can draw it. Luya asked her to urge the design draft, which was just asking her to be disliked. She was not stupid. As soon as she arrived at the design department, she said, "Hello, I am the new secretary in the secretarial office. Secretary Lu asked you to hand in the design draft as soon as possible. She asked me to come and get it. If I can't take it back to the secretarial office for design, then I won't go back to the secretarial office. But it's okay. I won't go back to the secretarial office these days. You can take your time to draw." When the staff in the design department heard this, they all frowned and said, "It's that idiot Luya again. She's always like this. Does she think the design draft is so easy to draw? She keeps urging me to draw it. The more she urges me, the harder it is for me to draw it. That's right. Last time she asked me to hand in my design, she sat in front of me and watched me draw. She stared at my drawing like that. I was so drunk. How could I draw anything when she was like that? My mind was in a mess. I told her to go back and wait and give it to her on time, but she refused. She just sat in front of me. Sitting in front of you is nothing. Last time when I was drawing a design, she was still standing by to give me instructions. She even said that the lines I drew were not straight enough, saying that the lines drawn by those who learn to draw should be straight. She didn't even know what I was drawing, but she just said that the lines should be straight. How can a fashion design be completely straight? An amateur is giving instructions to an expert. After they finished complaining about Luya, they began to sympathize with Cheng Yinian. "Alas, you are all so pitiful, being embarrassed by her like this. If you go back to the secretary's office, can she still fire you?" someone asked. "I don't know. I just got here, and I don't know anything. Anyway, I just do whatever they tell me to do." Cheng Yinian pretended to be ignorant, causing all the employees in the design department to feel sympathy for her. "It's okay. She just came earlier than you. You are both Mr. C's secretary. She has no right to fire you. Don't be afraid, said one of the more senior design department employees. Chapter 66. Being sent to the design department. The other one also nodded in agreement. That's right, she is not qualified, but she has a good relationship with the chief secretary of your secretarial office. You still have to be careful. We won't deliberately make things difficult for you. We will draw it as soon as possible. Thank you. Chung Inian thanked with a faint smile. The design department employee asked her to go to the lounge and made her some coffee. Just sit here and take a rest. We'll draw it for you. Okay. Chung Inian nodded. There were some old albums from the design department in the lounge, containing all the clothes that Mo Lan Chingy had released before. Chung Inian was drinking coffee while looking at the albums, just in time to see the direction of Mo Lan Chingy's design style. Before I knew it, it was time to get off work. Seeing that Chung Inian hadn't come back yet, Luya happily went to Lin Yu to take credit for it. Sister Lin Yu, I have thought of a good way to send Chung Inian to the design department. She hasn't come back yet. Judging from the nature of the people in the design department, she will probably have to stay in the design department for several days. After hearing her words, Lin Yu curled her lips and nodded. You did a good job. She rolled her eyes and said, That's great. I can find a reason to fire her. Sister Lin Yu, do you have an idea? Luya asked. Yeah. Lin Yu smiled proudly. Okay, you can get off work now. Don't you still have a date with your boyfriend? Then I'm leaving. Bye, Sister Lin Yu. Luya said happily, picked up her bag and walked away in her high heels. Mo Lan Chingy does not encourage employees to work overtime, so almost everyone leaves work on time, of course, excluding Si Qingma and Su Yi. Si Qingma did not encourage his employees to work overtime, but he himself worked overtime desperately. Anyway, he had nothing to do when he got home, and he always felt that the house was empty. Mrs. Zhang did not live there at night, so he was alone. Every time he stood on the balcony and looked at the lights of thousands of houses outside, he felt lonely and missed home. But when it came to having to go back and face his family's pressure to get married, he thought it was better to give up, so he could only work hard. When everyone had left the company, Lin Yu stood outside Si Qingma's office and looked through the glass door. She saw him typing on his cell phone. She didn't know who he was messaging or what he was doing. Sometimes, she felt that she was very close to Si Qingma, and sometimes she felt that she was very far away from him. She clearly sees him every day, and they are together every day, but she never knows what he is doing, let alone what is on his phone. Are there more people of the opposite sex or the same sex on his WeChat? He holds his phone and types every day. Is he chatting with a woman or chatting with family? She had never seen what his family was like. She just stared at him blankly and became curious about the phone in his hand. Sui walked up from behind her and patted her shoulder. Secretary Lin, are you not going to get off work yet? Lin Yu was slightly embarrassed, then gave a proper and professional smile. Isn't Assistant Sue off work too? Sue sighed. I don't have such a good life as Secretary Lin. I am forced to work overtime every day by President C, and I never get off work normally. After hearing this, Lin Yu felt envious and jealous. She wished that Mr. C would ask her to work overtime with him. It was late at night, and there were only the two of them under the dim light of the office. What a wonderful thing it was. Chapter 67, Not on the Way. Secretary Lin, please get off work soon. I'm going to see President C to see if I can work an early shift today. Su Yi quickly walked to the door of Si Qingma's office, raised his hand, and knocked gently on the door. Si Qingma didn't even raise his head and said, Come in. Su Yi went in and sat down opposite him. There was no respect from a subordinate to his superior at all. The two of them were just like friends. Mr. C, are you working overtime tonight? Su Yi asked. Si Qingma subconsciously glanced outside and saw that everyone in the secretary's office had left work, and Chung Yinian was not there either. Did she leave on her own? Humph, she's the most active one after get off work. When she was with Ling Yi, she worked so hard, but now she is just slacking off here with him. He subconsciously looked outside several times in the afternoon, but didn't see the woman. He didn't know where she had gone. When I get back, I must ask her what she thinks. If she doesn't want to work at Molan Qingyi, I will fire her. He looked at Su Yi and said, I won't work overtime. Su Yi was surprised. You're not working overtime? The sun is rising from the west. From what you said, you really want to work overtime? Si Qingmo raised his eyebrows. Well, then you deal with these. Si Qingma handed a stack of documents to Su Yi, then stood up and said, I'm leaving first. Oh, Mr. C, you can't be like this. You are the boss of the company. These documents have to be approved by the boss. You must always remember that I'm just an assistant. Su-yi cried miserably behind him. Si Chima didn't even bother to look at him and said, without even turning his head, "You are a different assistant." After saying that, he swiped his card and entered the elevator. Su-yi stroked his forehead. "What's different about me? Am I a superhuman?" He was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. He and Si Chima were not only superiors and subordinates, but also friends. He could only work hard to process the documents for her. When Lin Yu saw Si Chima leaving, she also took her bag and walked out quickly. Just as the elevator door was about to close, she called out, "Wait a minute." Si Chima pressed the door opening button again. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. C. The staff elevator has stopped. I'll take your elevator." Si Chima said calmly, "It's okay. Most people would not be able to use Mr. C's elevator. In the company, except for Su-yi, she was the only one who could use it." She curled her lips happily, looking at her, and Si Chingma's shadows reflected on the elevator wall. Her heart beat faster. She wanted to find something to talk about, but she didn't know what to say for a moment, and Si Chingma obviously didn't want to talk to her actively. She watched the elevator going up. She knew that Mr. C's car was always parked in the rooftop parking lot. It only took 2 floors for the elevator to arrive. Si Chingma walked out of the elevator and said, "The elevator will automatically stop at the underground parking lot. There is no need to swipe the card." After saying that, he walked towards his car. Lin Yu gritted her teeth, walked out of the elevator, and followed her boss Ching Mo's footsteps. "Boss C, my car broke down, and I sent it to be repaired. I wonder if I could take a ride in your car today?" Si Chima had already opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. While fastening his seatbelt, he said in a light voice, "It's not on the way." Lin Yu bit her lower lip and stood there pitifully. "I'm going today." She originally wanted to say a place in the same direction as Si Chingma. However, she didn't know where Si Chingma lived. Chapter 68, Are You Not Tempted at All? Before, in order to find out where he lived, she had even followed him in her car, but she failed to catch up with him. Mr. C was an excellent driver, as if he had practiced racing, and he quickly left her behind. Si Chima looked at her and said in a businesslike manner, "Let Sui swipe your card to go downstairs for you, or..." His eyes turned cold. "Go on your own." After saying that, he started the car and drove into the elevator, which went down floor by floor. Lin Yu watched Si Chima leave like that, and she felt sad and upset. She didn't understand why. Why could Mr. C separate work and personal feelings so well? They obviously spend the longest time together every day. Is he really not attracted to her at all? Just because she's not pretty enough? But she helped him so much at work, and she managed his company's logistics so well. Doesn't a successful man need a virtuous woman? What's the use of a vase? She was too embarrassed to ask Sue-yi to help her swipe the card and go downstairs, so she could only walk down step by herself. She did not have the courage of Ching-Inian, and she was still burdened with her idol image. She was worried about bumping into someone on a certain floor, so she refused to take off her high heels. She just walked down step by step from the 39th floor in her high heels. Chung-Inian spent an entire afternoon looking at design drafts in the design department, and she discovered something interesting. Mo Lanqing, he has an amazing design every year, designed by a mysterious designer without any signature. However, the clothes designed by such a nameless designer are the best-selling ones of Mo Lanqing. She forgot the time as she looked around here. It was a long time since she got off work. When Tianyu, the last employee to leave the design department, came to turn off the lights in the lounge, she found that Chung Inian was still here. She was surprised and said, "Secretary Chung, you are still here? You are really dedicated to your work, but I am afraid that no one can hand in the design draft to you today. Everyone has gone off work, and we at Mo Lanqing do not encourage overtime." Chung Inian smiled and said, don't worry. I'll come and wait for you tomorrow. You can draw slowly." "Oh, you are such a nice person," Tianyu said sincerely. Chung Inian smiled and said, "Just pay attention to the submission time." "Don't worry, we always pay attention to time. Manager Yin in our department is very capable. The tasks he assigns to everyone are in everyone's areas of expertise. He also knows how to allocate time. We have never submitted a manuscript late. Every time the Secretariat comes to urge us, it's just that the Secretariat is anxious," Tianyu said to Chung Inian. Chung Inian smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll leave then. Are you off work too?" "Yes, let's go." Tianyu nodded. So the two of them came out together. The staff elevator had stopped, but fortunately the design department was on the 3rd floor, so they walked down the stairs together. But just as they walked into the stairwell, they suddenly heard a dong, dong, dong sound from above, and the two were stunned for a moment. Ah, what's that sound? It's scary. Tianyu said in shock. Chung Yinian blinked and said, it sounds like high heels to me. Oh my god. No way. Why does it sound like the voice in a horror movie so scary? No, it can't be haunted, right? Tianyu said after swallowing. Chung Yinian pursed her lips and asked, has your place been haunted? No. Tianyu shook her head. Chapter 69. Not deserving of a punishment. That must be an employee of the company. Chung Yinian said, our company does not encourage overtime, and everyone will take the employee elevator. Why would anyone take the stairs? Tianyu said quietly, and the sound of high heels was getting closer and closer. She pulled Chung Yinian and hid. Let's hide quickly. Let's hide quickly. So the two of them ran back. But Chung Yinian was not familiar with the road, and it was a bit dark here, so her legs hit the door, making a loud noise. Lin Yu, who had just come down to the third floor, immediately asked, who is it? Come out quickly. Chung Yinian had to come out. When Tianyu saw Chung Yinian walking out, she wanted to pull her, but failed. She herself did not come out, but hid behind the door and looked outside secretly. Chung Yinian was surprised to see Lin Yu. Hey, Secretary Lin, why did you come down the stairs? It seems that the president's elevator is not closed. Are you losing weight? Lin Yu's face darkened. Everyone in the company knew that she didn't have the president's elevator card. Did Chung Yinian say that on purpose to ridicule her? Her eyes were slightly cold, and she stared at Chung Yinian while panting. Chung Yinian really didn't know that she didn't have the president's elevator card. She thought that since Lin Yu had been the president's general secretary for several years, she should be able to get an elevator card, right? She looked at Lin Yu walking up the stairs in her high heels and kindly reminded her, it will be easier to walk if you take off your shoes. Lin Yu's eyes became colder and colder. She just stared at Chung Yinian, wishing she could glare her eyes out. Seeing Lin Yu glaring at her, she quickly moved aside and said, sorry, am I blocking your way? Go ahead, go ahead. Lin Yu stood there without moving, still staring at Chung Yinian. Chung Yinian was a little confused and touched her nose. Is there something on my face? Lin Yu said coldly to Chung Yinian. Today, just pretend you didn't see me. Understand? Chung Yinian was puzzled, but she didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so she nodded and said, okay. Lin Yu then walked away with a haughty manner, her high heels making a jingling sound. Chung Yinian stood there and watched her walk down the stairs step by step in her high heels. She sighed helplessly and said, you want to lose weight, but you still wear high heels to walk up the stairs. Why bother? Aren't you afraid of falling? She's not losing weight at all. She just doesn't have the president's elevator card. Tianyu walked out from behind the door, stood with Chung Yinian, and said leisurely. Chung Yinian looked at her in surprise. What did you say? She doesn't have the CEO's elevator card. Yes. Tianyu looked at Chung Yinian and nodded. Chung Yinian stroked her forehead. Well, did what I just said sound particularly annoying to her? Tianyu shook her head and said, I don't really deserve a beating. That's okay, that's okay. Chung Yinian stroked his chest. What's good about that? You're not particularly asking for a beating. You're extremely asking for a beating. Tianyu said, you're simply hitting people where it hurts. Not having the CEO's elevator card has always been a pain in Lin Yu's heart. Chung Yinian raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Lin Yu is the second person to follow President Xi since our company was founded. She is considered a veteran of the company. President Xi trusts her very much. The most important thing is that President Xi takes her with him wherever he goes. Whenever he needs a female companion, it's always her. Everyone thinks she has that kind of relationship with President Xi. Tianyu gossiped. What kind of relationship? Chung Yinian asked. Oh, don't pretend to be innocent. It's just the kind of relationship between a man and a woman. Tianyu winked at Chung Yinian. Chung Yinian nodded. I understand. Chapter 70, he just loves to trouble people. Chung Yinian wondered if all secretaries had an affair with their bosses. Ling Zhan and Xin Xinyue are, as are Si Qingma and Lin Yu. Perhaps because of Ling Zhan and Xin Xinyue, she had a very bad impression of Si Qingma and Lin Yu. Most importantly, why is she always the victim? When she was with Ling Zhan, he cheated on her with his secretary. Now that she is married to Si Qingma, he has a secretary as his confidant. I don't know what bad luck I have. We clearly agreed when we got the marriage certificate that we would not cheat on each other. Since he was having an affair with Lin Yu, why didn't he get a marriage certificate with Lin Yu instead of asking her for the certificate? Does she look greener on top of her head? Just as Chung Yinian was burning with anger, Tianyu said, but President Xi did not give Secretary Lin a CEO elevator card, so their relationship has become a little confusing. Chung Enian said angrily. He just likes to make trouble for people. Yes, Secretary Lin loves to make trouble for people. Tianyu agreed. It's just that Chung Enian was talking about Si Qingma, while Tianyu was talking about Lin Yu. After all, in Tianyu's mind, Chung Enian is just a little secretary who has never even met the president. How could she know whether President Si likes to make trouble for others? The two chatted about gossip for a while, then left the company and took a taxi back. When Chung Enian arrived at the door of the house, she remembered that she had forgotten to record her fingerprints, so she rang the doorbell from outside. At this moment, Si Chima had been scolded by his grandmother in the video for half an hour. He kept laughing and trying to cheer the old lady up. The old lady said angrily, "You didn't let me see my granddaughter-in-law last night. Don't try to coax me anymore. I won't hang up this video today. I have to see my granddaughter-in-law. Grandma, it's getting late. I still need to take a bath and go to bed. Do you want to watch your grandson take a bath?" Si Chima said with a chuckle. "What's so good about you? I just want to see my granddaughter-in-law." The old lady glanced at Si Chingma. Molan was also mumbling nearby. "I heard from Mrs. Zhang that you two went out to work together in the morning. So why can't you bring my daughter-in-law back with you when you get off work in the evening? Why are you so stupid? She's your daughter-in-law, and she didn't come home so late. Aren't you worried?" Si Chingma stroked his forehead. "Mom, you've said this many times. She's grown up. There's nothing for me to worry about." "You are not worried, but I am. What if my daughter-in-law is so beautiful and she is taken away by someone else?" Imolan muttered. When Sichima was about to be sent away by the two women, the doorbell rang. He quickly said to the video, "Someone rang the doorbell. I'll hang up first and go open the door." "Don't hang up, you little brat. I have to help my granddaughter-in-law monitor you to see if some wild woman comes to see you late at night." Old Mrs. C said. Sichima's mouth twitched. "Oh my God, who is the biological child?" "Go open the door." Old Madam C urged Si Chingma. "Are you afraid to open the door? Is there really a wild woman there?" Mo Lan said beside him. "Mom, with a guy like him, how could any woman be interested in him? If there really was a woman interested in him, would he have waited until he was 30 to get married?" That's right, that's right." The old lady nodded. Listening to the two women chatting among themselves, Si Chingma put his phone on the table and walked over to open the door. Seeing that it was Chung Enian, he was surprised for a moment, then frowned and asked, "Why don't you open the door yourself?" Chung Enian pursed her lips and said, "I didn't record my fingerprints." Chapter 71. The first person who called her E besides Dad. "Then record it now," Si Chima said. "Oh." Chung Enian nodded, hung her bag in the cabinet at the entrance, and started fiddling with recording fingerprints by the door. Si Chima walked to the dining table again and picked up his phone. Old Mrs. C on the other end of the phone asked hurriedly, "Who is it?" "Your granddaughter-in-law," Si Chima said. Hurry, let me see," Old Mrs. C said anxiously. Si Chima walked over with his phone and watched Chung Enian record her fingerprint. Chung Enian had never used this lock before, and after fiddling with it for a long time, she still couldn't get it right. Si Chima looked anxious and handed the phone to Chung Enian. "I'll do it, you hold the phone." Chung Enian subconsciously took his phone and heard an excited voice coming from the phone. Granddaughter-in-law, come and look at Grandma." Only then did Chung Enian realize that he was video chatting again. She smiled at the phone and her eyes fell on the video. She saw an old lady with gray hair, but she looked very energetic. There were traces of time on her face, but she looked naturally aged. Although she was old, she was still elegant. At this moment, the old lady had a smile on her face, looking kind and gentle. Chung Enian suddenly remembered that when she lived at her aunt's house, there was also an old lady who treated her very well. She subconsciously called out Grandma. When Mrs. C on the other end of the phone heard this address, she danced with joy and said to Mo Lan, "Lan, listen quickly, listen quickly. She's calling me Grandma." Mo Lan was a little jealous. She had called Chung Enian last night, but her daughter-in-law had never called her mom. She said pitifully, "Mom, you are so lucky. Your granddaughter-in-law calls you." Old Mrs. C was very proud. Si Chingma fiddled with the door lock for a while, then reached out, grabbed Chung Enian's hand, pulled her index finger, and pressed the fingerprint lock again and again. Chung Enian didn't expect Si Chingma to directly pull her hand. She stiffened slightly, only to feel that his hand was very big and warm, a dry warmth. He didn't seem to have taken care of his hands. There were obvious calluses on his fingers, which hurt her hands. She turned her head to look at him, thinking to herself, his current wealth is about the same as Ling Zhan's. Ling Zhan's family conditions were not good before, and his hands were not as rough as his. It seems that his original family conditions must be even worse, right? It was not easy for him to get to where he is now, and she had some admiration for this man. But she was wrong. The reason why Si Qingma's hands were rough was not because he was poor, but because he was too rich. Because the Si family is wealthy and powerful, they are afraid of being kidnapped. So both men and women in the Si family have to learn some kung fu to protect themselves since childhood. Si Qingma is very interested in taekwondo, fencing, and other fighting sports. So he practiced more than other people in the family, and his hands became rougher. It's a pity that Cheng Enian didn't know. On the other end of the video, Mrs. C and Mo Lan saw them holding hands, and they excitedly took a few screenshots. After taking the screenshot, Mrs. C thought it was inconvenient to contact her grandson every time she wanted to find his wife. So she asked, Girl, can you add Grandma as a friend on your WeChat? Hearing this name, Cheng Enian suddenly looked up at Old Lady C in the video. This was the first person other than her father who called her Yi. Her nose felt slightly sore, and she didn't speak for a long time. Chapter 72, The Only One. Seeing that Cheng Enian didn't respond to her, the old lady thought that she didn't want to add her, so she quickly said, Oh, look at me, an old woman. Actually, I don't understand WeChat either. If we don't want to add her, then don't add her. Don't be embarrassed, girlie. Grandma doesn't want to spy on your life. When Cheng Enian heard this, she knew that the old lady had misunderstood, and she quickly said, Grandma, no, I just think it's very kind for you to call me Yi. It's been a long time since anyone called me that. Do you like this name? Old Madam C said happily. Grandma likes it too. I think Yi sounds better. Wei sounds better than Yi Lian. From now on, I will call you Yi. Cheng Enian nodded. Well, you can call me whatever you want. I'll ask Mr. C to send me your WeChat later. No, let's just scan the code and add it now. Old Mrs. C was very happy. She took out her mobile phone, opened her QR code, pointed it at the camera, and asked Cheng Enian to scan it. Old Mrs. C was using Mo Lan's phone to make the video call, while Cheng Enian was using Si Qingma's phone. Both of their phones were idle, but at this moment, the two of them scanned the QR code and added each other as friends through the two phones. After adding, Mrs. C said happily, Okay, it's done. Now, can Grandma take a look at your circle of friends? Of course. Cheng Enian said. Okay, then Grandma won't video chat with you anymore. After saying that, Mrs. C walked away with her phone. Mo Lan said sourly. Then you can also add Mom on WeChat. Cheng Enian was not embarrassed to call Grandma. After all, she always called old ladies Grandma. But now that Mo Lan called herself Mom, she still felt a little embarrassed. She coughed lightly and said, Okay, Annie. Mo Lan said aggrievedly. It doesn't like me? You won't even call me Mom. When Si Qingma heard his mother's aggrieved voice, he glanced at Cheng Enian, meaning that he wanted her to cooperate. Cheng Enian pursed her lips and called out unnaturally, Okay, Mom. Okay. Then I'll ask Grandma to send you to me on WeChat, and we'll add one too. Mo Lan was happy. Okay. Cheng Enian nodded. Okay, you guys go ahead and do your work. I'm hanging up now. Mo Lan said with a smile, and hung up the video. Cheng Enian watched the video call being hung up, and she said to Si Qingma, Grandma and the others hung up the video. Yeah. Si Qingmo responded indifferently, and continued to hold her hand to record fingerprints. The design of his fingerprint lock was extremely complicated, and the recording process was also extremely complicated. It had to be repeated more than 3 times, and it had to be recorded from different angles before it could be set up successfully. Cheng Enian put her phone on the cabinet in the entrance hall and watched Si Qingmo help her record her fingerprints. After Si Qingmo recorded Cheng Enian's fingerprints, he realized that he had actually taken the initiative to grab a woman's hand. He let go of her hand as if he had been electrocuted, his ears slightly reddened, and he said unnaturally, It's recorded. Don't ring the doorbell again in the future. I don't have time to open the door for you all the time. Oh, Cheng Enian nodded. Let's eat. Si Qingma picked up his phone and walked towards the kitchen. Mrs. Zhang made lunch, but we didn't come back to eat it. It's still on the table. We can heat it up and eat it. Chapter 73, A Man Who Can Do Housework. I'll go heat up the food. Cheng Enian thought she was living and eating for free here, so she should do some work, so she suggested heating up the food. As a result, Si Qingma turned his head to look at her and said with a look of disgust, I told you on the day we got the marriage certificate, don't even think about entering the kitchen anymore. I don't want to eat dark cuisine. After saying that, he went into the kitchen to heat up the food. Chung Inian stood at the kitchen door and watched him busying himself clumsily. It was obvious that he didn't do this kind of work often. She pursed her lips and wanted to tell him that she was actually a pretty good cook, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Si Chingma said, "It will be ready soon. Don't stand here. You won't be able to learn even if you stand here." Chung Inian. She was a little speechless. How could she not learn to heat up some food? But it's better this way. He doesn't let her do it, and she's too lazy to do it. So I just went back to my room, got my clothes, and took a shower. When she came out again, she changed into a more comfortable home clothes. Si Chima has already put the food on the table. Chung Inian walked over and sat down face to face with him. Si Chima glanced at her calmly. "You can serve the food, right? You don't need me to serve it for you, right?" Before Chung Inian could say anything, he continued, "If you can't even serve rice, then you might as well starve to death." Chung Inian. Why does such a good person need a mouth? After dinner, Chung Inian was about to clear the table, but Si Chima said in horror, "Don't move. I have a complete set of bowls and plates. They are limited editions, and you can't buy a second set. If you break one, the set will be incomplete." Chung Inian. Then, she watched him carefully clear the dishes and go to the kitchen to wash them. She didn't expect that she would now live a life where food and clothes were provided for her without much effort. She really wasn't used to it. She leaned against the kitchen door, watching Si Chingma clumsily washing the dishes, and suddenly felt that men who could do housework were quite handsome. "You really don't need my help?" Chung Inian asked again. "Are you sure you're not making things worse?" Si Chingma raised his eyebrows and looked at her. She pursed her lips and said, "Forget it if you don't need it. I'm going back to my room to rest." After saying that, she returned to her room. Si Chingma finished scrubbing in the kitchen, but he felt a little annoyed. Why did he want to marry a wife? Marry a wife and bring her home to be your ancestor? But who can be blamed for that? He rubbed his head and went back to his room. His room was the master bedroom with a bathroom. He always felt that taking a shower in the bathroom would make the whole room damp, but now there was suddenly one more person in the house, a woman. In order to avoid embarrassment, he decided to take a shower in the room. After he finished washing up, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He turned on the computer and looked at some documents for a while, then tidied up and went to bed. It was a rare early shift, but I didn't feel much more relaxed. I had been planning to ask Chung Inian where she had been since she didn't work hard at the company that day, but I was so busy that I forgot about it. Chung Inian was lying on the bed. She took out her phone and saw that someone had added her on WeChat. She opened it and saw that the verification message said, "I am a mother." Chung Inian knew that this was Ms. Mo Lan, so she quickly accepted the friend request. Mo Lan seemed to be waiting. When she saw that she had accepted the friend request, she immediately sent her a smiling emoticon. Looking at the smiley emoticon package that came with the phone, Chung Inian's mouth curled up into a smile unconsciously. She also replied with a smiley emoticon package, but the one she sent was the one she downloaded herself. It was a super cute rabbit smiley emoticon package. Chapter 74, Vicious Female, Supporting Role. When Mo Lan saw Chung Inian and replied to her, she happily started chatting with her. "Hey look, mommy captured a photo of you and IMO that looks very loving. Picture. Then she sent two pictures. One was a picture of her looking at Si Chingma last night. Her eyes were exceptionally gentle, and both the angle and the lighting were almost perfect. Because it was a screenshot from a video, it was not particularly clear and had a hazy feeling, which made the whole picture look even more ambiguous. Chung Inian thought about it and realized that she had indeed looked at him carefully last night, but she did not expect that her eyes were so gentle at that time. She looked at the second picture, which showed two hands clasped together. It was obviously a man's hand and a woman's hand. The man's hand had distinct joints and long, beautiful fingers. He was pinching the woman's slender fingers, looking like he was playing with them. There was also an ambiguous feeling. Chung Inian knew that this was the picture of Si Chingma holding her finger to help her record her fingerprints. There was clearly nothing in it, so why was it captured in the screenshot? It felt so weird. Mo Lan. Do you think my screenshot skills are good? Chung Inian. Okay. Mo Lan. I know I've done a good job, so Mom won't disturb you guys to rest. Go to bed early. Chung Inian. You should also go to bed early. Good night. Mo Lan. Good night. The two had just said good night, and Chung Inian was about to check Weibo before going to bed. As a result, as soon as she quit WeChat, someone sent her a message. She opened WeChat again and saw that it was not a private message sent to her, but someone in the group was tagging her. She clicked it and saw that it was Ling Man tagging her. After tagging her, Ling Man posted a string of photos in the group, all of which were photos of Ling Zhan and Shin Xinhua choosing rings in a shopping mall. After throwing the photo, there was a paragraph of words. Some people are courting death by plotting to harm Sister Shinue, thinking that by harming Sister Shinue, my brother will love her more? Unexpectedly, it pushed my brother towards Sister Shinue instead. Then some of Ling Man's good friends, who also knew Shin Shinue, started talking. Love you, my heart is flying. Sister Shinue is worthy of this world. Give me your heart, damn. Sister Shinue and brother Lingzhan are the best match. Why should I keep my heart locked in you? Wow. I finally saw lovers finally get married. The vicious female supporting role brought her own death. Vicious female supporting role? Seeing these words, Chung Inian curled her lips coldly and didn't bother to pay attention. Now she didn't care who Ling Zhan bought the ring for. She closed the group message and checked Weibo. Ling Man had once asked her to join this group, saying that it was full of Yunhai City socialites, as well as some young talents who had started their own businesses, and that her brother was also there. She didn't think too much about it at the time. She just thought that Ling Man didn't treat her as an outsider, so she pulled her into such a group, so she actively joined. At first, she would chat with those people, but later, she found that she couldn't get a word in with these people at all. What they talked about every day was not where to go for fun, where to drink, or what brand name bags or limited edition clothes they bought. At that time, she cooked for Ling Man and Yu Huixin at home every day and had no time to play. Yu Huixin attached great importance to money and instilled in her the idea that women should know how to save money. Men like women who don't spend money and can take good care of the home. Chapter 75 Married. She hadn't bought any clothes or bags for several years, so she gradually stopped thinking about it and stopped chatting with those people. But there were too many messages in the group every day, so she blocked the group. No one tagged her, and the group chat usually remained silent. She almost forgot about this group, but she didn't expect that today, the group chat would keep ringing. People in the group kept tagging her. Chung Inian was annoyed by the messages being tagged, so she opened the group again and took a look. All of them were Ling Man and Shin Xinyue's friends who were tagging her. Mamaman. Chung Inian, does it hurt to see my brother choosing a ring for Sister Xinyue? It's just a child. Ms. Chung, do you regret it now? Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Why should I keep my heart locked in you? I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen someone this stupid. She turned her boyfriend into someone else's. I guess she's crying in the toilet now. At this moment, Ling Zhan, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at the messages in the group and curled his lips. He held the phone, waiting for Chung Inian to call him and apologized to him. Today, he deliberately took Xinyue to choose a ring, and all these in the group were arranged by him. He didn't believe that Chung Inian would not be anxious when she saw him buying a ring for Xinyue. They have been together for so long. Chung Inian has given him everything. She loves him to the core. How could she possibly watch him marry someone else? Chung Inian once played the game of running away from home with him, so he asked her to come back on her own and kneel down to admit her mistake. Man and her mother have been very angry about Chung Inian these days. When she comes back, her mother and Man will vent their anger. He was certain that Chung Inian would call him tonight, but he deliberately turned his phone to silent mode. He just wanted to answer her call casually and make her anxious. As for Chung Inian, in addition to the messages in the group that tagged her, someone also sent her a private message. Heart to heart. Picture, do you know what the ring represents? Laughs. I am pleased with you. Chung Inian, Ling Zhan doesn't want you anymore. Are you sad? The one who loves you is Shun Xinyue. She knows how much Chung Inian loves Ling Zhan, and she also knows how much Chung Inian feels for her. If she breaks up with Ling Zhan, she will probably never be able to get over it in her life. She just wanted to watch Chung Inian suffer for the rest of her life. Seeing Shin Xinyue's smug look, Chung Inian laughed. She did not reply to any message in the group, nor did she reply to Shin Xinyue. Instead, she quickly edited a circle of friends. It was simple and clear, with only 2 words. Married. Then, there were 2 pictures at the end. One was a picture of the marriage certificate, and the other was a screenshot of the video that Mo Lan sent her, which was a screenshot of her and Si Qingma holding hands. After posting on her moments, she realized that she had forgotten to block Si Qingma. She wanted to delete it and post it again, but then she thought, forget it. Maybe he wouldn't read his moments, or maybe there was too much content in his moments and his post would soon be suppressed. Then, I turned off the computer and went to sleep. In the other room, Si Qingma saw the message posted by Chung Inian as soon as he opened his moments. It was because he had too few WeChat friends. Apart from his family, he had a few close friends, and he didn't even have many relatives. All of his friends were social elites. None of them posted on moments all day long. It was considered good if they could post once every 10 days or half a month. Therefore, Sichima saw the message sent by Chung Enian at a glance. He clicked on the handshake picture, took a look at it, gave Chung Enian a thumbs up, then put his phone on the bedside table and fell asleep. Chapter 76, How Could She Get Married? Ling Man has been watching her phone, wanting to see what Chung Enian would say in the group. Would she regret it to the point of crying, or would she continue to be stubborn? She frowned and said to Ling Zhan, "Brother, why hasn't Chung Enian replied yet? So many of us have tagged her. There's no reason why she can't see it, right?" Yu Huixin was sitting on the sofa peeling an orange while saying, "I saw it and regretted it. I should be hiding somewhere and crying." She cut the peeled orange into two halves, handed one half to Ling Man and the other half to Ling Zhan, and said with concern, "Zhan is so busy at work every day, you should eat more fruits and supplement more vitamins." Ling Zhan took the orange and said with a smirk, "Now that Chung Enian is back this time, Mom, you and Man can just vent your anger, and don't keep dwelling on this matter. I still want to marry her." "Okay, Mom gets it. Just let her kneel in front of your father's spirit tablet for one night. Mom won't make things difficult for her." Yu Huixin said. Ling Man said beside her, "Humph, she didn't cook for my birthday party last time. I want her to cook me 100 meals to apologize. I have to bring friends back for dinner every day. If she doesn't, I won't forgive her." Ling Zhan glanced at Ling Man and said, "You'd better not hang out with your friends anymore. They're all not doing their jobs properly. They're all second-generation rich people. Their families have endless money. Even if they don't work properly, their families can afford their expenses." Ling Man said proudly, "My friends are all rich kids and rich ladies." Ling Zhan smiled, put the last orange slice into his mouth, and said lovingly, "My sister is also a rich girl now." Before he could finish his words, his eyes fell on the phone and his expression suddenly changed. His eyes were fixed on the circle of friends that Chung Enian posted. These were two simple words, but he seemed not to recognize them. He stared at them intently, reading them over and over again. Finally, I clicked on her accompanying picture, which was a photo of a marriage certificate and two hands clasped together. He recognized the woman's hand at a glance. It was Chung Enian's hand, the hand he had held for many years. How could he make a mistake? But whose hand is that man's? He didn't know and couldn't figure it out. For so many years, Chung Enian had devoted herself to him, and there had never been a man around her. How could she get married? He held the phone tightly in his hand, not sure if he was angry or upset, his chest heaving and his fingers trembling slightly. At this moment, someone took a screenshot of Chung Enian's circle of friends and posted it in the group. The group immediately exploded, and a few people who usually couldn't stand Ling Zhan's pretentiousness began to tag Ling Zhan crazily. "Love you without negotiation, Ling Zhan. Boss Ling, come out quickly, your fiancé is getting married? The groom is not you. Didn't she say she loves you to death? How come she got married? Listen to the sound of rain. Ha, I'm dying of laughter." Ling Zhan thought he was such a popular guy. He had a fiancé at home, and he was flirting with his secretary, trying to get two women to fight over him. But Chung Enian didn't care about him at all and got married directly. AI Lien said, "No way, no way. Chung Enian is married." Ling Man said before that Chung Enian couldn't leave her brother, but now she's married. Isn't she? I don't think Chung Enian loves Ling Zhan that much, right? Zuexuexua. So it was Chung Enian who dumped Ling Zhan? People in the industry all say that Ling Zhan is good at controlling women. Is that it? Zuexuexua Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan, come out and tell me how you feel right now. Listen to the sound of rain, Ling Zhan. Hey, do you think Chung Enian will always stand there waiting for you? You're even flirting with your secretary. Okay, your fiancé ran away. Haha. Chapter 77, Chung Enian starts playing tricks on me. Ling Man stared at the screenshot intently and replied in the group with gritted teeth. "This can't be true. My brother is so outstanding. How could she be willing to abandon him and marry someone else?" Zuexuexwemamin. The marriage certificate has already been issued, but you are still being stubborn. A group of people at the back started posting emoticons, all with the same expression of pounding the table and laughing, and they all followed in a row. Ling Man and Ling Zhan knew that these people were laughing at them. Ling Zhan's face turned pale. He stood up suddenly and said, "I'll make a phone call." After saying that, he quickly walked to the balcony and dialed Chung Enian's number. He was already prepared on how to question Chung Enian, but a mechanical female voice came from the other end of the line. "The number you dialed is turned off. Please call again later." He dialed again and again, and the mechanical female voice came from the other end of the phone again and again. He was so angry that he squeezed his hands until they made crackling sounds. Yu Huixin saw that he looked serious, so she walked over and asked, Ah Zhan, what's wrong? Ling Zhan did not hide it from his mother and handed the phone to her. Yu Huixin took a look and asked in surprise, Cheng Yinian is married? Who did she marry? I don't know. Ling Zhan's face turned pale. He always thought that Cheng Yinian would always be by his side, but now she was married, and he still didn't know who that man was. Did Cheng Yinian find another man while she was dating him? Cuckold him? Ling Man carefully studied Cheng Yinian's circle of friends and suddenly burst out laughing. She came over happily with her phone in hand. Yu Huixin stretched out her hand and pinched her. You can still laugh. Cheng Yinian is married. She still has shares in your brother's company. The shares have not been transferred to your brother yet. Ling Man pursed her lips and said, Mom, brother, you are too stupid. You were all deceived by Cheng Yinian. I didn't expect that Cheng Yinian would still play tricks on you. Brother, she just wanted you to call her and ask her to come back. You were not calling her just now, were you? Then you fell into her trap. Ling Zhan looked at Ling Man in confusion. Ling Man said, Look at the picture she attached, the one holding hands. Have you ever seen a man and a woman holding hands like this, with the man pinching a woman's finger? Also, look at this picture, it's so blurry, and the hand is so beautiful. It's obvious that it was taken from a TV show, a close-up of the hand. She's so stupid. Downloading a picture from the internet is better than this. After listening to Ling Man's analysis, Ling Zhan looked at the picture in Cheng Yinian's circle of friends. It seemed to be true. The picture of holding hands was obviously a screenshot. He curled the corners of his lips. Cheng Yinian is starting to play tricks on me. Brother, ignore her. If you leave her alone, she will be the one who gets anxious in the end. Ling Man said. Yu Huixin reached out and hit Ling Man. Why are you hanging out? I, your mother, have been cooking for you and cleaning the house these days. I'm almost dying of exhaustion. If she doesn't come back, who will do these chores? Do you still expect me, your mother, to serve you for the rest of your life? Ling Man bared her teeth. Mom, the food you cook is not as delicious as Cheng Yinyan's. To be honest, I really want to eat her cooking. Then call her back, but she must apologize. Yu Huixin looked at Ling Zhan. You decide. Ling Zhan pursed his lips and said, This time, the trouble has lasted long enough. Tomorrow, I will let her come back. Yu Huixin nodded. Okay, let's get her back quickly. The vegetables in the market are expensive, and the money in my WeChat account changes every day. I feel bad. I'll let her buy vegetables when she comes back. Ling Zhan nodded. Yeah. Chapter 78, IMO really loves his wife. That day, Cheng Yinian got up at 6:30, picked up her phone, and took a look at the circle of friends she posted last night. She felt a little embarrassed when she saw Si Qingma's like. They didn't actually say they were in a secret marriage, but apart from letting her deal with her family, he never announced it. Maybe he didn't want others to know? It was too embarrassing for her to announce it to the public like this, as if she was forcing him to announce it. She covered her head with the quilt again, embarrassed herself for a while, and then got up. She washed up, put on some light makeup, and tidied everything. It was 7 o'clock. When she came out of the room, Mrs. Zhang was already preparing breakfast. Seeing Cheng Yinian was up, she smiled and said, Miss Cheng, are you up? Cheng Yinian also smiled and said, Don't call me Miss Cheng. My name is Cheng Yinian. You can just call me by my name. Okay, then I'll ask you to read it. Mrs. Zhang said with a smile. Okay. Cheng Yinian nodded. Ninian, let's have seafood porridge today. I made steamed dumplings and crystal shrimp dumplings today. Mrs. Zhang said with a smile. Well, I'll help you. Cheng Yinian was about to wash her hands to help Mrs. Zhang. Si Qingma came out of his room and had already washed up. He raised his eyebrows and said, I just forgot what I said last night. Don't even think about entering the kitchen. Cheng Yinian. Mrs. Zhang smiled and said, Amo really loves his wife. The corners of Cheng Yinian's mouth twitched. He didn't feel sorry for her at all. He was clearly feeling sorry for his tableware and food. But she didn't insist on going to the kitchen. Si Qingma also sat down at the dining table. He didn't look at her anymore, but was looking at his phone. Mrs. Zhang brought her breakfast. She took a spoon and stirred the porridge in front of her while quietly looking at him. Seeing that he didn't react, she didn't say anything. She also picked up her phone and opened WeChat. She found a reply in her moments. She clicked it and saw that it was Si Qingma who commented on her moments. Photography skills need to be improved. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she looked up at him. He just put down his phone and looked at her. She hadn't had time to swallow the porridge in her mouth, and she choked when he looked at her. She started coughing violently. Si Qingma took out 2 pieces of paper and handed them to her. He said calmly, I usually only eat 2 bowls of porridge for breakfast. Sister Zhang should have cooked more. You don't have to worry too much. Chung Yinian. Cough, cough, cough. She continued to cough a few times speechlessly, and then said, that circle of friends last night, I didn't include your name. Si Qingmo raised his eyebrows. Whether you mention my name or not, your photography skills are very poor. You need to practice more. Some video softwares teach you how to compose a picture. You can learn from them. Chung Yinian. She complained in her heart. What am I learning? I just sent it to Ling Zhan's family to see. I still need to compose it. Do they deserve it? But he didn't say anything, just smiled gently and continued eating breakfast. She finished her meal quickly, picked up her bag, and prepared to take the subway. She didn't plan to take Si Qingma's ride to work today. Otherwise, she would be late every day, and at the end of the month, she might not get her salary and would have to pay the company back. She planned to take the subway to the company by herself. Before going to bed last night, she specifically checked the route. It would be a little troublesome to change subways, but it was better than being late every day by taking his car. Si Qingma looked at her and asked, You don't want to take my ride anymore? I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Chung Yinian said. Oh, then the gas money for yesterday. Si Qingma said. Chapter 79 Hitchhiking. Chung Yinian gritted her teeth and glared at him. He made her late and didn't get any bonus, but he still had the nerve to ask her for gas money? This miser. Forget it, don't bother with such a person. She gritted her teeth and said, How much is it? I'll transfer it to your WeChat. I don't remember. How about you continue to hitchhike, and when this tank of gas is finished, we can split the gas money. Si Qingma said. Chung Yinian thought for a while and said, Then you are not allowed to deliberately make me late. No, I don't have the time. Si Qingma said. Okay, then deal. Chung Yinian nodded, sat down again, waited for him to finish breakfast, and then went out together. Chung Yinian learned her lesson this time. She got out of the car before it entered the underground parking lot and walked into the company. I happened to meet Tian Yu at the company gate. Tian Yu called Chung Yinian, Secretary Chung. Did you come to work in a private car just now? I saw it, and it was a nice Mercedes-Benz. It looked familiar to me. Chung Yinian swallowed her saliva, fearing that others would know that she rode Si Qingma's car to work. Then, even if she made some achievements in the company in the future, others would say that she relied on Si Qingma. She didn't want to have some unnecessary trouble. So she said, I got a ride. Oh, it's a ride. I thought it was someone's car from our company. I was wrong. Tian Yu laughed and took Chung Yinian's arm and walked inside together. In fact, Chung Yinian was still not used to being so intimate with people she was not very familiar with. She wanted to pull her hand out, but felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, Lin Yu just came in from outside. Seeing Chung Yinian and Tian Yu holding hands so intimately, she glanced at them coldly and walked towards the elevator in her high heels. Tian Yu rolled her eyes at Lin Yu's expression and said, Why are you so arrogant? You are a secretary who doesn't even have the CEO's elevator card, yet you look down on us. After all, we are all workers, so who is nobler than who? Humph, we all call her you. Why am I so good, and why is she so arrogant? Only then did Chung Yinian realize that Tian Yu and Lin Yu were both called you. She just smiled and didn't respond to Tian Yu's words. Chung Yinian naturally went to the 37th floor to clock in first, and then went to the design department. She clocked in on the 37th floor and went to the bathroom. As soon as I walked into the bathroom, I saw Lin Yu standing by the sink, her hands on the sink, her face all wet, as if she had just splashed water on her face, and she was looking at the mirror with an angry look on her face. Chung Yinian subconsciously dodged further away, preparing to go to a small cubicle to use the restroom. However, before she entered, Lin Yu glared at her and gritted her teeth and said, Chung Yinian, you are so scheming. Do you think you can get promoted by slapping me in the face like this? Chung Yinian. What the hell? She had no idea what was going on. Last night, you promised me not to tell anyone about that. Why are you spreading it everywhere? Lin Yu asked with a cold snort. Chung Yinian was stunned for a moment, then said, I didn't tell anyone. Hearing that Chung Yinian still refused to admit it, Lin Yu said sharply, Last night, you were the only one who saw me walking up the stairs. If it wasn't you who said it, then who said it? Chung Yinian wanted to say that Tian Yu also saw it, but she couldn't bring Tian Yu up to tell him about it. She could only purse her lips and said, I can only say that it wasn't me who said it. Besides, I just joined the company and I'm not familiar with anyone. Who can I tell? Chapter 80, I have to clarify myself. You're not familiar with everyone? Aren't you close to that little design assistant in the design department? She said in the company group, Not you. Who else could it be? Lin Yu stared at Chung Enian coldly. Don't think you can play tricks just because you're pretty. I told you when you first joined that Molen Chingy is a place that values ability. Chung Enian, I'll say it again, I didn't say it, believe it or not, and I came to Molen Chingy to work. If this is really a place where people don't play tricks and only value ability, that would be even better. After saying that, she walked into the compartment and closed the door. Lin Yu stood outside, staring at the door of the cubicle, and gritted her teeth. She must make this woman leave Mo Lan Chingy, and sooner or later she would marry Mr. C and become Mrs. C. She put on her makeup again and then walked towards the office in high heels. When she met other people from the company on the way, everyone looked at her with sympathy, but no one dared to say anything to her face. She walked into her office in shame and anger, facing everyone's gazes, and closed the door. Chung Enian went to the toilet and poured a glass of water. As soon as she got to her workstation, Luya came over and knocked on her desk and asked, "Where's the design draft I asked you to urge yesterday? Why haven't you brought it up yet? If you haven't brought it up yet, you can continue to squat in the design department to urge them." Chung Enian glanced at Luya, took a sip of water, said nothing, and went straight to the design department with a folder. When Chung Enian arrived at the design department, Tianyu was still whispering with a few other people, and they seemed to be talking about Lin Yu walking up the stairs last night. All I heard was Tianyu saying she was so arrogant, but she didn't have the CEO elevator card, so she walked down from the 37th floor. You don't know, when we met her last night, she was in such a mess, with sweat all over her head. Her hair was messy, and she was reluctant to take off her high heels. I'm a lady. How can I take off my shoes? Maybe Mr. C doesn't like ladies. Otherwise, why hasn't Mr. C given her an elevator card in such a long time? Several people were mocking Lin Yu one after another. Chung Enian was speechless. She called Tianyu, Tianyu. Tianyu saw Chung Enian and happily pulled her over. Come here, come here. Tell me what she looked like last night. I was hiding behind the door and didn't see her. You must have seen her clearly when you stood in front of her. Did you secretly take a photo? Chung Enian frowned and said, I don't have the time, Tianyu. What's the point of spreading these things? It will only anger her. So, what if I anger her? Tianyu said angrily. She's just a secretary, but she acts like the president's wife every day. She's really nosy. Last year, the secretarial office was short of staff. She had a cousin who was supposed to join the company as a secretary. She had passed all the interviews and was ready to take up the position. But because of Lin Yu, her cousin was rejected. The reason was that her cousin had too little experience. Didn't she have any work experience when she followed Mr. C? It's because her cousin is prettier than her. She is now afraid that Mr. C will fall in love with someone else and affect her status. So she has been prohibiting the company from recruiting young and beautiful girls. It's up to you, but don't take me with you. I'm here to work, not to gossip. Please clarify in the group that this matter has nothing to do with me. Chung Enian said, Why should I clarify? I didn't say it was you who spread it. Tianyu said, You should clarify it yourself. Chapter 81, Let Chung Enian Soak. Seeing her like this, Chung Enian didn't want to say anything more. She turned around and went to find the design manager to ask when the design draft would be ready. Tianyu thought Chung Enian was going to complain about her, so she grabbed Chung Enian's collar and said, Chung Enian, what are you doing? What does it have to do with you if I spread this? What? Do you still want to be Lin Yu's dog? Are you going to complain about me to our manager? Chung Enian looked at her and said coldly, I'm just going to work. I don't have the time to care about your shit. After saying that, she coldly opened Tianyu's hand and walked towards the office of the design department manager. Tianyu felt pain in her hand from being hit by her. She looked at her back and pursed her lips. Everyone else in the design department glanced at Tianyu, stopped talking to her, and went back to their workstations. Sichima parked the car, stood on the top floor for a while, breathed in some fresh air, then went downstairs to his office. But when she was walking towards the office, she looked towards the secretary's office area again and didn't see Chung Enian. She frowned slightly, thinking that she couldn't have not arrived yet, right? He has been standing on the roof for a while, but she hasn't arrived yet? Or where has she been slacking off again? This woman is really lazy. It seems that he has to find something for her to do. Sitting in the office, he made an internal call to Lin Yu. Make me a cup of coffee. Lin Yu immediately calmed down and said, Okay. Just as she was about to hang up, she heard Si Qingma say, Let Chung Enian take a bath. Lin Yu was slightly startled. What? Si Qingma frowned. The reason why he had used Lin Yu for so long was because she never talked much, always obeyed his orders, and did things efficiently. It was quite convenient for him to use her. This was the first time today that he had to repeat a sentence. Let Ching make some. Si Chima said again, patiently. Lin Yu tightened her grip on the phone, pursed her lips, and wanted to ask why. Why should Ching take a bath? It's only her second day here? Is it because she is beautiful? Clearly, she was the one who did everything concerning Mr. C before. But now she specifically wants Chung Inian to do it. Is she planning to let Chung Inian replace her? She felt sad and uncomfortable. She had clearly asked Luya to send everyone away so that Mr. C wouldn't see her. But why did Mr. C still ask her to make coffee? She gritted her teeth and didn't speak for a long time. Si Chima was already a little impatient, and his voice was tinged with indifference. You haven't heard clearly yet. Or is it that Secretary Lin doesn't know much about the people in the secretarial office and doesn't know that there is a Secretary Chung? Hearing his voice turn cold, Lin Yu panicked and said hurriedly, Sorry, Mr. C. I heard it clearly. I'll arrange it right away. After hanging up the phone, she grabbed a document in front of her almost frantically, crumpled it into a ball, and her chest heaved violently. She looked up towards Si Chima's office and saw him sitting at his desk, tapping lightly on the computer. He looked so dignified and handsome. She tried hard to regulate her breathing, walked out of the office step by step, and looked at Chung Inian's workstation, but no one was there. She walked up to Luya and asked, Where's Chung Inian? Luya hurriedly said, Sister Lin Yu, I asked her to wait for the design draft in the design department. Didn't you say that we should try not to let her sit here? I've always sent her away. Chapter 82. Why should I let her pick me up? Lin Yu was breathing heavily, barely able to suppress her emotions. Tell her to come back and make Mr. Ching a cup of coffee. Ah! Luya was surprised and then angry. Let her pick me up? Why? Yes, why? The secretarial department has one chief secretary and 6 secretaries. Everything for Mr. C is done by Sister Lin Yu herself. Even these 6 secretaries who have been here for a long time are not qualified to make a cup of coffee for Mr. C. Why should Chung Inian, a new secretary, make coffee for Mr. C? Just do whatever you're told to do. Why are there so many questions? Lin Yu was already annoyed, and when Luya asked her this, she became even more annoyed. Seeing Lin Yu getting angry, Luya didn't dare to say anything and called the design department. Chung Inian quickly returned to the secretary's office. Luya said unhappily, Make Mr. C a cup of coffee and send it in. Chung Inian pointed at herself. Me? Luya became even angrier. It's you. What are you so proud of? The corners of Chung Inian's mouth twitched, which I saw her so proud. She obviously doesn't want to go soaking, okay? Whoever really likes to do this kind of job of serving tea and water, then go ahead and do it. Go quickly. President C will be waiting impatiently, so you don't have to work anymore. Luya glared at Chung Inian coldly again, feeling angry. She still couldn't understand why she had been here for so long, but hadn't been able to make a cup of coffee for President C. Chung Inian had just arrived, so why could she make coffee for President C? I'll bring coffee to Mr. C later, and I can also meet him alone. She got angry just thinking about it, and when she walked past Chung Inian, she pushed her hard. Chung Inian was quick in her movements. Seeing that she was about to push her, she dodged to the side. Luya failed to push Chung Inian and almost fell down. She gritted her teeth, glared at Chung Inian, and said, After making coffee, go and urge the design department to submit the manuscript. After saying that, she walked away in her high heels. Chung Inian glanced towards Si Chingma's office. Although this was her first time as a secretary, it was not her first time working. She was not a naive person or someone who did anything eccentric, so she still had to ask Si Chingma about his habits. Go ask Lin Yu? She probably wouldn't tell the answer, so she might as well just go and ask Su Yi directly. Su Yi's office is also on the 37th floor, separated from Si Chingma's office by a large public area. When she went to Su Yi's office, Si Chingma happened to be there. She knocked on the door and went in. She was slightly stunned when she saw Si Chingma and suddenly didn't know how to ask. Sui looked at Chung Inian and asked, Secretary Chung, what do you want to talk to me about? Chung Inian pursed her lips and glanced at Si Chingma again. Isn't it not nice to ask someone about his preferences in front of him? But now that she's in, what should I say if I don't ask? I felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Si Chingma saw Chung Inian glance at him with an embarrassed look on her face. He sneered, Secretary Chung, is there something you want to tell Assistant Su that I can't know? Yes. Chung Inian nodded so. Can you please step aside for a moment? But she didn't say the last sentence, hoping that Si Chingma himself could understand it. However, Si Chingma did not have such awareness. He snorted coldly and said, "So, my special assistant and my secretary are going to tell me something that I cannot know during working hours in my company?" Chapter 83, if you want to know my habits, just ask me. Sui listened to Si Chingma's sour words and said hurriedly, "No, that's not the case." Then he said to Ching Enian in a serious tone, "Secretary Chung, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. President C is not an outsider." After saying this, he felt something was wrong. It sounded as if he and Miss Chung were a family. He couldn't let Mr. C misunderstand him, so he hurriedly said, "Mr. C is my wife." Si Chingma glanced at him coldly, and Sui swallowed his saliva and said, "What I mean is that my relationship with Miss Chung is not to the point where we need to talk privately." Chung Enian nodded, coughed lightly, pursed her lips and said, "I want to ask, what is Mr. C's habit of drinking coffee?" Sui. When Si Chingma heard this, he suddenly curled his lips and said, "If you want to know my habits, just ask me directly. It's not too much trouble to ask others." Chung Enian turned her head to look at him. "So, what are Mr. C's habits?" "I want hand-ground and freshly brewed milk without sugar," Si Chingma said. "Okay." Chung Enian nodded. "I'll remember that. You guys get busy. I'll be out first." Si Chingma looked at her leaving back. The corners of his lips curled up again, and said to Sui, "Just now I said, you should sort it out as soon as possible. I will go back to the office first. There are still some details of the new product launch that have not been determined." Sui said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow." Si Chingma had already walked outside, speaking as he walked. After Si Chingma had already walked out, Sui touched his nose and said in a daze, "Weren't you in a hurry just now? Now you're not in a hurry anymore." Si Chingmo returned to the office, sat in his seat, tapping his fingers on the table, waiting for Chung Enian to bring him coffee. Chung Enian acted quickly and didn't make him wait long. She made a cup of coffee as he asked. When Chung Enian knocked on Si Chingma's office door, all the secretaries turned around and looked at her. Luya was so angry that she went straight to the bathroom. Lin Yu was sitting in her office, looking through the glass door at Chung Enian, holding a cup of coffee and knocking on Si Chingma's office door. How she wished that Mr. C was not there, or did not let her in. However, her hopes were soon dashed, because within a few seconds, Chung Enian pushed open the door of Si Chingma's office and walked in. With a click sound, Lin Yu broke the pen in her hand into two pieces. She just stared at the door of Si Chingma's office, counting every second, hoping that Chung Enian would put down the coffee and come out immediately. The best thing would be that the coffee Chung Enian brewed was not to Mr. C's liking, and he kicked her out. However, she counted second after second, and Chung Enian still didn't come out. She finally couldn't sit still anymore, so she stood up suddenly, picked up a folder from the table, and rushed to Si Chingma's office. She knocked on the door twice, and without waiting for Si Chingma to respond, she pushed the door open and walked inside. As soon as he stepped into the office, he couldn't wait to look at Si Chingma to see if he and Chung Enian had any intimate actions. At this moment, Si Chingma was sitting at his desk, staring at the computer with a coffee cup in his hand, while Chung Enian was sitting on the sofa with a pile of documents in front of her, seemingly sorting them out. Her eyes turned cold. This Chung Enian really knew how to add drama to herself. President C just asked her to make a cup of coffee, but she stayed here to organize the documents. Did she want to stay with President C for a while longer? It turns out that he is not an easy person to deal with. Chapter 84, Is There Something Wrong with Secretary Lin? She walked over in her high heels and said to Chung Enian, "Secretary Chung, please go out first. You don't need to sort out the documents in the general manager's office. I will sort them out." Hearing this, Chung Enian was overjoyed. She didn't want to sort out the messy files here in the first place. She came to deliver coffee just now, and this bastard actually said that she was taking a salary for nothing and was lazy in the company all day. She was rarely seen sitting at her workstation for a few minutes a day. So, he deliberately found her a job to do and asked her to organize a pile of documents on his coffee table. Now that Lin Yu is here, it can be considered as helping her. She was about to go out happily when Si Chima called her. "Wait a moment." Chung Enian stopped and looked back at him, but he didn't look at Chung Enian. Instead, he looked up at Lin Yu and asked, "Secretary Lin, is there anything?" Lin Yu swallowed her saliva and said, "Let me report on Mr. C's schedule today." After that, she looked at Chung Enian again and said, "Mr. C's schedule is confidential. Secretary Chung, please step aside." "No need." Without waiting for Chung Enian to speak, Si Chingma spoke first. Lin Yu looked at Si Chingma in surprise, her fingers tightly gripping the folder until her knuckles turned white. President C didn't let Chung Enian recuse herself. He actually didn't let her recuse herself. Usually, only she and Special Assistant Sue knew President C's schedule. Is this Chung Enian different after all? She just felt her heart sink suddenly, and she was extremely panicked. She had worked so hard for so long and had been getting closer and closer to Mr. C. But suddenly Chung Enian appeared. She would never let this woman ruin her plan to marry Mr. C. No way. She took a deep breath, gave a professional smile, and said, "Okay, then Miss Chung, please stay and listen. Just treat it as learning." Chung Enian was almost unable to hold back her excitement when she saw Lin Yu. She just smiled lightly and said nothing. Si Qingma spoke again. "Secretary Lin, please give the schedule to Secretary Chung and let her report to me. From now on, Secretary Chung will be in charge of the schedule arrangements, which will also reduce your burden." Boom! Hearing these words, Lin Yu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. President C actually asked Chung Enian to arrange his schedule in the future, and today he asked Chung Enian to make coffee for him. Is he going to let this woman replace him little by little? She tried hard to suppress her emotions, but she could hardly hold them back. Her chest heaved, and her hands trembled slightly. Chung Enian glanced at Lin Yu and sighed slightly. She knew that if she took the itinerary from Lin Yu today, she would have no chance to reconcile with Lin Yu in the future. She glared at Si Qingma again. Was this bastard deliberately making enemies for her and didn't want her to have an easy life? Seeing Chung Enian glaring at him, Si Qingma curled his lips and smiled wickedly and said to Lin Yu, "Secretary Lin, give the schedule to Secretary Chung." Lin Yu pinched the folder tightly with her fingertips and said anxiously, "Boss C, you can't give this to her." Si Qingma frowned. What? Lin Yu knew that this woman had made Mr. C a laughingstock in the industry 2 years ago. Mr. C had always been very bothered by it. No one dared to bring up this matter, and she was unwilling to mention it either. But at this moment, President C just stared at her like that, making her feel a little depressed, but she didn't care. Even if it made President C unhappy, she had to say it. Otherwise, this woman would really replace her. She believed that as long as she told him what happened 2 years ago, Mr. C would make this woman get out. Chapter 85. It's not Sue E who is confused, it's me. So, she gritted her teeth and said, "Boss C, have you forgotten? She is the fiancée of Ling Zhan, the president of our rival Ling Yi. 2 years ago." Having said that, he didn't say anything further. At least, it was enough for Mr. C to know the identity of this woman. He must also remember the humiliation he suffered 2 years ago. She secretly glanced at Si Qingma's expression and saw that he looked a little unhappy. She curled her lips, thinking that Mr. C must have remembered it. So his expression looked so ugly. This woman was about to be kicked out of the company. She was happy and looked at Chung Enian proudly. She also felt that she had thought too much before. She was afraid of hurting President C and offending Assistant Sue. So she did not tell President C the identity of this woman and used the dumbest method to make this woman leave. Look how simple it is now. She just needs to find out the identity of this woman. She smiled and waited for Mr. C to tell the woman to get out. Then she would send her out immediately. However, before her smile fully blossomed, she heard Si Qingma ask, "So?" Lin Yu was startled. Then she said, "So, she came to our company through such a shameless means just to help her fiancé get our company's secrets." Si Qingma's eyes turned even colder. Shameless means? When Lin Yu heard Si Qingma's words, she gritted her teeth. As long as she could get this woman to leave, what did it matter if she offended Sue E? So he said, "She seduced Assistant Sue and let him give her a backdoor into our company, and directly became your secretary. Everyone knows what Sima Zhao is thinking. Seducing Special Assistant Sue?" Si Qingma curled his lips and looked at Chung Enian. Chung Enian rolled her eyes. Si Qingma looked at Lin Yu again, his eyes darkened. "How do you know that she seduced Assistant Sue? And how did she seduce Assistant Sue?" Seeing that Si Qingma seemed a little unhappy, Lin Yu panicked, thinking that General C might feel unhappy because of what she said about Special Assistant Sue. Special Assistant Sue and General C have always had a good relationship, so General C should be unhappy when others say something about Special Assistant Sue. So she immediately made amends. Assistant Sue must have been oversight for a moment and was deceived by her. As long as we let her leave the company and explain to Assistant Sue, I think Assistant Sue will come to his senses. Sui was holding a pile of documents and just walked in. After hearing Lin Yu's words, he put the documents on the coffee table, exhaled, and said, "Am I so easily deceived in Secretary Lin's mind?" Lin Yu didn't expect Sue E to come in suddenly. She coughed awkwardly and spoke again. "Assistant Sue, I'm sorry, I can't help you this time. This matter has been reported to President C. I'm afraid this woman really can't stay. Sui laughed and said, it's not up to you or me to decide whether to stay or not. Lin Yu didn't understand what Sui meant. She looked at him blankly, and then she heard Si Qingma say, it's not Sui who is bewitched. It's me. Lin Yu was startled and looked at Si Qingma in surprise. So, I was the one who made her the secretary. Si Qingma curved his lips and said in a light voice, Secretary Lin, do you have any other opinions? Lin Yu's breathing suddenly stagnated. She had never expected that it was President C. It was President C who let this woman enter the company, and it was President C who made her his secretary. Her voice suddenly became sharp. Boss C, have you forgotten how she treated you 2 years ago? Why? Why did you let her join the company? And let her be your secretary? Chapter 86. You also said that you were bewitched by her. Si Qingma's voice was faint. You also said that you were bewitched by her. Hearing Si Qingma's words, Cheng Yinyan's mouth twitched. What kind of words did this bastard say? He made her sound like a vase vixen. How did she seduce him? But it was obviously not appropriate for her to speak at this moment. No matter what she said, Lin Yu would probably think she was showing off. She should hate herself even more, right? So, she just glared at Si Qingma silently without saying anything. By her! Lin Yu opened her mouth, her lips trembling, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Because of Si Qingma's words, she lost all her momentum. Secretary Lin, give the itinerary to Secretary Cheng, and you can go out. Si Qingma said. Lin Yu stood there, feeling dizzy. Why? Why was this happening? Secretary Lin? Sui called her when he saw that she didn't move. Lin Yu took a deep breath and tried hard to adjust her facial expression. Then she reluctantly handed the folder in her hand to Cheng Yinian. Secretary Cheng, take it. Cheng Yinian took the folder and looked at Lin Yu's resentful eyes and messy steps. She then looked at Si Qingma and said angrily, Boss Si, I'm just a secretary. It's not good for you to create enemies for me like this. Also, how did I confuse Boss Si? Boss Si, are you destroying my reputation like this? Si Qingma raised his eyebrows and glanced at her, looking lazy. Sui advised Cheng Yinian from the side. Miss Cheng, Mr. Si was praising you, but he was actually destroying his own reputation. He said he was bewitched by you and was praising your beauty, but he himself has become a pervert with a weak mind. You see, he has suffered more than you. Cheng Yinian thought about it, and it seemed to be true. She looked up at Si Qingma again, and he didn't seem so hateful anymore. Si Qingma raised his eyebrows. I'm helping you with your work. You should thank me, Secretary Cheng. A secretary should act like a secretary. Don't always think about being lazy. Report your schedule. Sui only said, Mr. C, the documents you requested are all here. I'll get busy now. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Cheng Yinian opened the folder and took a look at the schedule made by Lin Yu. She almost dropped her jaw in shock. She didn't expect that Si Qingma's daily schedule was so full. There was hardly any time to even breathe. No wonder. It only took him more than 2 years to make Mo Lan Light Clothing as famous as Ling Yi Clothing. She read the itinerary bit by bit. Si Qingma listened slowly, without interrupting Yin Yan. After reading the itinerary, Si Qingma said, You have to accompany me on all these trips. Cheng Yinian. Also, remember to arrange your schedule for tomorrow. Si Qingma took another sip from the cup, then said, Get the documents sorted out, and then get busy. Cheng Yinian cursed in her heart, damn. She has taken over so much work, and she is still asked to organize documents. She has only been on the job for 2 days, and she has spent almost all of these 2 days in the design department. She hasn't figured out anything yet, but she has to take over such a complicated job. If someone took care of her, it would be fine, but there was definitely no one taking care of her. It was good enough that Lin Yu didn't harm her. She put the folder aside and quietly started to organize the documents on the coffee table. Si Qingma ignored her and started dealing with the emails on his computer. After Cheng Yinian finished organizing the documents, she saw that he was working seriously, so she watched quietly for a few seconds and then walked out. Chapter 87. This woman can't stay any longer. Lin Yu saw Cheng Yinian coming out of Si Qingma's office with a smile on her face. Her chest heaved. It seemed that she really couldn't keep this woman any longer, otherwise sooner or later she would replace her. She called Luya and said, Xiaoya, come to my office. Luya came over quickly. Lin Yu looked up at her and asked coldly, Why haven't you submitted the design draft for this new product launch yet? Seeing Lin Yu's cold expression, Luya quickly shirked responsibility. It was not me who urged for the design draft. It was Chung Inian who gave it to me. I don't care who I give it to. I must see the design draft before I leave work today. Lin Yu's voice became colder. Okay, I'll go and ask her right away. Chung Inian is unreliable. She's been asking for several days, but she still hasn't received the design draft. Luya was trying to pass the buck again, fearing that Lin Yu would blame her for not doing the job well. Lin Yu glanced at her and said in a light voice, "It's Secretary Cheng's job, so naturally let her do it herself. However, since she came to our secretarial office, you have been leading her, so you also have the responsibility to supervise her." Luya nodded blankly, not knowing what Sister Lin Yu meant. She came out of Lin Yu's office and immediately said to Chung Inian in a cold voice, "Chung Inian, are you qualified for this job? I asked you to go to the design department to urge the manuscript. Why haven't you got it yet? Don't sit here, go and urge it now, right now, and you must get the manuscript in before the end of get off work today." Chung Inian simply took the work on hand and went to the design department. Luya was worried that Chung Inian would not get the design draft. Sister Lin Yu said that she did not supervise Chung Inian well. She simply called the design manager and said, "Manager Yin, why haven't the design drafts for the new product launch been submitted yet? Sister Lin Yu just said that it must be submitted before the end of get off work today. It should be that Mr. C issued an ultimatum. Manager Yin, please handle it yourself. Before the end of get off work today?" Manager Yin hesitated for a moment and finally agreed reluctantly. "Okay, we'll do our best." "It's not about trying your best, Manager Yin. It's about having to hand it in today," Luya said. Manager Yin took a deep breath and said, Okay, I got it. Secretary Chung from the secretary's office is in your design department. When you finish your drawings, give them to Secretary Chung and ask her to bring them up." "Yes." Manager Yin agreed, hung up the phone, and immediately went to urge for the design draft. However, it was already time to get off work, and not all the design drafts had been submitted. Manager Yin had no choice but to call Lin Yu in person to explain the situation and tell her that the manuscript must be handed in the next morning. Lin Yu was friendly to other people and agreed immediately. "Okay, it's okay. I will speak to President C for you. You don't have to worry." She did this on purpose. She said there was no rush, but let Chung Inian keep urging her, making the people in the design department hate Chung Inian. However, what she didn't know was that Chung Inian was actually the same as her. They both said that they were not in a hurry. Only Luya was in a hurry. Therefore, the only person who was disliked by the people in the design department was Luya. Manager Yin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Yu relax. When he got off work, he handed the task of collecting design drafts to Tian Yu. Tian Yu had just arrived at the design department and was not yet a formal designer, but only a design assistant, so these chores were usually done by her. The last time she got off work late was also because she had a lot of chores to do. Chapter 88, Such a Miserable Dinner. When Tian Yu heard that she had to work overtime again, she felt a little uncomfortable, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she was just a design assistant now, so she could only endure it. She reluctantly sat in the office waiting for everyone to hand in their designs one by one. After seeing everyone in the office off, she sorted all the designs into a folder and gave it to Chung Inian, who was still working overtime like her. Ever since she and Chung Inian had an unpleasant argument last time because of Lin Yu's decision to walk up the stairs, she has been annoyed with Chung Inian. When he came to deliver the folder, his attitude was much worse than before. "Here, all the design drafts are here. I don't know why you are rushing me. Lin Yu said she was not in a hurry, but you are still rushing me. You are awesome. You said before that you were not in a hurry, and it was your superiors who asked you to rush me. Now I can see clearly that it is you who is in a hurry and want to show off. You made me work overtime with you." Chung Inian took the folder and smiled faintly. "You work overtime? Is it because of me? Isn't it because you were just a design assistant?" She glanced at where the designers were sitting and continued, "If you were a designer, you would also leave work early like them." This sentence really hit Tian Yu's sore spot. She gritted her teeth and glared at Chung Inian, but was unable to refute. Chung Inian took the folder and went straight off work. She didn't want to go to the 37th floor to put the folder down and then walk down. The employee elevator had stopped at this moment. If she wanted to go to the 37th floor, she would have to walk up and then walk down. If she had any sound mind, she would choose to take the folder home. She put the folder in her bag and went downstairs to the stairwell. Tian Yu quickly locked the door and followed Chung Inian's footsteps, going down the stairs. What surprised Chung Inian was that as soon as she came out of the company, she saw Si Chimal walking out of the convenience store next to the company. He was holding 2 loaves of bread. When he saw Chung Enian, he handed one to her and said, "Dinner." Chung Enian's mouth twitched. "Eating bread again. You seem to like bread very much." "I don't like it," Si Chima said silently. But it was already quite late. What else could he eat if not bread? "How about we buy something, and I'll cook for you?" Chung Enian really didn't want to eat bread, so she suggested. "I don't like dark cuisine." Si Chingmo raised his eyebrows and glanced at her. He walked to the car parked in front of the convenience store, opened the door, sat in the driver's seat, and said to Chung Enian, "Get in the car." Chung Enian walked over, got in the car, fastened her seatbelt, and discussed with him again, "Mr. C, actually, I'm good at cooking. How about we buy some food, and I'll cook?" Si Chingmo looked at her deeply and said, "You are right. Is there any misunderstanding?" Chung Enian smiled dryly. She felt that this misunderstanding might be a bit too big. Si Chima always thought that she couldn't cook. Si Chima started the car and said, "From now on, I'll ask Sister Zhang to prepare dinner before I go back." Before, because he always worked overtime, he had to prepare dinner by himself, and he usually bought a piece of bread from the convenience store downstairs. Now that there are two of us, it doesn't seem right for both of us to eat bread. Chung Enian pursed her lips and said, "Then you decide." Si Chima didn't say anything else and stepped on the accelerator to go back. After returning home, the two of them sat at the dining table, each with a glass of boiled water and a piece of cold bread. Chung Enian felt that she had not had such a miserable dinner in a long time. She pursed her lips, forced a smile, and said, "Well, I still have work to do overtime, so I'll go back to my room first. Mr. C, take your time eating." After saying this, she went into the room with bread and water. Chapter 89, A Bit Weird. Si Chima looked at the bread and water in front of him, took a bite of bread and a sip of water, ate slowly, thought for a while, and went to knock on Chung Enian's door again. Chung Enian was indeed busy with work. She had just taken over Lin Yu's work today, and there were many things she didn't understand yet. Just arranging Si Chingma's schedule for tomorrow would have her busy. She opened the door and asked, "Mr. C, what's the matter?" Si Chingma pursed his lips and said, "Would you like to order some takeout?" Chung Enian smiled and said, "No, I'm losing weight." Si Chima looked her up and down and said, "You already have a skinny body, and if you lose more weight, I'm afraid my family will think I married a man and become suspicious of my sexual orientation." Chung Enian glared at him with gritted teeth, then gave him a signature fake smile and said, "It's okay. President C can just say that I'm a woman and my sexual orientation is normal, so they can rest assured." Si Chingmo raised his eyebrows. "You have a sharp tongue. If you have nothing to do, Mr. C, please go and get busy." After saying that, she closed the door without waiting for Si Chingma to say anything else. Si Chingma chuckled, turned around, and went back to his room. I have to say that Chung Enian is very capable. After working overtime until about 11 o'clock, she had already figured out Mo Lan Chingy's current situation and also made a schedule for Si Chingma. Only then did she turn off the computer with satisfaction, then washed up and went to bed. On the next day, Chung Enian went to the company with Si Chingma. She still got off the car some distance away from the company and then walked to the company. As soon as she reached the 37th floor, she saw that Luya was already there. Usually Luya came on time, but today she came early. As soon as she sat down, Luya came over and asked, "Chung Enian, did you get the design draft I asked you to urge yesterday?" "Got it," Chung Enian replied indifferently. "Then give it to Sister Lin Yu," Luya said. Hearing this, Chung Enian was slightly startled. Normally, she would definitely give it to Lin Yu herself. She always liked to show off in front of Lin Yu, but today it was strange that she was asked to take it. She responded, "Okay, I'll get it in a minute. Right now, take it over right away. You wanted it yesterday, but you only brought it today. It's already late, and you still want to delay. Is this your workability? I don't know how you did it in Lin Yu clothing before," Luya said arrogantly. Chung Enian glanced at her and didn't say anything. She just felt that Luya was very strange today. She hadn't even started work yet, but she was so anxious to ask her to give the manuscript to Lin Yu. There must be something wrong. She took out the folder she had put in her bag yesterday, opened it, and checked all the manuscripts inside. There were no problems. She took out her mobile phone, recorded all the manuscripts into videos, and then took the mobile phone and folder to Lin Yu's office. During this time, she did not turn off the video recording function. "Secretary Lin, here are all the design drafts for this season's new products." Chung Enian handed the folder to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took it without opening it. She just smiled at Chung Enian and said, "Okay, I got it. You can go out now." Chung Enian looked at her expression and felt even more strange. Considering how much Lin Yu disliked her before, it was impossible for her to smile so sweetly to him. She didn't know what was wrong, but there was definitely something wrong. Chapter 90. Didn't Secretary Lin also handle it? Both Lin Yu and Luya have problems. She nodded, and her phone still had the video recording function on until she left Lin Yu's office. Just as she was about to turn off the video recording function, she suddenly saw from the video that Lin Yu actually took out a design draft from the folder she had just given her, then picked up the coffee cup on her desk and poured it on the design draft. Her eyes suddenly widened. What was Lin Yu going to do? She only poured out a design draft. Did she have a grudge against someone in the design department and wanted to destroy someone else's design draft? At this moment, she had her back to Lin Yu's office, and Lin Yu had no idea that her phone had turned on the video recording function. So did she think no one saw it? I don't know who offended Lin Yu and who would want to harm others like this. While she was still thinking about it, she saw Lin Yu standing up from her seat, holding a folder, and going to see Qingma's office. Cheng Yinian saved the video recorded on his mobile phone, returned to his seat, and started working. After a while, Luya walked up to her and knocked on her desk. Cheng Yinian, Mr. C wants you to go to his office. Cheng Yinian put down the work in her hands, stood up, and walked towards Si Qingma's office. Luya stared at Cheng Yinian's back and sneered. Cheng Yinian, you're still a little naive if you want to compete with Sister Lin Yu. Today's your last day working at Mullen Chingy. She reached out and moved the fortune tree on Cheng Yinian's desk to her own desk, muttering quietly, I won't need it in the future anyway. Cheng Yinian knocked on Si Qingma's office door. After a long while, someone inside responded, Come in. Cheng Yinian pushed open the heavy frosted glass door and walked in. Not only Si Qingma was in the office, Su Yi and Lin Yu were also there. Their faces all looked a little unhappy. Cheng Yinian said softly, Boss Si, you're looking for me? Si Qingma glanced at Lin Yu. Lin Yu brought the folder in her hand to Cheng Yinian and said coldly, Secretary Cheng, as a secretary, can you have a little common sense? Cheng Yinian, do you know how important design drafts are to a clothing company? How could you be so careless? After a 2-second pause, Lin Yu's voice suddenly turned cold. Or did you do it on purpose? Cheng Yinian, what is Secretary Lin talking about? Lin Yu looked at Cheng Yinian and smiled coldly, then opened the folder in her hand. Secretary Cheng, are you still pretending not to know? Look at what you have done with this design draft. How can you use it? Cheng Yinian lowered her eyes and saw a design draft that had been splashed with coffee in the folder. The image on the design draft was stained by coffee, and even the outline is not clear. Cheng Yinian then understood that Lin Yu did not have a grudge against others, but against herself. She destroyed the design draft just to put the blame on herself. No wonder she felt something was wrong as soon as she arrived at the office. Something was wrong with Luya, and Lin Yu wasn't right either. However, Lin Yu certainly could not have imagined that she turned on her mobile phone to record a video, recording everything she did. She curled her lips and asked, Why did Secretary Lin say that I did it? If it wasn't you, then who did it? This folder has never been touched by anyone else except you. Lin Yu said confidently. Could it be that Manager Yin destroyed the design draft himself? Does he not want to do this anymore? Cheng Yinian curled her lips and said, Didn't Secretary Lin also handle this? Chapter 91. This is Ada's design draft. Lin Yu's eyes widened. Cheng Yinian, do you know how long I've been in the company? What motive do I have to destroy the company's design draft? What benefit will it bring to me? At this point, she looked at Cheng Yinian with contempt. Secretary Cheng does have a motive to do this. After all, Secretary Cheng is the fiancée of the president of Lingyi Clothing. She did this just when the two companies were about to launch new products and hold a new product launch conference. She wants us to lose to Lingyi Clothing by doing this, right? Cheng Yinian curled her lips. Lin Yu's logical thinking ability was really strong. If she didn't have the video today, she would probably be wrongly accused to death. But she was not in a hurry to take out the video at the moment. She just wanted to see Lin Yu's good performance. The more she acted at the moment, the more miserable her death would be when she saw the evidence. She just stared at Lin Yu quietly. Seeing that Cheng Yinian didn't say anything, Lin Yu felt that she had already won, and sneered. Secretary Cheng has nothing to say? Then what I said is the truth. Si Qingma stared at Cheng Yinian for a long while, then said to Sui, Call Manager Yin. When Lin Yu heard what Si Qingma said, she clenched her fists. Even after all this, Mr. C still wanted to protect Cheng Yinian. She gritted her teeth and said, Mr. C, do you still want to protect her? Manager Yin has been working for our Mo Lan Qing for so many years, and has never made such a mistake. Are you going to push this responsibility onto Manager Yin for Chung Yin? Si Chima glanced at Lin Yu and said, Secretary Lin hasn't checked the matter yet, but you are so sure that it was Secretary Cheng's mistake. That's too arbitrary. Lin Yu gritted her teeth and said, that wasn't a mistake. She did it on purpose. Si Qingma frowned slightly. In Molin Qingyi, I will not wrongly accuse any good person, nor will I tolerate anyone who harms the interests of the company. After saying that, he called out in a deep voice, Sui. Yes. Sui responded and called Manager Yin from the design department. When Manager Yin heard that Mr. C was looking for him, he immediately put down the work at hand and came over. As soon as he came in, he saw Special Assistant Su, Secretary Lin, and the new Secretary Chung were all in the office. For a moment, he didn't know what President C wanted to talk to him about, so he could only look at Sui, hoping that he could give him some hints and not say anything wrong. Sui directly took the folder containing the design draft and showed it to Manager Yin. Manager Yin, take a look at this and explain it to me. Manager Yin took the folder and saw the design draft soaked in coffee. His hands shook violently, and his face turned pale as paper in an instant. How? How could this happen? He murmured as he flipped through the folders. After flipping through the entire folder, his face turned even paler, and his lips moved. This is the design draft. He is not a designer of the company, but an apprentice of the most famous international designer. She has always been elusive. No one has ever seen her appearance, and no one knows what country she is from. She designs fashion as she pleases, but each piece is a masterpiece. It is said that she only designs one piece of fashion a year, and ordinary people can never see it. She only designs for the royal families of various countries. Even for the royal family, they have to wait in line. Many top designers in the world want to become her apprentice, but cannot find her. Chapter 92. Why has it become like this now? A few years ago, she suddenly announced that she had accepted someone as her apprentice. This name, which had never appeared in the design world before, suddenly became the darling of the fashion industry. His designs are always innovative, well-conceived, and the clothes are also beautifully designed, reaching a level that other designers can't even dream of. From then on, the fashions he designed were basically shown at Milan Fashion Week, and each one was published by major fashion magazines at home and abroad. Secretary Lin didn't know how he got to know him and invited him to work as a designer in the company. He didn't agree to come, but agreed to design for the company. He would charge him for each drawing he made, but he had a request, which was that his designs could not be signed. He said he didn't want to use his master's fame to make money. Originally, the company's senior executives and shareholders all felt that the reason he was so popular was entirely because he was their apprentice and famous. Everyone agreed that if his designs were not signed, there would be no need to spend such a high price to buy them. However, President C still overruled all objections and made the final decision to buy the unsigned designs at a high price. Later, the fashion designs he designed were always the company's best-selling products, and consumers were willing to pay for them even though they were nameless designs. Only then did the company's senior executives and shareholders acknowledge that it was truly powerful. He would come up with a set of designs for the company every season, and his designs became the company's treasure. But now, the design draft has been destroyed by someone. Wouldn't he become the eternal sinner of the company? He just felt hopeless. He just hoped that he had seen it wrong and flipped through the folder of design drafts again and again. Sui saw that Manager Yin seemed to be possessed by a demon. He kept flipping through the design drafts in the folder, as if he didn't believe that the one that was destroyed was the design draft. He could only speak up to help him confirm, yes, it's the design draft. After a pause, he continued, Manager Yin, all the design drafts were previously kept in your design department. They were only handed over to Secretary Lin this morning. Secretary Lin said that when she received the drafts, they were like this. How does your design department keep the design drafts? When Lin Yu heard Su Yi say this, she became even more furious. Even Special Assistant Su sided with Chung Yin. It was obvious that they wanted to put the blame on Manager Yin. What's so good about Chung Yin? Why does every man favor her? She pursed her lips and said to Manager Yin in a slow voice, Manager Yin, we all know that your design department has never made such a mistake. We are not asking you to blame now. We just want to find out who made the design draft like this. Tell me about the situation. Manager Yin had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. He swallowed his saliva and said, Boss C, Special Assistant Su, Secretary Lin, this design draft was previously kept in our design department. I have always locked it in a cabinet. I kept it very well. Yesterday, the secretary's office said that the design draft was to be handed in. Before leaving get off work, I took this draft out and put it together with other drafts in our design department, preparing to hand it into the secretary's office. It was still in good condition when I put it there. Then why has it become like this now? Sui asked. I don't know either. After saying this, he glanced at Si Qingma quietly. He knew that Mr. C hated this kind of shirking of responsibility, so he pursed his lips and said, "It should have been after I handed in the manuscript that it was messed up like this." Chapter 93. Mr. C is interested in her? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu curled her lips and said, "Boss C, did you hear that? This manuscript was made like this after Manager Yin handed it over. Apart from Cheng Yinian, no one else's hands have touched it." Manager Yin said weakly at this time. "No, Secretary Lin, this manuscript was also handed over to Tian Yu, the design assistant of our department. Yesterday, several designers' manuscripts were not submitted. I had something to do after get off work, so I handed the manuscript to Tian Yu and asked her to sort out all the manuscripts and then hand them over to Secretary Chung in the secretarial office. I really don't know why the manuscripts were like this later." Si Chima said, "Ask the design assistant to come over as well." Okay. Manager Yin immediately called Tian Yu to come. When Tian Yu heard that she was asked to go to the general manager's office, she was excited. She was just a small design assistant, but she was asked to meet the company's boss all of a sudden. Did he think that she had performed particularly well recently? Are you going to give her a promotion and a raise? Or maybe Mr. C has taken a fancy to her? President C has never given President Lin Yu the elevator card. Perhaps he doesn't like people like Lin Yu, but just happens to like people like her? She often reads novels like The Domineering President Falls in Love with Me, and always has a Cinderella dream in her heart. I'm very excited at this moment. Before coming, she went to the bathroom to tidy herself up, touched up her makeup, and changed her previously light lipstick to a brighter color. Then she excitedly went up to the 37th floor. When she reached the 37th floor, she looked at Luya and snorted coldly, muttering in her heart that when she got together with Mr. C, she would definitely fire Luya, as she was the one who annoyed her the most. Seeing Tian Yu's smug look, Luya rolled her eyes at her. Tian Yu carefully knocked on Si Qingma's office door. Manager Yin ran over and opened the door for her. When Tian Yu saw Manager Yin, her voice was filled with excitement as she asked in a low voice, "Manager, is it Mr. C who is looking for me? Is it really Mr. C who is looking for me?" Manager Yin nodded and coughed lightly. "Bossy has something to ask you. You must answer truthfully." Tian Yu nodded and followed Manager Yin to Si Qingma's desk, where she stood quietly. Then she quietly looked up at Si Qingma, her heart beating like a drum. In the past, she always watched Mr. C from afar. She felt that he was like a character in a TV drama, so distant. But today he was sitting in front of her. It was like a dream, and her face blushed slightly. When Lin Yu looked at Tian Yu's expression, she knew that this girl was also coveting Mr. C. She snorted in her heart, thinking, all kinds of people are coveting Mr. C. So how could she, a design assistant, be worthy of that? She interrupted Tian Yu's dream with a cold voice. "Assistant Tian, let me ask you, when you handed your design department's draft to Secretary Chung yesterday, was the design draft intact?" Lin Yu asked. Tian Yu didn't know why Lin Yu suddenly asked this and was a little confused. Lin Yu said in a cold voice, "You should think carefully before you speak. If you say something wrong and take the blame for others, don't blame the company for being ruthless to you." Tian Yu continued to look at Manager Yin blankly. Manager Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Tian Yu, yesterday, after I gave you the folder with the design draft, did you spill anything on it?" Tian Yu shook her head blankly. "No." "Are you sure? Then can you be sure that the design drafts were intact when you handed them to Secretary Chung?" Manager Yin asked again. Chapter 94. She didn't drink coffee at home. When Tian Yu heard what Manager Yin said, she understood at once that there must be something wrong with the design draft. She subconsciously looked at the folder on the table and saw a design draft soaked in coffee. After a careful examination, her heart was instantly confused. This design draft soaked in coffee seemed to be. She changed her confused expression and immediately put all the responsibility on Cheng Yinian, saying, "When I handed the design draft to Secretary Chung, it was intact. This was not done by me, but by Secretary Chung. It must have been her." She insisted that it was Chung Yinian who did it, and was afraid that the dirty water would be splashed on herself. After a while, she seemed to remember something and said, "Yes, it must have been Secretary Chung who did it." When I handed the draft to her yesterday, she had already gotten off work, and she didn't want to walk up to the 37th floor to put the draft, so she took it home. She must have made it look like this at home. She didn't drink coffee at home. This was said by Si Chingma. As soon as he said this, everyone in the office looked at him. Even Chung Yinian looked at him in surprise. He coughed lightly and asked Chung Yinian, "You didn't drink it?" Chung Yinian nodded. "I didn't drink it, so this wasn't done by me." As soon as Chung Yinian said this, Tianyu became anxious. "Secretary Chung, what do you mean by this? You said it wasn't you who did it. So you mean I did it?" "Mr. C, I didn't do it. It really wasn't me. It was fine when I gave it to Secretary Chung. It must have been Secretary Chung who did it." Chung Yinian glanced at Tianyu, and Tianyu glared at Chung Yinian fiercely. Chung Yinian pursed her lips and said, "Indeed, this was not done by Assistant Tian." As soon as she said this, Tianyu looked at Chung Yinian in surprise. "You?" Chung Yinian didn't look at her, but said to Si Qingma, "This matter has nothing to do with Assistant Tian and Manager Yin. Let them go back to work." When Lin Yu heard Chung Yinian say this, she curled her lips and asked, "Secretary Chung, are you admitting that you ruined the design?" Chung Yinian smiled slightly, said nothing, and just lowered her eyes. Si Qingma said to Manager Yin, "Manager Yin, take the people in your department back to work first." Manager Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately whispered to Tianyu, "Let's go, let's go." Tianyu hurriedly followed his footsteps, and the two of them left Si Qingma's office together. As soon as he came out, Manager Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Oh, that was too dangerous. I was almost scared to death." Tianyu didn't say anything. At this moment, her mood was extremely complicated. She had just pushed all the blame on Chung Yinian and hated her so much that she felt she had harmed herself. But Chung Yinian helped her, took all the responsibilities, and cleared her and Manager Yin completely. Am I a little too bad? She just followed behind Manager Yin. As soon as the two entered the elevator, Manager Yin said that Secretary Chung is really a good person. She didn't push the responsibility onto us, but took all the responsibility herself. Secretary Lin doesn't look like he will let her off easily. She is really in danger this time. Tianyu bit her lower lip and murmured, "Will she be fired?" "Fire her." Manager Yin shook his head. "It shouldn't be that simple. The company should ask her for compensation. After all, the design that was destroyed was a big deal." Tianyu took a deep breath and said, "She is so stupid. Why did she admit everything?" Chapter 95. Secretary Lin is really forgetful. The manuscript was not destroyed by you, nor by me, so it was most likely destroyed by her. Even if she denies it, President C will be able to find out after all. I think it's a good thing that she admits it, mainly because it's good for us. If she denies it, President C will definitely check us as well. Manager Yin said. Tianyu pursed her lips and frowned. She is indeed not suitable to be a secretary. She actually destroyed such an important thing. Manager Yin also nodded. The two returned to the design department together. And in Si Qingma's office, Lin Yu said proudly, since Secretary Chung admitted that he destroyed the design draft, he should take responsibility. Si Qingma looked at Chung Yinian with a gloomy expression, pursed his lips, and said, "Now is not the time to pursue responsibility. The new product launch conference is about to begin. You know, Secretary Lin, please find someone to draw a new design first." Boss C, do you still want to protect this woman? It's her responsibility. She should take the responsibility. Lin Yu glared at Chung Yinian and said angrily, "Why should I clean up her mess?" Chung Yinian chuckled at this time, looked up at Lin Yu, and said in a faint voice, "Secretary Lin, are you sure you want to clean up the mess for me, not for yourself?" Lin Yu didn't seem to expect Chung Yinian to say that. She stared at Chung Yinian intently, then sneered. "You said it yourself. The design draft was ruined and had nothing to do with Manager Yin and Assistant Tian. You three were the only ones who had access to the draft. If it wasn't them, then it would have been you. Why are you dragging me into this?" Secretary Lin is really forgetful. Chung Yinian said in a light voice. "Didn't I tell you before that you have also come into contact with this design draft?" After hearing this, Lin Yu seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and said, "What? Do you mean I ruined this design draft? Who do you think will believe it? Will Special Assistant Sue believe it? Or will General Manager C believe it?" Chung Yinian curled her lips slightly. Faced with the evidence, they have no choice but to believe it. Lin Yu didn't believe that Chung Yinian had any evidence, and she didn't leave any time for Chung Yinian to find evidence. As soon as Chung Yinian brought in the design draft, she poured coffee on it, and then immediately took it to see Mr. C. In such a short time, It was impossible for Chung Enian to have any evidence. She raised her chin and said, Secretary Chung, what evidence do you have? If you can really produce evidence, I will be your chief secretary. Okay, it's a deal. Chung Enian smiled, walked to Si Chingma, and said, Mr. Si, can I borrow your computer and projector for you? Si Chingma pushed the computer forward. Chung Enian connected her mobile phone to Si Chingma's computer, turned on the projector, and played the video she recorded today from beginning to end. On the projection, Lin Yu smiled crazily and poured her cup of coffee onto the design draft. Lin Yu looked at this scene, and she couldn't believe it. Why did this happen? Chung Enian actually recorded a video? Why did she record the video? After the video was over, Chung Enian looked at her and asked with a smile, Secretary Lin, is this enough evidence? Lin Yu's legs softened slightly. She reached out to hold the armrest of the sofa next to her. Her lips moved slightly, but nothing came out. Sui frowned and asked, Secretary Lin, what do you mean by this? Since you came to the company, President C has treated you well. Why are you doing this? Don't you know how much loss the company will suffer if it loses the design draft? Why are you destroying the company like this? Lin Yu said excitedly, I don't want to destroy the company. Chapter 96, are you really going to fire me? Don't you want to destroy the company? Don't you know how much publicity the company has done for your design? If we lose your design, all our publicity will be wasted, and we won't have any flagship products this quarter. Sue said impatiently. Lin Yu swallowed her saliva and said, Assistant Sue, have you forgotten that I was the one who asked him to provide the design for our company? He is my friend. I can ask him to draw another one. She grinned, looked at Chung Enian with a sinister look, and said, I just don't want Chung Enian to stay in our company. She is the fiancée of the rival boss, and she must have bad intentions when she came to our company. But you are all deceived by her face. I have no choice. I really have no choice. I have watched our company grow from 3 people to what it is now, and become stronger and bigger. I don't want it to collapse because of a woman. I must get rid of this woman. The last sentence was said with gritted teeth. Si Chingma's face was gloomy at this moment, and he looked at Lin Yu with complicated eyes. Chung Enian said, whether I have good intentions or not, President C will make his own decision. Secretary Lin is not suitable for this job because she is using such irrational methods and even harming the interests of the company to scheme against her colleagues. Si Chingma looked at Lin Yu coldly. Secretary Lin, please hand over your work to Secretary Chung. From now on, Secretary Chung will be the chief secretary. Lin Yu could hardly believe it. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Si Chingma. Boss Si, are you really going to fire me? Go and take over. Si Chingma's voice was cold. Lin Yu was trembling all over. She gritted her teeth and said desperately, Boss Si, the current design draft is ruined. I am the only one who can ask him to draw another one. If I leave the company, this season's new product launch will be ruined, and we will be suppressed by Ling Yi clothing again. In the past 2 years, we have been able to tie with Ling Yi. Are you willing to lose to Ling Yi again? Moreover, if I am no longer in the company, I will no longer provide designs for our company, and we will always lose to Ling Yi clothing. Sue Yi. Si Chingma frowned and called Sue Yi. It must be said that Sue Yi was really Si Chingma's capable assistant. He only needed to call out, and Sue Yi would have walked in front of Lin Yu and extended his hand to her. Secretary Lin, please. Lin Yu took a deep breath, but she was certain in her heart that Si Chingma would never let Mo Lan Qingyi lose to Ling Yi. In the end, he would have to come back to her, so she just had to wait. Lin Yu didn't say anything else and followed Sue Yi and Chung Enian to the general secretary's office. Sue Yi watched her packing up. Lin Yu handed all the folders on her desk to Chung Enian and said, Secretary Chung, take them. Secretary Lin, please write me a handover list. Chung Enian requested. Lin Yu was about to refuse when Sue Yi said, Secretary Lin, the handover does require a handover list. Okay. Lin Yu sneered, nodded, sat in front of the computer, typed out a work list, printed it out, and handed it to Chung Enian. Chung Enian looked at this handover list, which couldn't be simpler, and said nothing more. She was afraid that it was impossible to expect Lin Yu to give her a detailed list. After handing over the work, Lin Yu walked out holding a cardboard box containing all her personal belongings. Chapter 97, How to Let Him Take the Blame? The other 5 secretaries were all surprised when they saw Lin Yu leaving with her personal belongings. They whispered, Who is this Secretary Chung? He took over Secretary Lin's position right after he arrived. Secretary Lin is really pitiful. He has been with Mr. C for so long, but he was replaced by a newcomer. I heard that Secretary Chung and Special Assistant Sue. Several secretaries lowered their voices and glanced at Sue E. and Chung Inian secretly. Sue, he was a little speechless. Why should he take the blame? He coughed lightly and said, Secretary Lin deliberately damaged the interests of the company. He is no longer suitable to be the secretary of the general manager. From now on, Secretary Chung will serve as the general manager's secretary. Everyone should submit their work summary reports to Secretary Chung. Finally, he said in a particularly serious tone, this decision was made by President Xi. The other secretaries all responded with a yes, and Sui quickly returned to Xi Qingma's office. At this time, everyone was asking in the company group, what happened? Why was Secretary Lin fired? Special Assistant Sue said that Secretary Lin deliberately damaged the interests of the company. Does anyone have any inside information? What did Secretary Lin do? Someone who has been with Mr. C for so long was fired like this? Now her job has been taken over by the new Secretary Chung. Isn't it said that Secretary Lin and Mr. C have that kind of relationship? How could he still be fired? Isn't Mr. C afraid that Secretary Lin will be made to kneel on the washboard when he gets home? Could it be that Mr. C has fallen in love with someone else? After all, Chung Inian is so beautiful. The person above, you are really brave. Aren't you afraid of being fired? Ah, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything, duh. Tian Yu, who had been paying attention to the group messages, was surprised to see someone from the secretary's office post such explosive news in the group. But she was relieved in her heart. It seemed that her worry about Chung Inian just now was really unnecessary. She didn't expect that she was so powerful that she could squeeze out Lin Yu, who had followed Mr. C for so long. Her job as a design assistant was not very busy, and she was also a gossiper. Now that she had no psychological burden, she immediately sent a message in the group, don't talk nonsense. How could Mr. C be a man who forgets his loyalty for the sake of beauty? The design draft of the company was destroyed. Before, Secretary Lin insisted that it was Secretary Chung who destroyed it, and asked Mr. C to fire Secretary Chung. How come she was fired now? Could it be that Secretary Lin destroyed the design draft herself? When this news came out, it caused a huge uproar. Xiao Wang from the design department. No way, no way. Has Ling Yi's design been ruined? The clothes designed by Ling Yi are the highlight of our company every season. It is because of Ling Yi's designs that our company can compete with Ling Yi. Now that Ling Yi's designs are ruined, won't our company be suppressed by Ling Yi again? Sun Xiang from the marketing department. Really? The design was ruined. What should we do? This season, our company doesn't have the main model. Our marketing department will have a hard time. 2 years ago, we were drooling with envy every time we saw Ling Yi's sales performance. Since we have the design, our performance can make other clothing companies in the circle drool. If we don't have the design this time, won't we go back to the situation 2 years ago? Chi-Chi from the Ministry of Commerce. Oh, am I going to be laughed at by my cousin again? I have a cousin in Lingy. 2 years ago, every new year, she would laugh at me for working in a company with no performance and would ask me if I could get my salary. Chapter 98 Sister Linyu. Will you really come back?